What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks, boys, girls, MBs, and we are live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great day. It is Tuesday, October 6th, 2020, 11:13 a.m. and I am early. I said that I was going to be late on my Instagram, but I lied. I lied to you. I'm actually early. It's 78 degrees and partly cloudy in Los Angeles. Lied again when I said it was sunny California, Los Angeles. But hey, who's ready? There's a lot of news to cover. Obviously, as I always cover the news as it's happening, there is not that much new news going on, but we will be taking a look at some stuff like a friend of the show, Nomi Cones, talking to QAnon and Trump supporters about COVID. That's one thing. We're, of course, going to be talking about the Project Veritas story that every single person wanted me to cover, and I kept telling you it's fake news. Project Veritas routinely engages in fake news. Well, it turns out I was fucking right. Oh my God. Shocked to find out, but Project Veritas lied. Project Veritas lied about Liban Osman, subject of Project Veritas alleged voter fraud story. Told Fox 9 that he was offered $10K by Omar Jamal to say he was collecting ballots for the congresswoman. So, you know, fuck you, Tulsi Gabbard, and also fuck you if you are still one of the horny boys that loves Tulsi Gabbard. Holy shit. Is that a $100 dono? What the fuck? God damn. Yoko Kurama. Thank you for the 100 big ones, dude. That's crazy. Anyway, I have a special guest coming on later today where we are going to look at the library,
wet ass P-word,
the copyright free soundtrack library of Twitch, and of course the guest for that is
His name is
friend of the show,
Hasan.
Anthony motherfucking Fantano. Baldur's Gate 3 came out, and a lot of people are playing that, but I don't know if it's for me. I feel like it's not for me. So yeah, I am gonna have Melon Boy, the Melon. I don't even know if people don't like that. I don't even know if he like hates when people call him Melon. We are gonna, of course, talk about the massive, and I mean insane, like unheard of biblical lead that Joe Biden has over Donald Trump at the national polls, and specifically in battleground states, specifically in demographics that I think are key to, I would say, Donald Trump ever seizing the election back, specifically the 65 plus. That's what we're going to be talking about as well. A lot of good news. A lot of good news overall, but not necessarily the main good news that we are all waiting on, which is Donald Trump's COVID watch. COVID watch 2020 is live and alive. We're going to figure out COVID watch 2020. We'll figure out what the fuck was going on there. You know,
His name
maybe
is Hasan.
anyway, we'll see what happens there. Oh,
His name is
Steve Cortez
Hasan.
got rolled by Chris Wallace. Okay, I'll take a look at that as well. But yeah, news-wise, it's a fucking big one. It's a heavy one. Anyway, are you feeling that workout from yesterday? I am, but I also worked out early this morning. Did you fix your camera? I did not. I worked out this morning, so I'm feeling fucking pretty poggers right now, okay? I am feeling pretty fucking good because I worked out, and I wasn't even late to the stream. I also went to the P.O. box. There's like a fuckload of P.O. box. There's a fuckload of stuff from the P.O. box that I might open later, but probably not, because goddamn, there is so much going on, including the VR gaming. I have my VR kit ready, so I might just do a little bit of VR gaming, a little bit of Phantasmagoria, Phantasmaplastia, Phantasmophobia, Phanmophobia, whatever the fuck it's called. I'm gonna maybe play that with Soda and Poke, of course. I am hitting up both of them, telling them, you know, I'm getting ready. I haven't fully set it up yet. I'm gonna do that on stream, of course, but I did do the hardware stuff. I did do the hardware stuff, and then so we will figure out what's going on there. I also need to get a fucking haircut. Oh my god, my hair is long. I think Soda's playing BG3 with Moon today.
This is a deranged.
They both pulled all-nighters. There's new Trump ads on Facebook. We'll look at that as well. All right, well, let's just get into it. All right, it's time. As far as personal news that I tell you guys before everyone else comes in, before the normies come in, you know, as far as like secrets that we share here, the chads of the stream, the early watchers and the offline chatters. Anything going on in my personal life? I guess what's going on? I mean, I'm working on my taxes. I am working on my taxes, and two, what else has happened? Like personal life, no girlfriend and none of that, obviously. I will be paying $750 and not a single penny more. Oh, podcast update. Yes. I've already signed the contract with my podcasting firm that I'm going to be continuing with, and they want to set a time and a call so that we can launch it as quickly as possible. We want to launch it like this month, like in the next week or so. So Will and I will be doing that. I got to talk to Will as well to like figure out what we're doing with the podcast. So giving yourself a day off soon? Absolutely not. Did you put your PP in anyone the past month? Why wasn't it me? I don't know. Tweet that you're live. I will in a second. Okay, don't say merch when Pepe La. I had made moves on merchandising too, but then I fucking pulled back. But I will. I am live and alive, and the daycare is open. Hello. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. There it is. Okay.
His
All right.
name is Hasan.
Hope the channel keeps growing. You inspire me to keep fighting for the truth. Much love.
This is a
New
deranged
emote, Haas CDs. Yeah. Michelle Obama engages in voter shaming. Pago. That's not really that surprising.
Fear.
Michelle Obama engages in vote shaming. All right, let's start there. Here, Michelle Obama says we cannot afford to withhold our votes or waste them on a protest candidate, she says.
Wet ass P-word. Make that pullout game weak.
Let's take a look. Michelle Obama, what she had to say.
Racism, fear, division. These are powerful weapons, and they can destroy this nation if we don't deal with them head on. So I want to ask every single American, no matter what party you normally vote for, to please take a moment to pause.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores
Click off the news. Think about how you felt.
What if they were like, yeah, which is why I'm voting for Trump. Thank you, Michelle Obama. I was going to pull back and not vote in this election cycle because I thought Donald Trump is, you know, kind of meanie. He's a big meanie bo beanie and he got COVID and that's kind of a pussy thing, you know, because it's not exactly projecting strength to me because I think COVID is hoax. And then a president that got China virus injected in his veins is not my president, so I wasn't going to vote. But then I saw Michelle Obama tell me to go out and vote, so I'm not going to be casting a protest vote to Joe Jorgensen. And instead, we'll be voting for Donald Trump.
Over these last 4 years, how quickly things have turned. And then think about what the next 4 years could mean for our country's future. The message we will send to our children about who we are and what we.
This is literally the worst messaging possible.
His name
I'm sorry.
is Hasan.
This did not fucking work with Hillary Clinton in 2016. And this messaging is idiotic. You know what's not? You know what's successful? Donald Trump literally being on death's doorstep and having access to all the preventative measures on the planet and not following it. That's actually good for Joe Biden, okay? But as far as messaging goes, like trying to be like, oh my God, you have to vote for Joe Biden because like, what will we tell our children? It only works for you because you're already voting for Joe Biden. To the people who think like, oh yeah, this is actually a great idea. Like I'm going to fucking vote. Like, bitch, you were already voting for Joe Biden. That's why you think this message works.
Truly value. Think about what would possibly compel you to accept this level of chaos, violence, and confusion.
So you're voting Trump?
Under
Fuck
this
no.
president and be willing.
What are you, fucking insane? Of course I'm not voting for Trump. I'm being fucking sarcastic. When I do, listen, brother, whenever I do this voice, know that I'm mean the opposite of what I'm saying, okay? This is my fucking chud voice. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude?
To watch our country continue to spiral out of control.
You said yourself, non-voters are the biggest voting bloc, dude. Not enough people vote. No. Yeah, and this is, she's not talking to non-voters. She's talking about fucking don't cast the protest vote. And also, non-voters don't vote not because they think like, you know, Donald Trump is good or Donald Trump is bad or Joe Biden is good or Joe Biden is bad. Like, there are a multitude of different reasons as to why they don't fucking vote. And telling them like, oh, you really got to vote because it's a really serious one this time around is not going to fucking work.
Because we can no longer pretend that we don't know exactly who and what this president stands for. Search your hearts and your conscience.
Hasan.
And then vote for Joe Biden like your lives depend on it. Look, you all know that politics has never been my thing. But to all the young people out there, to all the black and brown folks, to anyone who feels frustrated and alienated by this whole system, I get it. I really do. But in the face of all of the frustration and alienation I've experienced throughout my life, never once have I considered not voting as a viable option. Not once have I thought about foregoing a right and privilege that so many before me fought and died for. Not once.
Bro, none of this works. I'm sorry. Absolutely none of this fucking works. Like, this is not going to change a non-voter's mind. You have to make an argument as to why they should vote for someone. Because voting, whether you like to admit it or not, is very difficult in this fucking country. And it's made, even if it's easy to vote, it's still confusing. It's a confusing process. We don't have any measures in order that would make it so that it's easier to fucking vote. And then also on the other side, the Electoral College makes it seem like your vote doesn't matter. And in some circumstances, it kind of doesn't. But it's basically like if a lot more people felt the way that you did, then it would truly be a problem, but only then. So, like, you have to make an argument as to why you should go and vote for one party over the other. And so many of these people in positions of power, for some fucking weird reason, refuse to do this. I don't know why. The argument over and over again is like, dude, come on, the stakes are so high. It's like, yeah, the people who are voting already know that, and that's why they're fucking voting, whether they hate Joe Biden or not, okay? Like, you need to tell people why they should vote. I hope she will get to that.
Have I let someone else's ignorance and hatred keep me from doing my duty as a citizen? Because I know we don't have the luxury to assume that things are going to turn out okay. We cannot afford to withhold our votes or waste them on a protest candidate. One of these two men will be president. And only if we vote for Joe Biden with power and with passion will our voices even have a chance at being heard. Because folks who are perfect.
I'm not gonna lie. What do I always say? The moment you say, oh my God, you're not voting, you're doing a protest vote. If you're on the Biden camp, the moment that you engage in voter shaming is a moment that you've lost. Is a moment that you could have been fucking smiling and dialing for Joe Biden, okay? Bad strategy. I'm sorry. It's dumb as fuck. If you really want Joe Biden to win, instead of being like, oh, don't cast the protest vote, please, it's so important, then go and try to tackle the people that are not voting. And the way to do that is not by fucking shaming them. So dumb. Telling non-voters like, oh, you don't understand how devastating this is, will only push them to further solidify in their position of like, yeah, fuck you, I don't give a fuck. It's not my fault. Nothing I do can change the fucking planet, change the course of American history. Trying to say that it's actually a patriotic duty to go out and vote, again, at a time when it's as difficult as possible, is also silly. Oh, it's your patriotic duty to vote. Really? It's my patriotic duty to vote for one geriatric over the other? That's only going to marginally improve things? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Pervert.
You just lost the radical left. Yeah. No, it's just dumb as fuck. You can't shame people into doing stuff that they don't want to do. Okay? You have to tell them why you must vote for Joe Biden. And for some weird fucking reason, these people never do that. I don't get it. Stop saying marginally, please. Well, I'm sorry. What do you want? Like, on issues of like COVID response, certainly Joe Biden's administration would be more capable of dealing with it. And marginal differences in administrations lead to gigantically different outcomes on the ground. But like, what, you think fucking Joe Biden is going to turn the course of history? All of a sudden, the American imperial machine is going to fucking scale it back? If it was Bernie Sanders, it would still be a very difficult endeavor. I would still be incredibly skeptical of Bernie Sanders being able to follow through with all the promises that he had made. But as far as like Joe Biden goes, he never ran on that message even. So why the fuck would he do that? He ran on, everything is going to be normal. Nothing will fundamentally change. We'll go back to normalcy. And normalcy is Obabe. So I'm sorry, but this notion that like Joe Biden is going to be the savior of America is idiotic too. Just fucking tell him what Joe Biden is going to do. Talk about the importance of the public option. How many more people are going to have insurance? Talk about what Joe Biden is going to do against, like, talk about the Green New Deal, but the watered down version of the Green New Deal that Joe Biden is working on. Talk about the shit that Joe Biden talks about on campaign stops. Talk about increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour. But they don't want to do that because they think that all matter of policy is an opening, is a weakness, is an opening for the Republicans to just grab onto and pounce down and say it's socialism. Republicans don't do that. They literally talk about policy all day. They talk about policy whenever they're even saying build the wall. Build the wall is a perfect encapsulation of national security and also the economy. The wall is racist, certainly, okay? And a lot of people in my chat now are going to say, oh, what do you mean? It's just a piece of wall. How is that racist, libtard? Shut the fuck up. Like, but the wall is a perfect way to describe American racial anxieties from the dominating class, worried that, like, brown people are coming in and changing our culture, our sovereignty, okay? It's national security because terrorists are coming over and rapists are coming over the wall, and we're going to fucking build that wall that we're going to stop the rapists from coming in. It's a perfect encapsulation of immigration and how immigration, in their minds at least, impact the economy. Like, you truly do not understand how Republicans operate if you cannot grasp that. Every time these motherfuckers say build the wall, they're not just saying, like, let's build a wall because I'm racist. I mean, they are saying that.
Whores in this house.
But there is so much associated with that. There is a future promise associated with that. A promise that their futures are going to look better when an immigrant-free America will actually be better. Now, those are all lies. Those are built on lies. But Republicans do an incredibly good job of, like, feeding you the underlying precursory red herrings, like immigrants are a threat to national security. And then they turn around and they do a good job of, like, advocating and tailoring their promises around that message. We don't do that for some fucking weird reason.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Okay? Like, that's so silly. Democrats should do that.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Big fan man. Have you seen the video of a Confederate flag debate in a high school class? I thought it was interesting.
No, I haven't, but I'm not interested. Essentially, Republicans actually stick to a message. Yeah.
Oh, you're such
and that message is bullshit.
Man,
like,
Hasan.
that message is bullshit. That message is a lie. It's built around a lie. But there's still... A lot of people forget what you said about Republicans 5 months ago. What do you mean?
Such a big man, Hasan.
Guys, it's just like in the Boys TV show.
It's because Republicans are so unashamed of manipulating people, whereas Dems are scared of doing the same, play the game. Not necessarily. I don't think Democrats are... I don't think Democrats are fucking nice, and that's why they're afraid to play the game. I think they can be losers and still win in the long run. Breaking memes, breaking news memes. CBS News reports top U.S. military officials quarantined after COVID-19 exposure. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Vice Chairman, Army Chief of Staff, Naval Operations Chief. What the fuck? Wait.
The American people are tired.
Air Force Chief of Staff, Cybercom Commander, Space Force Operations Chief. Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has infected the entire Joint Chiefs of Staff. What have you done? All you do with your hammer and sickle emotes on Twitter is talk about how, I don't know, you were upset by your favorite political commentator saying Candace Owens is Tommy Lauren with blackface. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is out here. You keep calling him Orange Man Bad. He keeps saying Orange Man Bad. Donald Trump is out here taking down American military members, dude. A real revolutionary. You kidding me? The man infected his top donors in the Republican Party. He brought them into a buffet like a fucking red wedding. And he served them a plate of COVID. He was like, here's some lobster with a side of COVID.
His name is Hasan.
The man is truly And I mean truly draining the swamp. So, yeah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear this orange man bad shit anymore, okay? This dude has done more. Not saying that this is good or bad. Just simply stating that this dude has done more for anti-imperialist endeavors than you ever could. And also taken down more fucking billionaires and millionaires than you ever could. On accident, of course. But promises made, promises kept. The libs were right. He's a Russian asset. Other political news I think would be fun for you today. New ads on both sides. Biden speech in PA today. New poll showing seniors hard swap to Biden. Yeah, I know. That was a crazy one. We're going to talk about that. Trump freaking out on Twitter. No new help for White House staff. Sad. 4.5 million votes cast already in the 2020 election. Yeah, it's crazy. There's new footage in the Breonna Taylor case as well. I don't know if we can show that, but yeah.
Big man, Hasan.
I know Vice has new footage in the Breonna Taylor case. The U.S. military has no idea how to deal with an enemy it can't bomb. Wait, what do you mean this has no idea? This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Literally every instance of COVID, every single instance of COVID spreading within the ranks of the American executive branch, the American Congress, that is all directly related to Donald Trump. You are completely false. He doesn't have to directly cough in the fucking chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff's face to give him COVID. It's directly related to him because he doesn't have to be the super spreader himself. It's directly related to his policies. It's directly related to the careless nature that he has dealt with COVID on purpose. It's directly related to the fact that, like, the White House's COVID protections are silly. Like, they're not even following their own fucking CDC guidelines. Also, he might have coughed on him, but I don't think he did, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
You're forgetting all is bad because of governors and all is good because of Trump. After Facebook and Twitter deleted. Yeah, how the fuck can someone describe to me if governors are solely responsible for the spread? If governors are solely responsible for the spread in their own states, then who's responsible for the spread inside of the White House? Like, Trump constantly kept saying, it's not my fault, it's the governors, it's the governors. They didn't do enough, they didn't do enough. So who the fuck is responsible inside of the White House then? Who is functionally the governor of the White House? Of course, not Trump, obviously. It can't be. The Democrat-run White House has had a big outbreak of corona, believe me. The Democrats... That's why I'm running for president for the first time, to make America great again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Washington, D.C. is a Democrat-run city. He got it in fucking... I mean, he got it in Minneapolis also. You know, Democrat-run Minneapolis. That's where I got it, believe me. I know. I've made this joke a million times. FBI uncovers Al-Qaeda plot to just sit back and enjoy the collapse of the United States. It's true. It's literally true. I've said this before. If you really want to fucking destroy the United States, like, if you really want to destroy the United States, all you need to do is just fund the Republican Party. Just fund the Republican Party, okay? Don't just sit back and enjoy the collapse. Because Democrats fuck everything up on their own, but, like, you know, you sometimes really need a push on the Republican side. Anyway, so Facebook and Twitter deleted his post containing factual inaccuracies about the risk of COVID-19. Trump has called for a repeal of Section 230, the law that protects internet free speech. Communications decency is the legal backbone of the internet. The law was created almost 30 years ago to protect internet platforms from liability for many of the things third parties say or do on them. Yeah, this is hilarious. Now, it's weird that, like, the Republican idea here is to repeal Section 230, which will make it worse overall for free speech on those platforms. Like, for some weird reason, what they don't understand is if these platforms assume all responsibility of all the messages that are communicated on their fucking platforms, that means that, like, Republicans are not going to thrive on those platforms. They're not going to exist on those platforms. So I never understand why Republicans are like threatening with this when if you think for a fucking moment that, like, Facebook, Twitter, and like every other fucking platform that disseminates information wouldn't immediately be like, oh shit, now we're legally liable for all the psychotic shit Republicans say on our platforms. We are going to take everything down now. There would be no fucking Republicans on the internet. So this is completely idiotic leverage when this is the only thing that survives. This is the only thing that allows Republican communication and misinformation to fucking thrive. You have the worst takes, you commie bastard. How the fuck you want to steal money from me and give it to drug addicts and baby killers? Now that I got your attention, I just want to say I've been loving the stream even though I haven't been around as much, dog. Thank you, little J boy. GOP County Chair Arkansas Steve Farmer dies from COVID-19. His committee hosted a massless gathering last month. RIP. Did fucking Amy Siskin block me? God damn it, dude. What the fuck is up with these weirdos, man?
Oh, you're such a big man.
Ugh,
son.
anyone who, like, god damn, all these fucking resistance people. 2 other swing states, early ballot returns by party affiliation. North Carolina, Democrats 200,000, Republicans 66,000, no party 116. Pennsylvania with 60,000 Dems, 11,000 Republicans, and 6,000 no affiliations. I think most people don't recognize that this is exactly what it was going to look like with party affiliation. Everyone blocks Hasan. Yeah, I mean, look, dude. Yeah. Oh, I'm blocked by former Wall Street executive Amy Siskin. Oh no. I wonder why I got fucking blocked by former Wall Street executive Amy Siskin. You sent her dick pics? No. You think I would grace her eyeballs with my fucking beautiful cock? Are you out of your mind? She doesn't deserve dick pics from me. What are you, fucking crazy? No, bitch, they block me because they're on, like, block lists that say, like, this guy's a socialist or a leftist. So they, like, automatically block everyone who's ever been like, Joe Biden's fucking old and his brain is doo-doo. This guy's a lunatic. Anyway. How would you feel if half of you want to see my cock, but then Amy Siskin gets to see it? Are you kidding me? I'd be robbing all of you. That's not going to happen. Anyway. A recommendation that I think it would improve a lot of your Twitter experience. Tweet that. Check it out during your free time. I don't really give a fuck. I like Twitter the way it is. I don't want to fuck it up.
Oh, you're such a big man. Hasan.
Anyway. Crowd in Ohio for early voting. I was at this exact same spot in 2016. Nothing like these pictures. Early voting was actually down 16% from 2012. The crowd is stretching around the block at the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections on the first day of early voting in Ohio. People are early voting like never before, okay? I've never seen anything like this. I don't know why the fuck they're so excited. I mean, I'm glad that people are excited to vote, but my God, people are fucking horny, dude. People are horny to vote. They're like, oh, fuck, I'm voting. Oh, God, I'm going to vote so fucking hard. That's what it sounds like when they're going out to vote. So, things don't look too great for Donald Trump. At all, actually. Dude in Ohio named John Kasich is different from the dude in Ohio named John Kasich. That place is fucked up. True. I never even thought about that. Anyway. Then again, it could be Republicans that are early voting. I think Republicans could be early voting as well because it is Ohio. Biden's poll numbers increased after Trump went to Walter Reed. Yeah, no shit. I fucking told you guys. I told you guys. He might get a crumb of sympathy, maybe, but the majority of the public think that he's being a fucking jackass. Okay? He's being a fucking jackass, and him getting COVID is literally like it's perfectly representative of him being a fucking jackass. We literally have to take PTO to go vote. What the fuck is this ish, man? Yeah. Anyway, I jumped over. Trump cancels ads in Ohio and Iowa. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but how big of a lead does Biden have to get to shut up the voter fraud crowd? That's never going to stop. The voter fraud crowd is never going to shut the fuck up. The problem is there any legal hurdle that the Trump administration can throw in front of the votes? And if enough people are voting in person or voting early and they're voting Democrat, and there is no doubt that Biden wins on election night and wins in all the fucking swing states, then it's a wrap. That's the only way, because that won't stop people from saying voter fraud happened. That won't stop people. That won't stop Trump from crying about how fake this vote was and how he told you. But at least it will completely eliminate any legal chance that Donald Trump has at even stealing the election. They'll say we cheated no matter what.
American people are tired of women.
Like, they're going to say, I mean, Trump is a sore winner. So why would you expect him to be a regular loser? Like, he's not going to fucking lose with grace. He's never going to lose with grace. He fucking didn't even win with grace last time. He's still lying about how Hillary didn't concede or whatever the fuck when Hillary did concede on the night of. And he still lies about how, like, Hillary Clinton won only by 3 million. Like, he won. He won the election, and he still, what did he do? The next day, he's like, 3 million illegals voted. We're setting up an election integrity committee. So why would you ever expect him to be a graceful loser when he's not even a fucking graceful winner? Who are you supporting? I am new watcher. I am absolutely, I heard this exact lines yesterday. HasanAbi backtracking. What? Wait, so me repeating the exact same thing I've been saying for fucking months is backtracking now? What?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Ain't the U.S. the perfect base for a civil war? Divided, lots of guns, religious fanatics. Anyway. Try the game Democracy 4 came out today. No.
Follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Yeah, if current polling was as wrong as it was in 2016, Joseph Robinette would still win the Electoral College.
The popular vote. Biden could get 100 of the popular vote and lose. Why even vote?
Oh, you're such
Wait, why are people even acting like the popular vote counts? The Electoral College was just cuck the popular vote. Biden could get 100% of the popular vote and lose. Wait, what? No. If Biden won 100% of the popular vote, then he would win the Electoral College as well.
Peepo kiss.
Biden can't win by just 4 points in the popular vote. If Biden wins by 4 points, all the way up to 4 points in the popular vote, he still has a very likely, it's still very likely that he could lose. Okay? But right now, the number that he is leading by, the points that he's leading by currently,
excuse me,
barring any sort of like
control, I apologize for
crazy circumstance.
What do you think about the fact that Trump wants to repeal Section 230, which would remove protections from social media platforms regarding what its users post, which means Trump would almost certainly get banned from every
They're
social
saying if the
media
electors are corrupt and cast the votes against the popular votes in their state, which is legal but unlikely. Yeah, that's not happening. That won't happen. At least you can win the electoral college with this 22% of the popular vote. Yes, but that would mean, like, that would have to work. Every fucking swing state has to be won by like the tiniest of fucking margins. It has to be given to the Republican Party. Nancy Pelosi's asking for $2.4 trillion to bail out poorly run, high crime Democrat states. Money that is no way related to COVID-19. We made a very generous offer of $1.6 trillion, and as usual, she's not negotiating in good faith. I'm rejecting. This is so dumb. Dude, you're so fucked. You're so fucked. You can't do this. You can't. You literally can't do this. Those Democrat-run cities still have Republicans in them. You're a fucking idiot, Donald Trump. This is such a brain-dead move. Donald Trump's biggest problem here in this circumstance is that normally he has really good fucking instincts, okay? He has really, really good instincts. But everything he has done so far is really bad. For some reason, this last year, he just threw. COVID really fucked him over big time. And he is absolutely, like, this is such an idiotic fucking dumb thing for him to do. And for people saying that's actually backtracking, no. Donald Trump literally was constantly saying he wants to negotiate. He wants to do a deal. He wants to do a deal. Not only that, but he literally said he was going to try to use executive orders. He said he was going to try to use executive orders, like the authority that he doesn't even have over the power of the purse, to do a direct cash infusion to the people, recognizing how important that is for his reelection chances. The only people that are holding that back, and we're not even talking about like the actual problem. We're not even talking about like human beings and their harm. We're talking about this purely from political football, okay? From political football terms, Donald Trump was smart enough to recognize that his chance of winning relies on him giving money to people. Okay? A good populist knows this. Donald Trump overall is a good populist. The people that are holding that back are Republicans. So much so that even Osita and myself on this broadcast, when we were shooting that Bad Faith podcast episode, talked about this, where Osita thinks that it's so strange for the Republicans not to give a second cash infusion that he believes that like Republicans don't even want Donald Trump to win a second term because it's that psychotic. So for Donald Trump to turn around and try to like say, oh, we're not doing a deal because Democrats, like that's, yeah, and it's because they want to give money to Democrat states. That's idiotic as fuck. What he should be doing right now is secretly trying to put pressure on the Republican Party. Anyway, money that's in no way related to COVID-19. We made a very generous offer of $1.6 trillion. And as usual, she's not negotiating in good faith. I'm rejecting her request and looking to the future of our country. I've instructed my representatives to stop negotiating until after election, when immediately after I win, we will pass a major stimulus bill that focuses on hardworking Americans and small businesses. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell not to delay. I've asked him not to delay, but to instead focus full-time on approving my outstanding nominee to the Supreme Court United States Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett. Our economy is doing very well. The stock market is at record levels, jobs and unemployment also coming back in record numbers. We're leading the world in an economic recovery, and the best is yet to come. Donald Trump's pathway to success is unfathomably, unimaginably narrow. Okay? Like, the polls have to be completely broken, more broken than 2016. Okay? People have to be, like, secret about how much they love Donald Trump for some fucking weird reason.
His name is Hasan.
At this stage. But not only that, but, like, his pathway to success is undoing all the damage that he's done in the past 7 months in literally 1 month while he has coronavirus. You understand? And not only, like, he must be high as fuck to tweet something like this out, because he's saying right here in the follow-up that, like, we will pass a major stimulus bill when I'm reelected. Okay. So you're saying that it's necessary and that you're literally holding it hostage. So why the fuck? Like, you're the one who's saying we're holding this hostage. Like, you're putting yourself in jeopardy by admitting that you are the reason why this deal is not this deal's not going forward.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Colonel Chair Reserve Jerome Powell on Tuesday said, holy shit, he's lost a lot of fucking weight. Jesus Christ. He looks like shit. Tuesday said Congress should err on the side of overdoing it with the next economic relief bill, saying a conservative approach could imperil a rebound from the COVID recession.
Isn't that just darling?
Stocks turn negative after Trump says White House to stop negotiating stimulus until after election.
God, those communists are amazing.
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys fucking like 6 months ago, or not 6 months ago, or 5 months ago? I said it is absolutely unimaginable that they don't push for a second stimulus.
His name is Hasan.
I told you that Mitch McConnell would do it, and I was fucking wrong. They are literally more psychotic than I expected. I said it is unimaginable that they would not push for a second stimulus because you will literally fucking, you will destroy the American economy. Like all presidents of like a robust economy doing well will completely fall apart if Republicans don't feed in a second stimulus package. And it's insane to me that they won't do this. Because one, it hurts their re-election chances, even though the Democrats are total fucking cucks and they're not doing a good enough job winning the messaging war, constantly talking about how much Mitch McConnell and all of these fucking Republicans that are up for re-election, by the way, are literally holding back a stimulus package that Americans desperately need. Okay? It is remarkable to me. Absolutely remarkable that Democrats aren't doing this. Like, that Democrats aren't fucking constantly and consistently talking about how Republicans are cucking this deal over and over again, screaming it from the fucking rooftops. But because, like, this is an opportunity that the Democratic Party has that is similar to, like, when Harry Reid was renegotiating a second tax bill when Bush era tax cuts were about the sunset, and Harry Reid and Mitch McConnell were at the bargaining table, okay, and they were negotiating, and Harry Reid had all the upper hand, because how the fuck are you going to make a sunsetting tax for the wealthy and corporations permanent? You can't do that. He had all the cards in his hands, and Joe Biden said, "Step aside, Jack. I'm personally going to negotiate to make sure that we keep those sunsetting tax cuts for the wealthy, and we're going to make them permanent, Jack." He did that. And this is similar in the sense that, like, right now, Democrats have every fucking opportunity. This is this is literally a gift. You couldn't have wrapped this in a better gift. Okay? Where Republicans, for some fucking psychotic reason that I do not comprehend, I don't understand, because they're smart politically usually, Republicans are tanking their own political chances. They're fucking up the market by not sending in a second stimulus bill that literally would save Donald Trump's chances. Like, he already has a very narrow pathway to success. And the fact that they're not helping him win right now and throwing is so weird. It didn't crash, I know, but it will. Without a second stimulus package, without people getting direct cash in their fucking hands one way or the other, we're not in a good position. We're not in a good place. The economy hasn't completely reopened, and we know for a fact that all epidemiologists constantly warn about the second wave of coronavirus spikes are coming. The president has coronavirus. The entirety of the White House is infected.
whores in this house.
And
There's
this is
some whores in this
before
house.
we get to
There's
the
some whores in
peak.
this
This is before we got to November. When all epidemiologists are saying we're going to have to fucking shut down again. This is insane. It's insane not to set this up. There would have been a third stimulus at that point. We should have had a second stimulus months ago, and a third one was supposed to come in November. And they didn't do that. It is ad time, and then after that, I'm going to run this video. 60-second ad break, boys.
The American people are tired of
The U.S.
women.
stock market's reaction to Trump cutting off stimulus talks with the Democrats until after the election. This is Eric Martin, IMF, World Bank. Like, this is what I'm saying, dude. Look, listen.
This is a deranged.
These fucking freaks,
That's
these
not
ghouls
easy.
are the #1 capitalists, okay? These guys are blind. Like, they demonstrate blind loyalty, fealty to the fucking line gods on a
This is
daily
deranged
basis.
Pervert.
Okay? And even those guys are like, we need to do a second stimulus. Like when Jerome Powell and fucking Eric Martin and like numerous other economists that are overall like libertarian pretty much when it comes to their economic policies, when they fucking turn around and they are the ones who are saying like, yeah, we need to do something. Like there needs to be a fucking stimulus. We need to open up the cash faucet back to the American working class because they're not going to have enough money to consume.
His name
And therefore
is
destroy the
Hasan.
global market. Like, you can't turn around and be like, no, we're not listening to that. We're going to starve these fuckers. Okay? You can't. It's
Excuse
insane.
me. I'm
It's like,
sorry. I'm
it's
out of control. I
counterproductive. It's
apologize for that.
counterintuitive. It
Isn't
makes no
Pelosi just
sense.
as much at fault for not even considering Trump's offer? Like,
Looking
I know
at this
it's not
one-day
as
chart
much
means
money
nothing.
as
Look
she
at year to
wanted
date.
give out, but
I'm
it
not
still would
using
help
this
the
as a
average
fucking...
American like
I'm
me.
not using this
Just
as the
speculating.
example, man. Don't be fucking brain dead.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
This is just regular market reaction, okay? But that implies that this goes against what the economists
His name
believe is the
is
right thing to do here.
Hasan.
And not the right thing because it's moral and not the right thing because it is going to help people out. It's the right thing to do from an economic point of view as well. So
This is a deranged.
that is
pervert.
the horrific reality here. That is why I cannot comprehend how the absolute fuck Republicans are just not following through with this.
The American people are tired of women.
No, I know. We're going to talk about Veritas in a little bit. Isn't it unreal that Republicans think we can survive 6+ months on 1,200? I mean, dude, 1,200 was incredible. But what was really... 1,200 was good. But sorry, what was really incredible was the $600+ a week in unemployment that was pumped into the unemployment insurance. Like, that was... Dude, you cannot fucking deny that was... Like, that's the reason why Trump is probably not fucking 10% right now. Okay? 1,200 was good, but the real help was the 600 buckaroonies a week. That shit was generous from the point of view. That shit was generous from the point of view, if we're being honest about it. Even if we look at like social democracies, that was fucking generous. You understand? And that shit was primo. And that actually was really good. That was actually a very good thing that this government did. And the
Excuse
only
me.
reason why
I'm
they
sorry.
did that,
I'm out of control. I
the only
apologize
reason
for
why
that.
they did that
I checked the Wall
is
Street
because
Bet sub because of the
they
videos
gave
you watched
so much
yesterday
more.
and they're all panicking.
they gave so much more to corporations. Like we are now owners of more Exxon debt. You know what I mean? Like insane
me.
amounts of
I'm
fucking
sorry.
stimulus was
I'm out of
offered
control. I
to
apologize
corporations
for
in
that.
that haze.
Isn't Pelosi just
Okay?
as at fault for not even entertaining Trump's offer? I feel like even if she accepted the lower amount of stimulus, it would have really helped me and other average Americans out. Opinions on this?
No, you're wrong. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. I don't even know if they were truly going to do the 1.4. They like Donald Trump claims that he was interested in doing 1.6 trillion dollars, but the only counter from Republicans leading up to this moment, I haven't been following it that closely in the past couple of weeks, but the only counter from Republicans was 500 billion. Okay, they did not want to fucking give back 1.6 trillion. The point that they were willing to fucking compromise on was literally 1.6 trillion. So it's crazy. It's crazy to fucking make it seem like Republicans were willing to concede the 1.6 trillion dollars. And I'm glad that Pelosi's not doing this. It's good politically to fucking keep fucking Donald Trump over this way. And you should stand your fucking ground, but you should also message and talk about how it's the Republicans' fault for not talk about how it's the Republicans' fault for not arriving at a fucking compromise. Phil Manningly says, to make a few things clear, Mnuchin and Pelosi weren't on a verge of a deal. They were big outstanding issues and a lot of Hill GOP frustration, but they were making some progress, slow as it was. Today was a pretty big day in their talks with a key call at 3:30. No clue if they were ever going to bridge the biggest divide, state, local, UI, etc. They've been pretty skeptical for a while, but they were definitely giving it a shot, and there was a landing spot if both sides decided they wanted to get there. Those airlines need their additional billions of dollars in bailouts again. Yo, they unironically do. Like, they literally do. Because there isn't fucking travel. At this point, they literally fucking do need more money. That's not even a joke. Dude, hundreds of thousands of people are getting fucking laid off. Like, this is going to be a huge problem. We're not going to be able to get travel back to the point it was before COVID. It might never even happen. It might never happen for the next couple fucking years.
Make that pullout game weak.
If Republicans were honest, they would show their math.
Yeah, like, no, they literally need fucking money. They actually need money.
Thanks for 3 great months.
It's fine. You can say, why didn't they say for a rainy day? Of course they didn't, because the government is going to give them money no matter what. That's fine. You're right about that. But right now, if you're thinking about it,
his name is Hasan.
Alex Jones is talking shit about you again? Really? Nice. Anyway, like the airlines at this point operate on a understanding that like they're going to get government welfare no matter what. They're too big to fail, and they are an important part of our economy, right? So right now there are hundreds of thousands of people on the verge of getting laid off. They need help, no matter which way we cut it.
His name is Hasan.
Here it is, yeah. Halting stimulus efforts means 50K airline workers will be out of jobs as Americans are going to the polls. Yeah, exactly. No airline relief appears to be in sight. Last week, Disney announced 30,000 workers were being cut. So, shit is not looking good, okay?
Oh, you're such
like,
a big
think about it this way.
Hasan.
We have a stimulus. We have a necessary stimulus bill that needs to pass. And Republicans are hyper focusing on like riling up the evangelicals at a time when the majority of Americans are like, give us another fucking stimulus, you fuck. Corporations are literally like, we need more money or we're laying off everybody. We don't have enough money left to fucking feed these people. Okay? While all that shit's going on, Donald Trump gets COVID and then says, we're no longer doing negotiations. We're done. This is the absolute worst fucking instinct you can have. As a Republican, as a Democrat, it doesn't matter.
Oh, you're
like,
such a big
your
man,
own negligence in the first place has come back to haunt you, both personally by you getting COVID, and then the secondary problem is like your own negligence of the circumstance and not being able to push not being able to push for a fucking secondary stimulus package effectively is going to come back and fucking haunt you as well. It's terrible. You can blame Nancy all you want, but American people aren't that fucking stupid. Like, they're pretty stupid, but most people are aware that this is in the hands of not just Donald Trump. I wouldn't even go so far as to say Donald Trump. Up until this moment where he said we're halting negotiations, it wasn't Donald Trump's fault. It was the Republican Party's fault. It was the Republicans in Senate that were holding it back. But now it's fucking on Donald Trump's hands. He can try to say it's Nancy Pelosi's fault all day long. You guys, his base is stupid. Well, luckily his base is not enough to fucking win elections. Okay? Yeah, his base is fucking stupid. Those people have completely lost their minds. I mean, they were already pretty stupid across the board. But that is not enough. And for the people who are asking me, why is Donald Trump doing this? I truly don't know. I'm not even kidding. I really don't know. This is like incomprehensible. It makes no sense. Because if you asked me 2 months ago, I would have told you Donald Trump is trying to get a fucking second stimulus in as quickly as possible. He mentioned it. He said it so many times that he literally said, like, he even said personally that he was going to issue an executive order for direct cash infusions to the American public. Like, it doesn't get more panicked than that. He literally said, if this doesn't work out, I'm going to give money that he does not have. He does not have power over the purse. And he still was like, I'm going to do it 2 months ago. For him to now turn around and say, we're halting all negotiations is so fucking insane that I truly do not know how he's going to spin this. I don't get it. Maybe there's maybe someone with a better understanding can describe it to me. Like David Dayen or someone. I don't know. Let's see what the fuck David Dayen is saying. Usually I trust his opinion on stuff like this. Did the prospect supersedes? Okay, he's not even talking about this shit. This sucks. I don't know. I haven't really seen anything from him either on this issue. He's owning the libs, though. No. There is no guys. You have to understand. Owning the libs is great, but owning the libs is nothing if 30,000 people at Disney are losing their jobs, and 50,000 people in the airline industry is losing their jobs, and another 100,000 is losing their jobs here, and 100,000 there. There is no owning the libs when you're fucking starving and you recognize that you're starving. Like, that's the point where you're like, oh fuck, like, we're no longer owning the libs. I'm the one who got owned. Okay? So, breaking stock slide to lows after. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, when you lose the stock market, when you lose market confidence because what you're doing is literally going against the best interest of the economy in a way that, like, even the analysts that want capitalism to continue and want as many fucking tax breaks for the wealthy and want as much deregulation as possible, but this is beyond. You're going beyond. There is a level where you're not supposed to starve people, and you have gone past that level. What do I always tell you? Capitalist welfare states are all about maintaining their dominance by starving you out so much that you're forced to work for subsistence wages, but not so much that you recognize that you're starving. Because when you recognize that you're actually fucking starving, when you're a dog that's been pushed into a fucking corner, you have no other opportunity but to bite your way out. Okay? So when you start recognizing that you're starving, like the American people did in the aftermath of COVID, when they started noticing that they were not in a good situation at all, and a lot of people's economic future got to a point where, like, the fucking their 401ks were doing poorly if you're upper middle class. You didn't have a job if you're lower class or middle class, and that a second stimulus package might not be coming your way. And the only reason why you were very housing insecure, millions of Americans that are renting did not know if they could pay their rent checks. That's when you saw police brutality come to the forefront. And that's when you started seeing people take the fucking streets. It wasn't an accident. There were significant material reasons as to why the George Floyd protests started in the way that they did. It wasn't because push came to shove and like police brutality got to an unavoidable position. I mean, that was certainly a factor. That was the spark. But there were also additional factors that made it a perfect environment to fucking go out and riot. Okay? So
such a big man,
they fucked it up.
Central
They
Park.
fucked it up big time there, and they're continuing to fuck it up right now. They're fucking it up by not offering a second stimulus, because if you put people in this position,
Give Hasan
and
Bezos
analysts
with
also
Twitch Prime.
recognize that this is not good for the future of the economy, and by the economy I mean the economy on their fucking on their point of view, the stock market. I mean,
such a big man, Hasan.
while day-to-day shifts in the stock market are meaningless, I completely understand that. This is yet another indication of what people recognize about the necessity, the absolute necessity of a second stimulus bill. The new Rasmussen pollster that Trump likes has approval at 46 after putting him at 50-50. You don't have any understanding of economic source. That drop is the left side of our V-shaped recovery. Wait, I thought we were on the right side of the V then. So is that a W-shaped recovery now? As a resident of Florida, the state is fucked if they backtrack. Things should be closed, but with no income tax, there is no more money to pay for these benefits without federal support.
Vote.
What are the odds that they wait for the market to tank and then buy in while it's low so they can announce a deal? Did you see last Friday's job report? It was bad. It was worse than what they thought it was going to be. And the jobs reports are going to look way worse if there is no fucking stimulus, as I already mentioned. The stimulus isn't just immediate cash that people are going to get, which is a necessity, certainly. The stimulus isn't just for fucking billions of dollars that are needed right now for COVID testing, because these tests are like $100 a pop or some fucking psychotic shit. Okay? That's another reason why we need that money. And the billions of dollars that are going to be given to the fucking Postal Service so that we can actually deal with the additional demand. It's also for the corporations that need to keep paying their fucking employees, and they're not liquid. They have no money. They don't have any fucking rainy day funds to pay their fucking employees. So they're going to start doing mass layoffs.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
No, that was the injection from the Federal Reserve. Didn't last stimulus or something tank in like 5 minutes? No, that was the injection. And also, it doesn't matter. They kept pumping it, and it did actually work. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen a recovery in the market. It literally worked in the long run. It stabilized. It halted the fucking dip. And it did work. It was successful. It got the job done. Anyway, this is the Republicans' fault while the Dem tyrants are the ones preventing people from working. LMAO. Yeah, dude. Democrats are like, please don't go to work. Are you trying to tell me the capitalists were right? I mean, within a capitalist framework, it was correct to do that. The other alternative is to allow it to fucking fail and then rebuild a socialist infrastructure from the ashes. And that's not going to fucking happen. So if your worldview revolves around neoclassical economics, then of course you're going to fucking try to put a floor like try to do everything you can to further prevent dips from for the market to fucking crash completely. So within the capitalist framework, what they did was correct. The GOP is all in on overturning the election via Supreme Court and choosing their own electors. Dude, you can't do that. Why the fuck would Trump fuck over his own re-election? Surely stimulus delivered equals more votes for him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. This makes no sense, guys. I tell you what my speculation is when I can make sense of what they're doing. Okay? But this makes no sense. Like, this literally makes no sense. And I don't know. That's why I'm looking to people like David Day and who might have better speculations on this. But let's see. Let's see what CNBC is saying.
Morning, guys. Happy Tuesday. A nice start to the day. 5-1 advancing the declining stocks. We only had a modest move in the S&P, so it didn't look that strong. But the AD line really looking good these days. Down to about 3-1 as we've opened a few days. And as Carl mentioned, energy leading nicely here. Banks. These are all associated with cyclicals / reopening to a certain extent. Materials had a great month in September, one of the few that did. Industrial is also strong, and tech is lagging. If you look at the mega caps, there's a sort of obvious reason for this. The U.S. There was a release of a U.S. House antitrust report here that was kind of negative on big tech, implying more investigations are coming. So you see modest declines here. I don't think that's the really big issue here. I think the real big issue for the markets, for the moment, very short term, is the stimulus package and what's going on with that. They're starting to get a little bit of concern here. You see some of these central bank commentary. Christine Lagarde was out this morning saying there's a second arm to the recovery in Europe, meaning that the V recovery that we're having is turning into a W because of the second wave that we're seeing over in Europe. She's concerned about that. She's calling for more stimulus too. Powell has repeatedly called for more fiscal support needed. He's going to be doing, he was doing congressional testimony a while ago. He said that. He'll reiterate that today, I'm quite sure.
The only thing we need right now is like a fucking Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane. Like, I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen, but like the only thing I can think of that would make the situation even worse is like some fucking cataclysmic hurricane or some shit that literally like, oh God, it's gonna fucking happen now. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Okay? Anything bad that is likely to happen will happen. There's already one developing, Hurricane Delta. Yeah, okay, well, we'll see what happens. Our disaster relief is being used for unemployment, meaning there will be a weaker response. Exactly. It literally feels like I've been telling you guys, I'm not a very spiritual person, but it literally feels like God opened up the fucking heavens and is like unleashing its wrath for Donald Trump's re-election. This is some like Old Testament shit that's going on. It's nuts. Maybe Trump thinks by trying to lose on purpose he'll win again. No. Even if Trump thought he could steal the election regardless, in order to steal the election, he needs to be close enough. Okay? He needs to be close enough to etching out an electoral victory in battleground states.
I'm out of control.
If he's not, then he's fucked. You can't even steal it.
He has also been saying that the stimulus will happen, and now he's saying the stimulus will happen. You just have to elect me first. I don't even know if he's going to have the Senate after November 3rd.
Well, that's the central question here. If you talk to a lot of Senate Republicans, they are very worried about just the idea of holding on to the Senate. These vulnerable seats certainly are plentiful and growing. But the overall construct of this race is expanding in Joe Biden's favor. And you're right. We should not look at that overall margin. That's a national poll, and elections are conducted state by state. But inside that poll, the numbers are alarming for the Trump campaign in terms of seniors, in terms of a credibility and the economy. the president has always held at least a marginal lead advantage on the economy over Joe Biden. At least in this poll, it is showing that is changing here. So this is all after that first debate. It clearly didn't go well for him. Perhaps that is why we are seeing the president do all of these showmanship-like activities from the White House to try and change the subject here. But the reality is this race, as millions of Americans have already voted and more are voting every day, the structure of this race is not changing in his favor.
So, Gloria, you know what Mike Kinsley's famous saying is, a gaffe is when a politician accidentally tells the truth. Take a listen to Hogan Gidley, the press secretary for the Trump campaign, talking to the president's favorite channel about Mr. Trump and his battle with the virus.
We're looking forward to him getting back on the trail when the doctors say it's physically feasible for him to do so. He's ready now, and if he had his druthers, I don't know he'd ever gotten off the trail.
Americans need to be financially comfortable to be able to watch the Donald Trump spectacle and enjoy it. If there's financial insecurity because their 401ks are threatened, or if there's financial insecurity because even the stock market is no longer confident about Trump's approach to not offering a second stimulus, then they won't be able to enjoy the spectacle and go out and vote for Donald Trump. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? There is literally no fucking reason for him to do this. It does not make smart. It's not smart policy, which is normal. Republicans rarely ever have smart policy, obviously. They're fucking demons. But it's certainly not smart politics. And Republicans, for all of their fucking horrible policies, are actually very good at doing politics. So I'm surprised. I am very, very, very surprised. And it makes no sense whatsoever, especially for someone like Donald Trump, who is very good at reading the room and has indicated that he's interested in coming to terms and actually pushing for a stimulus, a second stimulus, for all this time. And the reason why I'm talking over this is because who the fuck cares about CNN's analysis when my analysis is better, obviously. So seriously, this literally makes no fucking sense whatsoever for him to do it. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't get it. Like, at least with like Donald Trump saying, he's going to come back and he's going to fucking, I don't know, saying that he's going to come back and work from the White House. Like, that kind of makes sense. There's a show of strength for all the fucking hogs, even though it's still bad. It's something bad that he's doing because, like, it signals to the majority of Americans who already think he's being irresponsible that he's going to continue being irresponsible, right? Like, I think he's going to make more losses or make permanent all the people that are leaving the Republican Party. He's going to solidify the position of, like, independents who were already fucking frustrated with the way he was dealing with coronavirus. And there's polls that back up this reality. Obviously, the majority of Americans aren't as stupid as the fucking hogs that we pay attention to and laugh at here on the show. So that's not good, but this is horrible. Like, that's not good, but he might be doing that just to, like, fucking maybe change the dynamic, make Americans feel like, COVID is not that big of a deal or whatever. But what he's doing here is fucking insane. Okay? This is insane. Anyway, he's trying to create chaos and breed his own extremists in the U.S. instead of the Middle East. What? I don't know. You haven't yet talked about the fundamental difference between the Republican and Democrat stimulus bill. Republican being more top-heavy, obvious. This seems like he's just trying to keep increasing the divide. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. From the point of view of the American public, now the bottleneck is in Donald Trump's hands. It is so fucking dumb. Trump says no to stimulus bill until after the election. Pelosi back on the Dem call now. She doesn't say whether the call with Mnuchin will go on. Doesn't directly address unfolding drama. We have a real problem because they know they have rejected science. She says Republicans, oh God. Yeah, leave it up to fucking Nancy Pelosi to not message appropriately around this as well. Oh, they're not rejecting science. They're rejecting science. Like, this is completely separate from that. More Pelosi after announcing Trump tweet on the call. We have a president who says, don't be afraid. We're getting a terrible message. We will have a bill. Obviously, the president wants to do it after the election. Believe me, there are people who think that steroids have an impact on thinking, so I don't know. Okay, the last part about the steroids is actually not bad. But everything else is fucking trash. Pushing for further financial insecurity may be a strategy to prompt more civil unrest and double down on the idea that Dems are trying to burn your cities.
Hasan.
That doesn't matter because demonstrably that has not helped Donald Trump's chances. No one thinks Joe Biden is responsible for the cities being burned, with the exception of the psychopathic QAnon weirdos who already think Donald Trump is fighting against a a pedophile deep state crime ring personally. So the suburbs are shifting over. The people that he's doing that message for, cities are burning and cities are uncontrollably burning on fire. That is for the suburbs, so he can win the suburbs. Except the suburbs are more diverse than they ever have been. And also on top of that, the suburbs, specifically women in the suburbs, are a majority of them are in support of Joe Biden. So it's not working. So for him to continue pumping up that narrative and continue pushing for those contradictions to get to an unmanageable position and push for more racial agitation, that's not a winning strategy for him at all. Unless he's literally just accelerated from a proto-fascist to a straight-up fascist, and he is interested in taking over. He's interested in taking control of the country with martial law. You know what I mean? But even then, he can't do that because he doesn't necessarily have the popularity within the ranks. He doesn't even have that. He has it within the police force, but he certainly doesn't have that in the military. So I don't fucking know if he would be able to facilitate a coup d'etat this way on his own administration.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Maybe he's just trying to lose and cause as much damage as possible before he leaves, like burn the place down. No, because then he could do that in a lame duck session. Like, why would he do that now? That's insane. Like, he has plenty of time between November 3rd and inauguration to scorch the fucking entire White House. And he will most likely do that. Why wouldn't he do that then? Why is he doing it now then? It doesn't fucking matter. A power vacuum would be far more dangerous in my opinion. Isn't this basically a bribe? No, no, because you can't tell him, I'm withholding money from you on the condition that I win, because when you say that, you are recognizing how important it is that people need this money. So if you recognize how important it is that people need money, you can't own, like, there's a secondary consequence of this as well. H. Bizzle's correct in his analysis, but you can't own that you need, you can't admit that you know people need money and then own the reason as to why they're not getting it right now. That is so selfish that most Americans who understand very basic things like, I need money right now and I can't get it from the government, these rich assholes are stopping it from happening. Those people will not like that Donald Trump is saying, oh, yeah, I'll do the renegotiations and I'll push for a stimulus bill after I'm reelected. Get the fuck out of here. Trump is also guaranteed that the vulnerable House Dems get reelected. They can run out and say they voted for a stimulus to deal with the COVID while the president refused to do it, all while the GOP members choose to vote against it. Now every GOP in Senate in a tight race is going to be asked about COVID stimulus while he gets it worse in states. This is exactly what I've been saying, except I'm also frustrated that Nancy Pelosi isn't fucking screaming from the rooftops about this for months now. Because, like, I mean, it's a gift. This is literally a gift, not only to the presidential race on the Democratic side, but it's literally a gift to the Senate races as well. My fucking Lord, what a terrible thing to do politically. It is remarkable. Republicans are much, much smarter than this politically. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'll be honest with you. I will openly admit that I don't know what the purpose is behind this. There is no reason. Every GOP Senate in a tight race is going to be asked about COVID stimulus while it gets worse in states.
Hasan.
And tomorrow, Mike Pence will be grilled about this by the moderators and the voters at the town hall debate. Nightmare scenario for GOP. It's really bad. It's really, really, really bad. Literally every other authoritarian has the brains to implement some sort of economic shit right before the elections to get working class votes. Yeah, that's the other thing. Listen.
Oh, you're such a big man,
like,
Hasan.
Do you guys remember? I'm going so out of left field here that's gonna fuck your brains up here. But do you guys remember when Michael Bloomberg said that President Xi is beholden to the Chinese people? And everyone in America was like, what the fuck? Well, most people didn't even say that, but that was correct. Mike Bloomberg was correct when he said President Xi absolutely is beholden to his people. Why is he beholden? Because even in authoritarian regimes, if your economy isn't doing well, you're fucked, okay? Like, no matter how much pressure you put on any sort of uprising, no matter how authoritarian or totalitarian you are, if you're not giving people if you're not giving people stability, and if you're not giving them a healthy economy with constant growth, they will push back. Okay? North Korea is not a good example. Like, North Korea does not fucking, it's completely outside of the norm of, like, we're talking about China, motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Comparing China to North Korea is insane. A country with a robust history, a fucking 2,000-year-old empire with a robust history of popular uprisings, being compared to North Korea that's been around for, like, what? A fucking crumb of the time that China has been around for. Like, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is totalitarian leaders know that they need to have two things: a healthy economy no matter what, and also stability. Donald Trump has no stability because of COVID, and he's fucking up the economy, which is the only thing that he was doing well on. It's like, it's literally like, what are you doing? Are you trying to lose the fucking Joe Biden? Like, what the fuck? Why would you do this? It's the one crumb that you have. This is the crumb, the shred of the shred of a fucking chance that Donald Trump had in getting reelected, and he's literally throwing that remaining crumb that he had, the opportunity that he had. I do not understand it. This is the only area that he's strong. Divine right being revoked by the people is as Chinese as gunpowder. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Yeah, like, we have a saying in Chinese about the government and the people: water will float the boat, but it can also topple the boat. Yeah. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. He's doing everything possible to protect the economy since he fucked us with unlimited QE. There's no stopgaps left. He believes the stimulus will destroy the economy for his wealthy benefactors, even if it would help everyday people, so they're going to spend this. No, it wouldn't. You're wrong. The stimulus would not help it, would not hurt his wealthy benefactors at all. This is insane. The wealthy benefactors themselves are literally looking for the stimulus right now. Like, no, that makes no sense.
Helpful reminder that the steroids Trump was and probably still is taking.
Breaking: CNN poll has Biden leading Trump by 16 points nationally. CNN national poll: also, Biden is leading in all age groups, which is the craziest part, is the lead on 65 plus, by the way. Biden leads among white voters overall, 51 to 47, but Trump continues to maintain a strong lead among white men with no college degree. 57% of debate watchers say Biden won. 26% say Trump won. 14% say neither. Where is the... On the issues, racial inequality, coronavirus, healthcare. Oh, the economy. Biden is winning by 2 points. That's crazy. I don't know. That's like... That's an anomaly. Smells like 16. Look, I don't give a fuck about national polls and shit. I'm purely responding and reacting to the output from the Trump administration right now, and things are looking really fucking bad. Not necessarily directly political, but did you happen to address the global food shortage, including China's food rationing? No.
26% of the debate is a disaster for Donald Trump. Take a look among debate watchers, we asked in this poll. So if you watch the debate, 57% said Biden won. 26% said Trump won. So overall, with debate watchers, Biden wins. But take a look when you split this out by Biden supporters and Trump supporters. This is so interesting to me. 91% of Biden supporters said Biden won the debate. You'd expect that. But look at the fact that only 59%, yes, a majority, But only 59% of Trump voters thought that Trump won that debate. Usually you see his supporters far more enthusiastic for anything related to asking about how Donald Trump handled something, but he did not even score bonkers high with his own supporters in that debate. The debate was a disaster for...
Dude, this is crazy, dude. Trump is basically doing insider trading, in my opinion. He's a fuck ton of money. Looking at his tax returns, he sold his stocks. Now he tweets this. Guess what he'll do now? Of course, all that goes to the middle people. What, you think that Donald Trump would crash the fucking stock market for like to quickly make money? Like, what are you, fucking nuts? No, dude, come on, dude. You guys are crazy. Yeah, he's just shorting. He's just shorting the stock market, so he's like fucking, so he can make some quick bucks. You guys are being as insane as when people were saying, what if he's faking it? Like, goddamn, dude, this sucks so bad. Like, liberal brains have been broken. I kind of get why, because Donald Trump is so fucking horrible. But my God, guys, exercise critical thinking for a brief fucking moment, okay? Like, this destroys it. Like, the only thing that he's strong on is the economy. If he loses the stock market, he loses everything. Y'all are, and it's not even crashing right now, but you're being crazy. You're fucking being crazy. Key consequences of stimulus talks falling through. Close to 30 million jobless people to permanently see an income cut of nearly 50%. 40% of restaurants face closure in 6 months. Tens of thousands of airline workers will be laid off. No stimulus checks 2.0. It makes no fucking sense. Tuesday so far, Joint Chiefs of Staff in quarantine, stock market is tanking, stimulus talks collapse, learning to live with COVID, East Wing staff is in full PPE, Pence doesn't want plexiglass at debate, it's barely noon on the West Coast. Yeah, it's a truly fucking insane time to be alive and covering politics. Critical thinking when talking about Trump, he's crazy. What if he sees he's not going to win and he's like, fuck it, I'm faking Corona and getting some stock market wins? No, dude, you guys are being insane. Okay, guys. Donald Trump is a narcissist, but he doesn't want to fucking lose, okay? He does not want to lose. He doesn't want to lose because he doesn't want to think of himself as a loser, especially not losing to a cuck like Joe Biden. He's not going to fuck, like, it makes no sense that he would fuck over his own, like, strong suit, which is the economy. You're being nuts. Just like he wasn't going to fake COVID. Like, he wasn't going to fake COVID because that, like, incapacitates him no matter what. Trump's team is considering an address to the nation today, but they're worried about his breathing. Unclear when he would do it, but a Trump address is under serious consideration. Of course, he has to do it. This is why he can't fake it. This is why he can't fake it, because if he was faking it, why the fuck was he breathing so hard and looking like absolute doo-doo dog shit on his, like, show of force tour that he did yesterday? He literally looked like fucking dog shit, dude. If he's faking it, why are his doctors further confusing people? Why are his doctors not saying, we've never seen anything like it, this kind of recovery is unprecedented? Like, if he was faking it, why wouldn't he have his fucking team of doctors be like, his dick is so hard and he's just fucking ready. He's ready to fucking breathe mountains full of oxygen. Instead, his doctors are like, we don't know, he might have some lung damage. Like, he's been sick for 72 hours. Like, that makes no sense. If he was faking it, they would fake it. And they would make it, like, they would make it so that, like, Donald Trump isn't fucking having a really hard time walking around and breathing and shit. He's trying to overthrow the government before the people can. That's not going to happen. And also, I don't care about the Wall Street bets malding. I'm saying a second stimulus crash in the economy is what Trump believes. I'm not saying it makes sense. He has Mnuchin whispering in his ear against more stimulus. They've pulled out everything and literally don't have the financial tools under the current financial system left to recover from another crash. They're sacrificing the poor for the long-term health of the economy. I don't know.
Isn't that just
what
darling?
Way could he possibly turn this knife around the Dems? I don't think he can. His whole thing is not losing. He ran on winning. He'll do anything to not be a loser, cheat, lie, almost die of COVID. These upcoming weeks must be like the meme scene where Hitler is told he's losing the war. Yeah. Can you elaborate more on how Trump's only strong position is the economy? Yes. More people for months have said that they trust Joe Biden on law and order. They trust Joe Biden on climate change. They trust Joe Biden on a number of different factors, stability, with the exception of the economy.
His name is Hasan.
Forever, Donald Trump has won the majority of the American people on the markets and the stock market rhetoric, because Americans are dumb enough to think that the stock market is representative of the economy.
Conspiracy Andy chat cake.
Okay? This is the first poll that I've seen in the aftermath of this debate where Joe Biden is even defeating Donald Trump on the economy as well. It's remarkable.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
He's also winning on Supreme Court nominations. Or Biden is winning on Supreme Court nominations as well. Healthcare, coronavirus, Biden is ripping him apart. Racial inequality, Biden is ripping him apart. Supreme Court noms, Biden is doing better. Crime and safety, Biden is even doing better than him and has consistently done better than him. No matter which poll you look at. But the one issue that Donald Trump has always defeated Joe Biden on is the economy. What if it's a result of a side effect from his medication? No. I don't think it's fucking... They don't let... Even if you're Donald Trump, they don't let you fucking... They don't let you fuck up the bag like this, okay? Evidence for this is when Donald Trump wanted to increase capital gains tax, or said he wanted to do it.
Who is the special guest, Pokey or Aok?
And they were like, fuck no, you're not going to do that. There's got to be a second reason. I don't know what the fuck it is. What is David Dang saying on it? Dude should have thought of that before he put Section 230 in a trade deal, so now it can't be repealed or easily be changed by him or anyone. And every idiot ditto head screaming about social media bias should know that their guy Trump etched Section 230 into stone through the very globalist tactics he spent his 2016 campaign decrying. I don't like how Section 230 allows platforms to, for example, circumvent consumer product safety laws. But the COVID-infected moron running the country made this impossible to fix. It makes me mad because I broke the story that a version of Section 230 was going into the new NAFTA in July 2018, well over a year before the trade agreement got approved, and nobody gave a damn. Now Section 230 is a problem. Where were you all? On a Democratic call reacting to the President of the Republic. Yeah, I know, Speaker. I know Pelosi is saying...
Dudu saw that people were giving him shit for giving ground on coronavirus, so he went full big tough guy.
Ben Shabino is like leaving Donald Trump, leaving the ranks too. This fucking rat is jumping ship as well. If Donald Trump loses by double digits to a comatose 78-year-old career politician plagued by incoherence and logorrhea, and pledging to enact the most radical left-wing agenda in American political history, I'm sorry, but that's not Trump. He's right. Not for the reasons that he's right, but it's literally Trump. Trump is losing. Joe Biden isn't winning. Trump is losing. Never forget that. Do not forget that. Democrats will try to make it seem like Biden is winning, but literally everything on the planet has worked in favor of Joe Biden. It's as though God opened up the fucking heavens and is sending plagues down and infecting Donald Trump personally so that Joe Biden can win. It's fucking insane. Let's see. The president is so strong and doing so well, better than everyone before. In fact, he's actually treating the doctors at the hospital, not the other way around.
Good shit.
Senior advisor Steve Cortez. Steve, Respectfully, I would like to be asking this of a White House official, but they're not putting anyone out this morning for us to question. So I've got to ask you, how is the president doing? Because we had this briefing yesterday in which, on the record, the president's doctors painted a very optimistic picture. Take a look.
Right.
He's in exceptionally good spirits. And in fact, as we were completing our multidisciplinary rounds this morning, the quote he left us with was, "I feel like I could walk out of here today."
But then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows said on background, it later was reported that it was he who was speaking, that the vital signs were very concerning and that the next 48 hours would be critical. So which is it? Is he doing well, or is it more touch and go?
No, I can tell you, Chris, that he's doing well, and I'm not going to get into the intrigue of what was on background or on the record or not. What I know is this. We spoke to the president yesterday, we meaning senior campaign staff, via telephone. He was as upbeat and assertive as he's ever been. And then we also know what the rest of the world saw, which was that terrific video of Donald Trump, the fighter, speaking directly to the American people extemporaneously for 4 minutes, looking good, sounding good. And, of course, most importantly of all, we know what his doctor said, which is that his progress has been incredible. So this president is going to recover. We are highly confident of that. And again, he is a fighter in every sense of the word, and he's doing really well.
No, he's not. It literally is not. There is no looking good when the only fucking message that you can have to the public is like pre-cut, edited fucking tapes where you're talking for 1 minute at a time. You're not showing strength when you're waving at supporters from your hermetically sealed SUV as you are literally threatening the lives of Secret Service members just for a fucking brief moment for you to like briefly show a show of force. You're not. It's copium. You're not. No one is fucking believing in this bullshit, okay? People either think you look like shit, which he does. He looks like fucking dog shit. Or people think he's doing better than what others had expected. But still, this is not like winning favors in the broader electorate. Dude, guys, going forward, you underestimate Trump supporters. Okay, guys, rule of thumb. Going forward, I'm adding a new rule to the fucking 3 rules that I always tell you. Number 4, stop talking about the fucking 25 to 30% of Trump supporters. I know that they are going to vote for Trump no matter what, okay? Trump could literally take his dick out and slap one of those fucking psychos over in like Pennsylvania or Alabama or wherever the fuck, and they would still be like, oh, thank you, my president. I love getting hit with your divine cock in the face. They will always vote for him. Stop talking about that. That's not how you win, okay? Even with the Electoral College, unless Democrats horrifically underperform, like, and that all of these fucking early voters and shit are like out there supporting Donald Trump, and we're wrong about all the people that have actually requested mail-in ballots in all of these fucking states across the country, and that like we're wrong on all the fucking polls by wider margins than 2016. There is no like base of support that Donald Trump is going to win this election on, okay? Stop saying Trump supporters this, Trump supporters that. I understand that, but it's not enough. That's not a winning coalition. You need more. And if that was a winning coalition, then Trump wouldn't be talking about Goya beans and how much he loves the Hispanics. Come on, vote for me. My Hispanics, vote for me. Because he wouldn't need the Hispanic support in Arizona, for example. If that was a winning coalition, all he would need to do is undermine the black vote as best as he possibly can. But it's not a winning coalition. And I say this as the most pessimistic motherfucker on the planet, guys. I've been saying Trump has a better chance of winning than you think. For months. But you have to be, you absolutely have to be serious about this and recognize that the only pathway to victory for Trump is by having close enough votes in key states so that he can steal the election and stop mail-in ballots and purge enough mail-in ballots as he possibly can, that's the only way that he can win. Eight weeks ago, I thought Trump was going to win 100%. Now I don't see a path for him to win. I mean, before COVID, Trump was winning 100%. If he actually dealt with coronavirus well, he would be winning 200%. But he didn't deal with COVID appropriately. He didn't deal with the racial unrest that came after COVID appropriately. COVID is still a fucking problem. And now he's losing out on the single area that he has strength in, which is the markets. And this was seen as a necessity by those very same capitalists that want to increase income inequality as best as they can, and the wealth disparity works to their favor. There is no fucking way. Like, this is the most unreasonable throw. This is the most unreasonable last second throw I've ever seen.
Lady, Senators Lee and Tillis, Kellyanne Conway, Reverend John Jenkins, the president of Notre Dame, and Chris Christie. All of those 7 people in that picture have since tested positive for COVID. Question, Steve, people packed together, the vast majority not wearing masks. How does that make sense?
Well, look, here's what I would say. Tremendous precautions are taken to protect the president. You know, as you well know, anybody who goes to see the president must submit to a COVID test first. And also, there is significant distancing. People don't physically get close to the president, at least people who don't have to. Of course, his family members, some of the security detail, that's a different story.
What? It's just demonstrably false. Like, we've literally seen it.
The American people are tired.
There's cameras up the ass of like every point of the White House. We literally know when he's coming out of the fucking gates, walking into the press pool, like, he doesn't have a fucking mask on and he takes it off on stage. Why would you say this?
But I think given these precautions and given that he is probably the
White House has personally said no to mask wearing. Like, it's not mandatory in the White House until Donald Trump got COVID. You guys know this, right? For those of you who don't know, do not listen to this fucking dipshit, okay? The White House literally did not make it mandatory to wear masks indoors until Donald Trump got COVID.
The most protected person on earth. The fact that he still got infected shows us that, unfortunately, this virus has that kind of power, that kind of communicable ability. And the president, though, and he's made this clear, he was unwilling to completely sequester himself, to take no risk, because leaders take risks. And he is the servant of the people as well as the commander-in-chief. And so he said he must be around the people he serves. And he knew that it was not riskless for him to do so. He could have been hermetically sealed in the residence and been practically guaranteed that he wouldn't get the virus. But instead, he took reasonable risks, not reckless ones, but reasonable risks. Unfortunately, he got the virus. And I think what this shows us for a policy perspective.
He took reasonable risks. I love this, dude. I love this. This is great.
On Twitch, Pogu.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I got caught up in all the shit going on. Okay, I'll just play, actually. I don't know what I'm doing here.
I think this is important, Chris, is that we know that even the most severe of lockdowns cannot completely stop the virus. Therefore, we should take reasonable precautions as a society, and we should not, as Joe Biden threatens, even think about shutting this economy and this society down again. To me, the most consequential divide from your debate. No, that's not the reality. Look, everybody was tested before that event, as you well know.
Wait, where's the Chris Wallace answer?
Went first, were tested by Cleveland Clinic directly. Everybody who gets on Air Force One for any trip on Air Force One is tested before they get on.
Steve, it doesn't matter. Steve, it doesn't matter. Everybody that was in that room was tested. Steve, everybody that was in that room was tested, and the Cleveland Clinic's regulation was it didn't matter. Everybody, except for the 3 of us on the stage, was to wear a mask, and people from the Cleveland Clinic came over and offered the first family masks, thinking maybe they didn't have them. They were waved away, and the Commission on Presidential Debates has issued a statement saying, from now on, if you don't wear a mask, you're going to be escorted from the hall. So forget this question of being tested beforehand. Everybody was tested beforehand. No. I'm going to finish my question. Everybody was told to wear a mask. Why did the first family and the chief of staff feel that the rules for everybody else didn't apply to them?
Chris, we believe that masks are very useful. The president has worn them on many occasions, including visiting the hospital where he's now a patient. When he was visiting as commander-in-chief as a guest to visit soldiers there, he wore a mask. So we believe in masks. We also believe in some element of individual choice. People were distanced and they had been tested. Both of those things were true in that convention hall.
No, Steve, they weren't distanced, and there were rules, and there was no freedom of choice. They broke the rules.
I was there. I was there like you were, and they were distanced.
Why did they break the rules?
The craziest part, you guys want to know the craziest part? So, do you guys remember that lady who spoke at the DNC who said, my father was otherwise healthy and his only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump? And he died? That lady who was like an ex-Republican, or her father was a Republican, who spoke at the DNC? She was sitting next to the fucking family at that debate. So now she has to quarantine. So like, her dad fucking died because Donald Trump lied about COVID. And then she was at the fucking debate. She was wearing a mask, but she was near the fucking family. She was seated near the family who weren't wearing masks.
Wallace Fauci 2024.
Close together. Look, those chairs were not close together. And again, we also believe that people.
It doesn't matter, Steve. The rules from the Cleveland Clinic, they were close together, Steve. And the rules from the Cleveland Clinic were everybody wears a mask. Why didn't they?
Chris, the way you're starting to harangue me now actually reminds me of what you did to the president during that debate on Tuesday night when he had to debate not just Joe. No, and then he had to debate not just Joe Biden, but you as well. You were not a neutral moderator then. I don't mind tough questions. I welcome reasonably tough questions. But what I don't think is okay is for you to become the effective opposition to the president. Okay, and everyone there was tested in the crowd. They were distanced from each other. People can make reasonable decisions for themselves.
No, they can't. They're the rules, and they'll be kicked out next time. Steve, let me just simply say the president interrupted me and the vice president 145 times, so I object to saying I harangued the president. I know it's the talking point.
This is a deranged pervert.
Chris Wallace doesn't get enough credit for being surrounded by Fox News cannibals. I mean, I don't give a fuck. He's still a Fox News cannibal himself. I'm sorry. You will never convince me that someone who gets paid by Fox News is otherwise a good person. He seems really good. It's hard not to like him, especially because of how fucking ghoulish a lot of these people are. And I would even go so far as to say I like him more than some liberal commentators. Okay? But that's how much I fucking dislike that's how much I dislike liberal commentators. Why wearing a fucking mask should be a choice in the first place? Why is nobody asking that? Yeah. I was a child in the Bush and Obama elections. Have Republicans always been this fucking nutty? Yes. Yes. Maddie, Cloudy, I'm telling you right now, Republicans have always been this nutty and Democrats have always been this cucked. But everyone will try to tell you the opposite. Everyone will try to say, oh, no, this is unique to Donald Trump. No. They've always been fucking psychopaths. Anyone who tells you that that's not the case and Trump is unique is fucking wrong. There are areas where Donald Trump is uniquely bad, okay? I will admit that. Like the incompetence, the sheer incompetence, like, or their corruption being so transparent. These are new things. Previous administrations, both Democratic and also Republican, have at the very least hid their corruption. You know what I mean? Trump doesn't even do that. It's weird. I don't know why, but he's just like, no, whatever, fucking, oh, James Comey, I'm firing you. You're fired. Like, that shit would never fucking fly in previous administrations. Like, you can't do that. But overall, it is, American government's always been fucking corrupt and horrible. The fact that Trump was elected is proof they've always been like this. Yeah. Have you seen what the Dow looks like after what Trump did? Yes, I did. We looked at it before. Everyone keeps yelling at me saying, why are you looking at single day market results? You're wrong. Did you cover the Claudia Conway messages and videos? No. And also, I don't want to because I think it's fucking weird. I think it's really fucking weird that like full-blown adult libs are like psychopathically obsessed with a 15-year-old girl and are like saying some of the most unhinged shit. Even fucking Neil Brennan, like. Oh my god.
That is really impressive. The tactile feedback is tremendous. Fingers, wiggle. All right, we're safe to take them off.
Everybody Twitch Prime before I run an ad for our Supreme Overlord, Doc Ock, Lex Luthor, Amazon, my boss.
Such a big man.
I'm about to run an ad, and if you don't want to see it, you should use your Twitch Prime or a $5 sub to avoid it. But it's coming right now. 6-second ad break.
Thank you. Very cool. Thank you.
Dude, he's so scary. It's just like so fucking scary to me. I don't know why. Jeff Bezos scares the fuck out of me, dude.
This is a deranged pervert.
This is some actual supervillain shit, dude. Oh my god, he's so terrifying.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Ad didn't run. You probably didn't see it. I ran it already. Compliment Bezos. Sir, I love you, sir. I think this is not creepy and weird, and you don't look like a comic book villain, sir.
Pervert.
I think you actually look very cool and very poggers, sir. Please.
This is a deranged
sir,
pervert.
Please do not take away my partnership. I do believe the correct term for what you look like here is poggers and not evil. Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
I'm in the background of this video, really? My man has the baldy and everything. I'm just hoping Henry Cavill has a plan to defeat this guy. I think this is probably not new. Otherwise, they would all be wearing fucking masks. They're not that crazy. Rarely has Joe Biden previewed one of his own speeches in his campaign as one he's worked very, very hard on. Here are his full comments delivered during a fundraiser with black supporters and business leaders today on a speech this afternoon in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Look, I'm going to say something that I don't know how to sound to you, but I'm getting out of this chair and heading to Gettysburg. The fields of Gettysburg, and I'm making a speech that I've worked on about how the soul of America and racial equality and what significant trouble we're in right now, Jack. Some people may think it's a little dramatic, but I think it's appropriate. We have to unite this nation, and I've decided to do it from Gettysburg, Jack. I've worked on the speech very, very, very hard. You'll see it and know it. I mean every word of it. And it's all about what we talked about today, Jack. It's about bringing people along. It's about finally fulfilling that promise. It's about getting Corn Pop to reanimate himself out of the... It's about Corn Pop getting out of the grave and voting for me, Jack. With one of those mail-in ballots that I'm talking about all the time. It's about finally fulfilling that promise. Frederick Douglass has talked about it in the second inaugural Lincoln. He said it's a sacred try. We have to have the sacred try to get this right. Biden said, appearing to reference Douglas's comment to Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln, that was a sacred effort. And we really can. I really think we can. Oh, God. God bless him. I've said too much.
This is a deranged pervert.
Easy.
Third press case.
This is a deranged pervert.
The source confirms a third White House press office aide has tested positive, making it a total of 4 people, including McEnany. Why is David Dayen not saying anything about this, dude? Not only will no one admit that David Dayen was right, but it's actually a problem in democratic politics to be right when everyone is wrong or disinterested. It makes you weird or wonky.
Hasan.
Some of us said that Democrats would only get one shot at the COVID stimulus, and they'd better get everything they wanted out of that first time. He did say this. He was extremely critical of Bernie Sanders.
His name is Hasan.
Which I find to be quite interesting because he said Bernie Sanders should have never voted for that. But at the time, I thought it was, I thought,
such a big man, Hasan.
Prime Gaming.
If he didn't fucking, at the time, I thought if he didn't fucking vote for it, like if he didn't even if he didn't protect the $600, which they were trying to rip away,
Man, Hasan.
that like America would suffer. And I think Republicans were literally trying to take that away. Like they were trying to take that $600 away, and
Peepo kiss.
And I don't know.
His name is Hasan. His name is Hasan.
Poggers.
Capitalism is happening. Just in, Democrats in the House of Representatives say tech giants Amazon, Facebook, Alphabet, and Apple have monopoly power.
Whores in this house. There's some
True.
whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
A Trump campaign advisor said this of the president's decision to own pulling out of the talks. You have to try to be this politically inept. What is going on in the White House? Where is Mark Meadows? I mean, literally. The melon is going to come on later in the day, okay? Like much, much later. Around like 6 to 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Trump says, did anyone else get to see that absolute joke of a town hall interview that Joe Biden did with Comcast NBC News hosted by Lester Holt? What a disgrace to our country that free public airways can be used that way. All softballs, a big fix. Time should be paid by the corrupt DNC. Make him come now. Y'all are being fucking hella annoying. I wouldn't want him to come on right now anyway. I'm covering the fucking news. This is like peak. This is like peak fucking... Oh, Matt Stoller is already covering it.
You're such a big
What does that even mean, bro? He sounds juiced on roids and nuts.
I love the system.
Tommy Lauren
I
is
can
still
never
mass
remove the
shaming.
tinfoil
I'm blocked
hat.
by her too. Might as well carry a purse with that mask, Joe. Fellas, is it gay to survive a globally devastating pandemic?
This is a deranged pervert.
What do we think, fellas? Damn, bro. I'm out here
His
fucking
name
trying to
is
survive like a
Hasan.
lady, dude. What are you, a woman? Lol. You're a woman, I say, as a woman.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
My man said need you on blacked. Jesus Christ. Can we talk about football and basketball and baseball and hockey and lacrosse and footy and tennis and track and cross country and archery and cricket? Yes. Like, what the fuck is wrong with wearing a purse? It's 2020, man.
Man, Hasan.
Look at her tweet from 3 hours ago and replace Biden with Trump.
America deserved 9/11.
Jank is calling it. That's it. I'm calling it. Trump will lose 2020 election. Ending stimulus bill was a nail in the political coffin. He was already down by 10 nationally, losing every single swing state. This is unrecoverable. We'll explain more at 6 p.m. Eastern. Bro, my man is just trying to fucking hype his... Bro, look at him. Look at him trying to fucking get more eyeballs on his live stream. Okay, I see how it is, Jank.
This is a deranged pervert.
Tommy is literally saying that she is inferior to men. I mean, she says that shit all the time. Like, what's up? Are women not getting COVID or something?
Man, Hasan.
White House economic advisor Stephen Moore on Trump walking away from the stimulus talks. From a political and policy standpoint, this was a shrewd move. A deal on the Pelosi plan would have completely divided the Republican Party on the eve of the election. What?
Hasan, really love your content.
What are they saying? Isn't that like an admission that the Republican Party is like worse than Donald Trump then?
This is a deranged pervert.
Dirty ad runner.
It fucking makes no sense.
His name is Hasan.
President Trump said Tuesday was a withdrawing. I don't even want to get into this. Like, I legitimately do not understand. There's so much more to cover still. Okay, this Joe Biden shit was doo-doo. Facebook is letting Trump's campaign run ads where he says he may be immune to COVID-19 now. The ads are targeting 13 specific states. By the way. Maybe I'm immune. I don't know. That's at the heart of the ad, dude. How nuts is that? Okay, just kidding. He's not actually being led. They're not letting him run the ads. So Donald Trump is not very happy about it.
People are tired of women.
Has said life and news got me like.
Capitol Hill. There are now 123 frontline workers in the Capitol complex who have tested positive or are presumed positive for COVID-19, according to House admin GOP spokesperson Ashley Phelps. Jesus Christ. He's just literally just fucking...
His name is Hasan.
Trump will lose. Cenk is right, and I voted for him in 2016. You did? You voted for Trump in 2016? Interesting. I think Trump is going to lose as well, but you will not hear me fucking... Listen, you will not hear me talk confidently about Donald Trump losing until I see him out of the fucking White House, okay? I've already seen how stupid the American... how stupid the American broader populace is, okay? I do not believe that they will do the right thing, and I do believe that the Republicans will do anything and everything to fuck everything over and fuck everybody else and lie, cheat, and steal to win. So,
oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Even during the lame duck session, I will not be 100% confident. Yeah, exactly.
This is a deranged pervert.
Until the Proud Boys stop standing by and start intimidating people at the polls? No, that's not.
Wet ass P word.
The scary thing that we would see, yeah, Biden is negative again. Good stuff. We're under attack. Democrats are trying to kill the president in the GOP by having Donald Trump be the president.
Hasan.
Did you think he was going to lose in 2016 too? In 2016, did I think Trump was going to lose? Yeah. I did. I was wrong.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen.
Even though we're a month out, decent amount of people have already voted. Yeah, I know, but that number's only going to go up. But
Hasan.
Mnuchin has officially told Nancy Pelosi the talks are over. Ladies and gentlemen, holy shit. Speaker Pelosi and Secretary Mnuchin spoke briefly at 3:30 p.m. by phone. The Secretary confirmed that the President has walked away from the COVID talks. The Speaker expressed a disappointment in the President's decision to abandon the economic and health needs of the American people.
This is a deranged pervert.
Wait, did Ilhan Omar actually say fuckery? The only logical response to this fuckery is to vote them out, not by analyzing their cruelty and action and irresponsible politics. It's about power, and the people need to reclaim that power on November 3rd.
Wet ass
Damn, she said fuckery, dude. Holy shit. Okay, Ilhan. Can't wait for liberals to be like, that was unnecessary, sweaty. You're using terrible words.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Gaming today. Sad
I watch enough esports to know when someone is throwing. I buy power, Donnie. So Trump resurrects just the flu and kills an economic stimulus package on the very same day. Literally goes all in on his two most unpopular positions with less than a month ago to before the election. Like, what is the mentality behind this? Like, this makes no fucking sense. There is no rhyme or reason to what Donald Trump is doing, guys. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. It's like frustrating me. Usually I know what the reason is, and I can tell you. Usually I know what the fucking reason is, and I'm like, well, here's why this actually makes sense politically. But this does not make sense politically. It certainly doesn't make sense on a policy front, but Republican policies rarely ever do. They're always harmful. But this literally does not make sense politically. Like, because, like, even if your goal was to kill all poor people, right? I mean, they don't even fucking vote anyway. Like, most poor people don't even vote, and they wouldn't die before the election. All you're doing is like pissing off your own, like, your remaining base. What did the stock guy say? He had a take on it.
Hasan.
Either this is to play the F the system for votes, or in order to crash into a D president in order to blame down the road election. Both sides do this all the time. I mean, Democrats don't fucking do this to Republicans. Democrats usually leave the economy, and I hate to admit this, like, I don't like the Democratic Party either, but Democrats usually leave the keys on the table with a healthy and working economy, which then Republicans use to fucking absolutely destroy it once again. I don't know. I mean, but the stock guy is correct when he says maybe he's doing this to just like fucking explode the economy so that like the 2024 run looks really good for Republicans, because then Democrats are responsible for repairing a devastated American economy for 4 years. So it'll look like Obama's first 4 years, you know what I mean? Where they're too focused on repairing all the damage done by the prior administration, that like Republicans look good, and then 2024 they can bring in, you know, the reanimated corpse of Hitler or whoever the fuck they want. But that would imply that Donald Trump is not a lizard brain animal who only operates on his immediate instincts. That would imply that there is an ideological cohesive goal that Donald Trump is working towards within the Republican Party, and that is not Donald Trump. That's why I'm confused by this. Okay, do you understand? Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about Tom Cotton winning in 2024 and like instituting a fascist regime. He doesn't give a fuck about that. That's not how Donald Trump operates. So what I don't understand is why he would think Dems wouldn't also do this, do a stimulus. I'm on a plane. Real Donald Trump is trying to show people that what will happen to the stock market if people don't elect him. However, he can't win by intentionally tanking the stock market just like he did. He will lose any economic vote he has. He will change his tune soon. Hashtag DDTG. Oh my fucking God, dude. He's trying to show people what will happen if the stock market, if people won't elect him. What are you, a fucking moron? You think Democrats don't want a stimulus? What an idiotic take, dude. I mean, the question is not, what are you, a fucking moron? It's Dave Portnoy. Of course he's a fucking moron. But I do love hearing from the morons, because he does. Listening to Dave Portnoy gives you a better understanding of the broader electorate than watching MSNBC.
This is a deranged pervert.
In a country full of fucking morons voting for other morons, Dave Portnoy is actually representative of a larger chunk of the American electorate than anyone else.
His name is Hasan.
Like, no, if you guys think that like Trump is blowing up the economy to gear up for a potential loss, like, you don't understand how Trump works. And this messaging is this ownership of the negotiations halting is done by Donald Trump. Okay? He would not take ownership of this. Like, he's trying to blame Nancy Pelosi. Maybe his advisors are guiding him to say this, and they're lying to him, and they're saying that like Nancy Pelosi would, you're right, sir. If you say it's Nancy Pelosi that's to blame, then, you know, people will actually believe you. But he's going to turn on Fox News and see that that's not the case. Fox News is not going to say this is the smart move and that Nancy Pelosi's at fault. There are going to be people at Fox News who tell him he's being a fucking idiot. So it's too risky. I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. This is so dumb.
Pervert.
Because, like I said, this literally fucking hurts him. This hurts him. This hurts his constituents. You know what this is? Functionally, what Donald Trump did here is literally worse than him walking in to his golf club, serving up a fat plate of COVID to his top benefactors in New Jersey. This is worse than that. Okay? And the reason why this is worse than that is because at least there's a reason for why he walked into his golf club. He wanted to act like he didn't have COVID. He thought he could lie about it. In this circumstance, he's very publicly taking ownership of the stock market falling apart. Makes no sense.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Yeah, our great USA and wants needs a stimulus, work together and get it done. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I'm like surprised. I've said this already. For months, he's been talking about the need for a stimulus. So for him to stop this and push the football back to a potential victory is insane because, again, and I'm repeating myself over and over here, but it comes with the understanding that a stimulus is necessary and it's good overall, and that you're literally holding it back on purpose to win the election. And people are not going to respond positively to that, especially when they're suffering, especially when they're fearful that the airline industry is going to fucking lay them off, or numerous other industries, numerous other sectors that need stimulus money now don't have enough money. What is this? Punching Nazis, exposing fascism and the Antifa philosophy, fringe nation. I can't cover this, dude. It's 47 minutes long and there's going to be fucking like violence and shit in it. Newest stats, September 2020 subscriptions, top 2K channels, subs that were published, shared in chat only. Ayo, where am I at? Where the fuck am I, dude? Damn, right under Dr. Lupo. Wait, first of all, I have more subs than this. Why does it say 16.9? Also understand that the economy and the stock and the market are not the same. Well, dude, that's a fundamental part of my argument. I always say the stock market and the economy are not the same. But a lot of Americans, unfortunately, as a consequence of 401ks financializing their retirement packages and their futures, think they have at least somewhat of an ownership stake in the market. So they think inappropriately that when the stock market is doing well, they're doing well, when in fact, that's not the case. The stock market is still owned by the top 10% of wealth, which owns more than 84% of the stock market. So those gains are pretty privatized, but the losses are absolutely socialized. And what that means is if the stock market is doing well, it's not necessarily doing well for you in a significant capacity. But if it's doing poorly, you bet your fucking ass you're going to feel the hurt. Doing well, boys. Nick Merckx and XQ Cow fucking crushing.
His name is Hasan.
If your retirement is tied to your 401k, it absolutely matters if the stock market does well. What the fuck? Dog, I know. I already said that. But the largest gains are not seen by those who have 401ks. The 401ks absolutely do matter. Obviously, it fucking matters. But you're getting crumbs, okay? You're getting literal fucking crumbs and thinking that your situation is well off and that you're doing well because you got fucking crumbs when everyone's making out like goddamn gangbusters. Did you see that CNBC considers you middle class? Biden defines 400,000 a year as wealthy in big cities and makes you upper middle class. I mean, first of all, I've said something similar to this, but this number is insane, okay? People shat on me when I said you're upper middle class when you make $250K a year if you live in one of the largest cities. And everyone was like, fuck you, you're fucking wrong. Now Biden's trying to say 400,000 a year is, like less than 400,000 a year is wealthy. And yet, according to CNBC, it only makes you upper middle class. It's crazy. That's crazy. Is the Joe Biden speech live? Did you see this Trump sign erected in LA?
Make that pullout game weak.
Yo, I would kill to be upper middle class. It's amazing how taking a little financial lit class made me even more of a socialist. Congrats on all the new subs.
Middle class is a meaningless term.
His name is Hasan.
Should we be scared of Trump taking the election to SCOTUS? I mean, that's going to happen without a doubt, no matter which way you cut it. I've already said this. By the way, that graph was only published subs, those shared in chat. Oh. Is 400K a year rich in LA? Yes.
God, those communists are
It
amazing.
is. Middle class is a constantly ever-changing term that is a decent neoliberal substitute to working class and the capital owning class. And it's really good. It's really effective as a stopgap measure or a preventative measure that stops you from analyzing the economy in those terms instead. Now, I would even say something as far as even working class versus the bourgeois capital owning class is an outdated way of looking at how our economy works. It is. And all the theory nerds are going to get fucking mad at me. Dude, come on. Come on. Those terms are not... Yeah, revisionism. Absolutely. I am the #1 revisionist, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, working class versus bourgeois are not terms that you can adjust to that are terms that you need to adjust to our current material conditions. You have to. We don't fucking work inside of factories, and then the rest of them are like factory owners. Anyone who tries to engage in Marxist orthodoxy to describe the current condition in 2020 is literally fucking wrong, and is trying to, in the most foolish way possible, fit a goddamn square into a round hole. You just lost. I just lost the radical left. I am a perfect description of this. I own no assets. I own zero capital, but I make more money than those who are fucking business owners. How do you describe that? Explain that to me in fucking working class. I'm literally a laborer. I technically am a worker, okay? LeBron James, same shit. Barring any fucking other, like, restaurants and all the maybe money that he puts into the stock market, LeBron James makes the majority of his money from his labor. Literally from his labor. Okay?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
But then you also have fucking managers. You have the professional managerial class. What are they doing? Like, there are so many differences between like workers and laborers now that it's not easy to parse through that relationship by using outdated terminology. I don't have a problem using it. I still use it all the fucking time to describe certain I use it all the fucking time to describe our current standing, our current situation. But it is, I think, silly to fucking utilize or exclusively rely on orthodox.
The end of slavery.
Orthodox Marxists don't account for symbolic value in consumer society. Plug for Baudrillard.
Of opportunity and the sanctity of freedom. His words would live ever after. We hear them in our heads. We know them in our hearts. We draw on them when we
This is supposed to be his historic fucking speech, right? Oh god, it looks like it sucks ass.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Here, on this sacred ground, Abraham Lincoln reimagined
the petite bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy are terms. Yes, I do know.
Here, a president of the United States spoke of the price of division and the meaning of sacrifice. He believed in the rescue, redemption, and rededication of the Union. All this in a time not just
managers existed in Marx's time,
but of widespread death, structural inequity, and fear of the future. And he taught us this.
Dude, I literally hate theory nerds, dude. You guys are so fucking stupid. Your only argument is read Marx when I have already read fucking Marx.
Today, once again, we are a house divided. But that, my friends, can no longer be. Amen. We are facing too many crises. We have too much work to do. We have too bright a future to have it shipwrecked on the shoals of anger and hate and division. As we stand here today, a century and a half later after Gettysburg, we should consider again what can happen when equal justice is denied, when anger and violence and division are left unchecked. As I look across America today, I'm concerned. The country is in a dangerous place. Our trust in each other is ebbing.
His name
Hope
is
seems
Hasan.
elusive.
Happy anniversary.
Too many Americans see our public life not as an arena for mediation of our differences, but rather they see it as ebbing. Hope seems elusive. Too many Americans see
this is so
our public
bad,
life not as an arena for mediation.
When this motherfucker talks, there's like 2,000 people barely watching him. I know that it's not like indicative of anything. I mean, it's indicative of something, dude. It's just like so fucking boring.
Instead of treating each other's party as the opposition, we treat them as the enemy.
It doesn't matter. CNN, Fox, and MSNBC are carrying it live. Okay, good.
We need to revive the spirit of bipartisanship in this country, a spirit of being able to work with one another. When I say that, and I've been saying it for 2 years now, I'm accused of being naive. I'm told maybe that's the way things used to work, Joe, but they can't work that way anymore. Well, I'm here to tell you they can, and they must, if we're going to get anything done.
Hold on.
I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. I'll work with Democrats and Republicans. I'll work as hard for those who don't support me as those who do. That's the job of a president. The duty to care for everyone. Refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another is not due to some mysterious force beyond our control. It's a decision. It's a choice we make. And if we can decide not to cooperate, we can decide to cooperate as well. That's the choice I'll make as president. But there's something bigger going on in this nation than just our broken politics. Something darker, something more dangerous. And I'm not talking about ordinary differences of opinion. Competing viewpoints give life and vibrancy to our democracy. No, I'm talking about something different, something deeper. Too many Americans seek not to overcome our divisions, but to deepen them. We must seek not to build walls, but bridges. We must seek not to have our fists clenched, but our arms open. We have to seek not to tear each other apart, but seek to come together. You don't have to agree with me on everything, or even on most things, to see that what we're experiencing today is neither good nor normal. I made the decision to run for president after Charlottesville. Close your eyes and remember what you saw. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists,
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
and the KKK coming out of the fields with torches lighted, veins bulging, chanting the same anti-Semitic bile heard across Europe in the 30s. It was hate on the march, in the open, in America. Hate never goes away. It only hides. And when it's given oxygen, when it's given an opportunity to spread, when it's treated as normal and acceptable behavior, we've opened a door in this country that we must move quickly to close. As president, that's just what I will do. I will send a clear, unequivocal message to the entire nation. There is no place for hate in America. It will be given no license. It will be given no oxygen. It will be given no safe harbor. In recent weeks and months, the country has been riled by instances of excessive police force, heart-wrenching cases of racial injustice and lives needlessly and senselessly lost, by peaceful protesters giving voice to the calls for justice, by examples of violence and looting and burning that cannot be tolerated. I believe in law and order. I've never supported defunding the police, but I also believe injustice is real. It's a product of a history that goes back 400 years, the moment when black men, women, and children first were brought here in chains. I do not believe we have to choose between law and order and racial justice in America. We can't have both. This is a nation strong enough to both honestly face systemic racism and strong enough to provide safe streets for our families and small businesses that too often bear the brunt
I think what he should say
of this
is
looting and burning.
Racial justice is law and order. It's justice. It's the injustice that's lawlessness and disorder for black communities.
For extremist white supremacy groups menacing our communities. If you say we should trust America's law enforcement authorities to do the job, as I do, then let them do their job without extremist groups acting as vigilantes. If you say we have no need to face racial injustice in the country, you haven't opened your eyes to the truth in America. There have been powerful voices for justice in recent weeks and months. George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter, who I met with, who looked at me and said in her small child's voice, "Daddy changed the world." Also, Jacob Blake's mother was another when she said, violence didn't reflect her son, and this nation needed healing. And Doc Rivers, the basketball coach, choking back tears when he said, we're the ones getting killed. We're the ones getting shot. We've been hung. It's amazing why we keep loving this country, and this country does not love us back. I think about that. I think about what it takes for a black person to love America. That is a deep love for this country that has for far too long never been recognized. What we need in America is leadership that seeks to de-escalate tensions, to open lines of communications, to bring us together, to heal, to hope. As president, that's precisely what I will do. We paid a high price for allowing the deep divisions in this country to impact on how we deal with the coronavirus.
Make that pullout.
210,000 Americans dead, and the number's climbing. It's estimated that nearly another 210,000 Americans could lose their lives by the end of the year. Enough. No more. Let's just set partisanship aside. Let's end the politics and follow the science. Wearing a mask is
No, it's a good speech. It's just boring.
It's a scientific recommendation. Social distancing.
We're too blessed with Donald Trump's ridiculous shit that, like,
testing, tracing.
This is good for older people. It's probably good for independents.
A vaccine isn't a political
but it's really fucking boring.
It is a science-based decision. We can't undo what has been done. We can't go back. We can do so much better. We can do better starting today. We can have a national strategy that puts politics aside and saves lives. We can have a national strategy that will make it possible for our schools and businesses to open safely. We can have a national strategy that reflects the true values of this nation. This pandemic is not a red state or blue state issue. This virus doesn't care whether you live or where you live, what political party you belong to. It affects us all. It will take anyone's life. It's a virus. It's not a political weapon.
The thing is,
there's another enduring division in America.
What I consider to be boring,
division in our economic life.
People consider to be reassuring.
It gives opportunity
so
only to the privileged
I can
few.
separate myself from the rest of the country.
About mobility. It has to be.
But
the
also
kind
at the
of
same
country
time, I don't think this
where
is
an
going to like
Abraham
really.
Lincoln, a child
this is for the old people
distant frontier
who are
can
up right
rise
now
to the
watching
highest office in the
MSNBC and
land.
CNN.
America
it's not
has to
for
be
you.
about
It's not for me. We've already made up our fucking minds
possibility of
anyway.
prosperity.
This is for old
Not just for the
people
privileged few,
that
but
might
for the
be
many, for all of us.
independents.
Working
You know what I mean?
people
In
and their
swing
kids
states and shit.
deserve
They
an
like this.
opportunity.
They want this.
Lincoln
they want
knew this.
normalcy. They want unification.
He said that the country
so it's
had
a
to
good
give
speech
people,
overall.
I quote, an open field and a fair chance. An open field and a fair chance. That's what we're going to do in the America we're going to build together. We fought a civil war that would secure a union, that would seek to fulfill the promise of equality for all. And by fits and starts, our better angels have prevailed again just enough against our worst impulses to make a new and better nation. And those better angels can prevail again now. They must prevail again now. 100 years after Lincoln spoke at Gettysburg, the Vice President, Lyndon B. Johnson, also came here, and here's what he said. He said, our nation found its soul and honor in these fields of Gettysburg. We must not lose that soul in dishonor now on the fields of hate. Today, we're engaged once again in a battle for the soul of the nation. The forces of darkness, the forces of division, the forces of yesterday are pulling us apart, holding us down, and holding us back. We must free ourselves of all of them. As president, I will embrace hope, not fear, peace, not violence, generosity, not greed, and light, not darkness. I'll be a president who appeals to the best in us, not the worst. I'll be a president who pushes toward the future, not one who clings to the past. I'm ready to fight for you and for our nation every day, without exception, without reservation, and with a full and devoted heart. We cannot and will not allow extremists and white supremacists to overturn the America of Lincoln and Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass, to overturn the America that has welcomed immigrants from distant shores, to overturn the America that has been a haven and a home for everyone, no matter their background. From Seneca Falls to Selma to Stonewall, we're at our best when the promised America is available to all. We cannot and we will not allow violence in the street to threaten the people of this nation. We cannot and will not walk away from our obligation to, at long last, face the reckoning on race and racial justice in this country. We cannot and will not continue to be struck in the partisan politics that lets us, this virus, thrive while the public health of this nation suffers. We cannot and will not accept an economic equation that only favors those who've already got it made. Everybody deserves a shot at prosperity. Folks, thank you.
Same points you always hit. What do you want from him? No, he's doing great. This is a great
in
speech.
history call presidents to provide for the common good. And I will. It won't be easy. It won't be easy. Our divisions today are long-standing.
It's just boring, but
equities have shaped us for generations.
Look, man, you don't want to hear my fucking actual takes on Joe Biden, okay? I think you all forgot what I think about Joe Biden because he's the only opposing figure against Donald Trump right now. Okay, you don't want to know if I think that he's like actually going to follow through on any of his fucking promises of delivering racial equality to a country when he himself was a conservative figurehead within the Democratic Party that literally spearheaded one of the worst criminal justice proposals that has absolutely destroyed the black community in this goddamn country. So don't ask me, don't push me, okay? Don't push me on fucking telling you what I truly feel about Joe Biden talking about racial equality.
With firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we're in, to build up the nation's wounds, bind up the nation's wounds. Now we have our work to reunite America, to bind up our nation's wounds, to move past shadow and suspicion. And so we, you and I, together, we press on even now.
Like 30 fucking years ago? Okay, what about the Iraq War? Oh, okay, that was like one decade ago, so it doesn't matter.
President Lincoln,
right?
Mr. Lincoln, that was a sacred effort. We have to be dedicated.
If the crime control was in 1994 and it's not indicative of his current policies, then why the fuck did he defend it until recently?
Was at hand. I think it's at risk.
2 decades ago for the Iraq War. 3 decades ago, or nearly fucking 4 decades. I mean, okay, nearly 3 decades for the crime control bill. Okay, then why did he defend it? Why did he defend most aspects of it until recently?
This is our moment to answer
also,
this essential American
does it matter how many fucking years ago that he spearheaded this?
My answer is this.
Does it matter when its legacy still harms the African American community, black and brown communities?
All that America's accomplished, after all the years we have stood as a beacon of light to the world, it cannot be that here and now in 2020 we will allow the government of the people, by the people, and for the people to perish on this earth. No, it cannot, and it must not. We have it in our hands, the ultimate power.
You probably just caused multiple people to not vote for Biden. Think about that, you political genius.
It's the noblest instrument ever devised to register our will in a peaceable and productive fashion. And so we must.
His name is
we must vote.
It's because I secretly love Donald Trump
no matter
and want him to win.
Obstacles are thrown in our way.
You just lost the radical left, Joe Biden.
America will be heard. Lincoln said, the nation is worth fighting for. So it was, and so it is. Together, as one nation, under God, indivisible. Let us join forces to fight the common foe of injustice and inequality, hate and fear. Let's conduct ourselves as Americans who love each other.
If you think I have the power to elect or the power to throw a fucking presidential campaign,
we owe it to the dead who were buried here at Gettysburg.
You must tread carefully in my chat, lest you have me swing over my gigantic audience that I command. over
and I
to
are part of a
Donald
covenant,
Trump, okay?
a common story of divisions
Idiot.
overcome and hope renewed. If we do our part, if we stand together, if we keep faith with the past,
I hope
and
no
with
one
each
actually
other,
thinks that, by the way.
then the divisions of our time will give way to the dreams of a brighter, better future. This is our work. This is our pledge. This is our mission. We can end this era of division. We can end the hate and the fear. We can be what we are at our best, the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. We can do this.
Anyway, what were we, what was I saying? Oh, I think a lot of people here don't recognize that this, like, seeming allegiance that I have is absolutely conditional. Okay? Most new viewers don't understand this because they're like, oh, that's Hasan. I've seen some of his videos. He's like, you know, he's a Democratic Party guy. I despise Joe Biden. I despise the Democratic Party for forcing my hand to be on the same side as Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a conservative Democrat. Is Joe Biden better than Donald Trump? Of course he is. Do I think that Joe Biden is actually going to follow through on his campaign promises? Of course he's not. Barack Obama didn't either. Okay? But at this point, it's out of self-preservation.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
By your logic, Bernie Sanders is canceled because he voted for the crime bill too. Come on, dude. First of all, voting for a particular bill because you fear the inevitable backlash of voting against a bill that locks up domestic abusers is entirely different, while simultaneously agitating against it over and over again and trying to change it to the best of your fucking power. That's entirely different than fucking writing the bill and agitating for it by literally talking about how trying to analyze the material conditions in which crime manifests is fucking idiotic. You're gonna look, if you're truly fearful that like my criticisms of Joe Biden are going to get people not to vote for him, then don't fucking get me started with idiotic liberal fucking fantasies that like Joe Biden is somehow incredibly progressive and is going to be incredibly progressive and is going to actually follow through on his promises when he's made less promises in comparison to I don't know, someone like Barack Obama adjusted to its time frame. And Barack Obama and his administration didn't even fucking follow through on the promises that Barack Obama had made when they had a supermajority as well. So
we're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
So glad we muted at the end of the speech to clarify this for the morons in the chat.
The American people are tired of women.
3U Hasan, keep it up.
I did not know he defended the crime bill, so I'm wrong on the 30 years ago comment. My bad. Yeah. Moving the goalpost, to be honest. Am I? Am I moving the goalpost? I guess I'm moving the goalpost. Debate Andy. Routine domestic abusers shouldn't be released until they murder a spouse versus people doing cocaine in the Delaware suburbs aren't a problem. Those people in the city smoking crack need to be locked up. Anyway, you are the one who got me to see why I should vote for Biden in the swing state. My Biden vote might do more than a third-party throwaway vote. First election, realizing I'm a leftist. Would always feel like this when I vote? Certainly.
His name is Hasan.
I've probably gotten more people to vote for Joe Biden than any number of... I've probably gotten more people to vote for Joe Biden than any number of dipshit political pundit that you watch that tells you that I'm a fucking dumb himbo. Just by sheer virtue of having a much larger audience. It's just the reality. I try to get people involved in political organizing beyond that as well. Like... Not only that, but I also try to get people to be involved in organizing politically, because It's not just about winning fucking political arguments on the internet and changing your position willy-nilly. It's much larger than that. It's much more consequential than that.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Anyway.
I hate to say this, but Biden would do better.
Which is a leftist platform. You didn't convert anybody? Yeah.
Centrists and establishment.
That's why I've had 24,000 people in my audience since day one, since I first started. And not when I first started, everyone was like, wow, you're political Andy. That's disgusting to me. Fuck you, politics Andy. Fuck you, politics Andy. And everybody knows that like every fucking gamer on the platform was certainly as politically open-minded as they were 2-3 years ago as they are now. You're right. Which is a leftist platform because gamers are leftists actually.
Discussion, and you never let that happen. Love you, Hasan.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
No one called you that, bro. Come on. This is Reformed Doomer. Really? No one said I was a annoying, boring political person? You must... I like this because now I have... like fake fans who have like only been watching for the past like 3 or 4 months or something, which is great, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with like coming in late to the party, but like don't fucking act like how this is exactly how it's used to be for like, you know, for the past 2 years that I've been on this platform. Can you please urge his people to vote Congress and Senate and not start a stop at the presidential election? I always have said that. I literally say that every day. That guy must be a new viewer.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Anyway.
I passed the 34-month cutoff point. Been a fan since the TYT days.
What the fuck do you mean, Hasan? He just said that he wants light, not darkness. I've already let the light turned on in my room. Anyway, let's move on. This shit's fucking boring. And now a fourth, an administrative, and now there's a fourth in the White House press office aide that's tested positive. The number is like what, more than 135?
Oh, you're such a big
It looks like the number has hit more than 135 in the White House now. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with watching me, starting to watch me recently. Obviously, I love you all and I welcome you all here.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
But if you are a relatively new viewer, don't act like politics has always been fucking super popular on this platform. And also don't act like my opinions were super popular on this platform. Being a leftist was not exactly a great place to be in until...
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Until recently. And even now, there's still plenty of people pushing back. I voted Conservative Party in my country, but you helped me turn into pro-immigrant leftist. Thanks. The fuck is this idiot saying? Dude, yo, Tulsi Gabbard is such a fucking dumb moron, dude. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. All you horny motherfuckers need to jerk off before ever making yet another political statement ever again. Like, you know I'm horny for Hope Hicks and stuff. Like, I talk about how Hope Hicks is hot and I love her and stuff like that, but like, half of that is memes. Like, I would never ever in a million years think of her as a legitimate political entity. Okay? So for all of you fucking people who like loved Tulsi Gabbard and kept loving Tulsi Gabbard and still like still tried to like act like Tulsi Gabbard was legitimate. What the fuck are you talking about? The issue is not about any of us. It's about voter harvesting. Ilhan, I apologize for referencing the PV story as an example without thoroughly vetting it. Now, will you support HR 8285 to get rid of voter harvesting, which undermines our democracy? If not, why not?
Oh,
like, she literally used a Project Veritas video to attack Ilhan Omar because that's how fucking horny she is to attack Muslims. Okay.
I love the system.
God damn, dude. Anyway, here's the story that I didn't personally cover on purpose because it was 1000% without a doubt pushed by a grifter, James O'Keefe, who is a liar and is known to be a liar.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
known to make edited footage and shit like that. Project Veritas, led by James O'Keefe, is one rung above, what's his face? The one that just recently got indicted. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name now. It's like InfoWars and Jacob Wall. It's like Jacob Wall style. It's like Jacob Wall style investigative reporting, where like they literally try to set people up and totally go along with the narrative, and that's all they do. And for some fucking weird reason, Republicans, well, not weird reason, it's because Republicans are psychopaths. They act like Jacob Wall, or they act like Jacob Wall is legit, and just like they act like Project Veritas is legit, when it's clearly not. It's clearly illegitimate, and everything they do is dumb as fuck. And also on top of that, they straight up fucking have gotten owned. Like that Washington Post story a while back during the Roy Moore saga, when they were trying to say that like liberals will use any fake person to attack one of their political enemies. It's projection, by the way. Project Veritas, more like Projection Veritas. So they went with like a fake victim of Roy Moore to Washington Post, and Washington Post was like, "There's a camera in this person's bag. Like we can see the camera. What are you doing?" And they didn't take the bait, and that should have gotten them to be embarrassed so significantly that they never ever can do another video again. But of course, because Republicans don't have
317
because Republicans don't have morality, they don't have morals, they have no compass, no nothing, and all they want to do is win. They of course did this story where they said that there was voter fraud happening with the Ilhan Omar election, which Donald Trump literally repeated. I'm going to run the ad, and after I'm done running the ad, we're going to look at the video here where we now are finding out that, of course, the fucking subject of the Project Veritas voter fraud story says he was offered a bribe. Running a 60-second ad at the top of the hour, of course. Subscribe if you don't want to see the ads.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan. Oh, you're such a big
How does Biden lead in Pennsylvania pose when he's against fracking? Jobs, Second Amendment, and religion. Fake pose. I will win Pennsylvania. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for him to be like, they lied. I told you. I told you Philadelphia was a bunch of fakes. A bunch of phonies.
This is a
bad people, folks. They're doing bad things. Anyway, I ran the ad. Some of you probably didn't even see it, but yeah. How does Biden lead in Pennsylvania pose? Him admitting that, dude, he is really not doing well. To be honest, to this day, I can still visibly see and feel disdain Twitch streamers have for you. They don't even want to hear you talk about politics. A bunch of uninclusive Andes who don't even want to hear you out, pissing me off. I think that a lot of Twitch streamers have changed their opinion on politics, but more importantly, my kind of politics. I think that my kind of politics is now more popular than it has ever been before, like leftist politics. And it's awesome. And no, you're wrong. I think a lot of streamers are open-minded to it, and it's great.
This is a deranged
and you guys play a fundamental role in that. By even watching me, you play a significant role in that. If you didn't, I'd still be yelling about all this shit to avoid. Even if I had like 20 viewers, I would still be doing it. That's precisely what I was doing when I had fucking 20 viewers, 30 viewers. I would still be yelling in the exact same fucking way. But you guys being in here and you guys spreading the message.
His name is Hasan.
Like, you guys spreading are also playing that role, because you don't just watch me, but you watch other streamers as well. You go in their chats, and it's like you clean up the room. I think more people are inclusive to especially your interactions like XT or random comments you had with like Poke and stuff months ago. That's what put me on to you like 6 months ago. Just a few months ago, you averaged 12K at this time? No, it was less than that. Yeah, they used to call me Hasan. Like, literally. Anyway, so let's talk about this story. So they lied about Ilhan Omar, as they always fucking lie. Ilhan Omar is also a great target because she's a Muslim woman with a fucking hijab, obviously. So easy target. Donald Trump agitates against Ilhan Omar all the time. Has even said something along the lines of like, how dare you tell me how to run my country when you are responsible for your country burning or whatever, implying that a fucking 8-year-old Somali refugee had anything to do with Somali politics. Like, just pure psychotic racist bullshit, okay? Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, absolutely ridiculous. It's nothing but
his name
racism.
Hasan.
Also, yeah, why would she commit voter fraud when she was leading 37 points in the polls is a great question as well. But, you know. Let's keep going.
A million times on YouTube.
But tonight you will hear for the first time from the man at the center of those allegations, who says the group behind that report, Project Veritas, isn't telling you the truth. Tom Lydon of the Fox 9 Investigators has the exclusive.
It's insane.
Overnight, it seems, Liban Osman became a symbol for massive voter fraud in Minnesota and America. Just one problem, he says, the allegations are...
Apparently, he also became a massive symbol for having fucking insane drip. What the fuck? I mean, kind of a dick move, throwing a fellow Somali politician under the bus, but also, goddamn, that's some good-ass drip.
Fabrication. The video manipulated after he turned down a bribe.
How much was he willing to pay you?
$10,000.
$10,000 to lie and to say that you were collecting ballots for Ilhan Omar.
Yes.
Liban Osman is featured prominently in this video by the right-wing disinformation group Project Veritas, led by James O'Keefe.
This video is one of the first of its kind. A man self-incriminating himself, bragging.
I have to point this out, but it is remarkable how ugly this fucking freak is, too, for the record. Like, James O'Keefe not only is a horrible human being, but god damn, like, why the fuck do so many of these, like, Republican operatives actually fucking look as horrible as they are? It is wild.
About all the illegal ballot harvesting that he does.
Money is everything. Money is the key in this world.
Liban was campaigning this summer for his brother Jamal Osman, who won the Ward 6 city council race. He admits it looks bad, but says 2 different videos posted on Snapchat were taken out of context and edited together. In one from August, he's throwing shade at the skeleton campaigns of his brother's 11 opponents, stating a basic truth in modern politics. Money matters.
So I was just, saying, like, if you want to run a campaign, you got to have money, and you need to have an office, and you need to have an employee.
The funniest part is they take it, they go, money runs everything in politics. So this is what they do. So, oh, did you say money runs everything in politics? Okay, we're going to cut it after that. We're going to rob it of any sort of context that you had. And they always do this with like secret cameras, by the way. They have a fucking secret camera and they'll say something like, oh, money is everything in politics. Boom, cut it and make it seem like he was paid money to fucking harvest ballots.
In the other video from July, Liban is picking up ballots at the request of voters, he says, many of them elderly. Something that, because of various court decisions, was permitted during a 5-week period this summer.
You took that envelope and you just put it in the mail?
And put it in the mailbox, the blue mailbox.
Not knowing who they voted for?
Don't know, because it's close.
Those open envelopes in the dash, he said, were the envelopes the ballots came in. A couple voters, afraid of identity theft, asked him to shred it.
Did you ever give people money
No.
in exchange for a vote?
No, never.
Did you ever tell them how to vote?
No, never.
He says he explained all this to Omar Jamal.
It's literally super fucking illegal, by the way. Like, that is, like, it's incredibly illegal.
The controversial community activist who is the star and so-called insider for Project Veritas. He says Omar told him Project Veritas would give him $10,000 to change his story, to say he was offering cash for people to vote for Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, a federal crime.
And he was like, why are you defending Ilhan? You know, why are you defending Ilhan Omar? This is not after you, and this is not after your brother. This is for Ilhan, you know, and you should get the money. So I told him, you're insane, and I walked away. He was setting me up.
And he may not be the only one.
Project Veritas has received an explosive piece of tape.
There's also this man, seen accepting $200 to vote for Ilhan Omar. The exchange happening along Cedar Avenue.
Bro, she has a 35-point lead, motherfucker. How much money do you think they spent? Like 200 a pop? Are you fucking insane, dude? $200 a pop? Like, just like literally think. Just fucking remove yourself for a moment. Just take a deep breath and be like, how much would they do? Like, how much money would they have to spend on this?
But sources tell us the man is actually a relative of Omar Jamal's, who thought Jamal was giving him $200 to send to another relative in Somalia.
I was shocked. And I did talk to him, and Ali told me he did not know Jamal Omar was recording.
Project V already responded. It doesn't look good. The fuck do you mean it doesn't look good? It only doesn't look good if you're absolutely fucking brain dead and literally believe anything that James O'Keefe has ever fucking said. Like, if you've ever believed anything that Project Veritas has ever put out, then you might be too far gone. What do you mean it doesn't look good? Maybe it doesn't look good for Project Veritas. I hope that's the only thing you're saying.
Those $200 was for a sick kid that lives in Somalia.
Another name tied up in the Project Veritas conspiracy is Lake Street businessman Bassem Sabri.
He's Palestinian. Yeah, he's financing this whole thing. I think it's so un-American. It's so illegal.
Reached in Miami, Sabri told me his attorney has sent a letter to Project Veritas threatening to sue for defamation.
Did you supply any money in a cash for ballots type of scheme?
I will never do that, ever, 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 never, because I'll be a hypocrite.
I think Ilhan Omar is one of the people who are behind all this mess.
Even Omar Jamal, who has used the ballot harvesting claim to raise more than $30,000 for himself, is now reportedly changing his story, telling a Somali TV show he never actually witnessed an exchange of cash for ballots. Project Veritas denies it manipulated or misrepresented anything. Today, their attorney tells me they also never offered money to Liban Osman.
This to me is a man who is drowning in a...
Remember when they lied about Planned Parenthood selling baby parts? And then Congress was like, you can't fucking do that. And then that went absolutely nowhere because the president still kept fucking hyping them up as though they're a legitimate source of news. What's up? Not looking too good, huh? Maybe not looking too good for Project Veritas. I said Veritas.
See the consequences of his own actions. His name is now trying to grasp at every possible straw to prevent himself from going under. This is, you know, wild, crazy, and baseless accusations.
But all of this fits the Project Veritas MO, according to Stanford researchers, who say it appears to be a coordinated disinformation campaign. James O'Keefe meeting with Trump's Minnesota campaign chair, Mike Lindahl of MyPillow fame, right before the story was rushed out to compete with the New York Times blockbuster on President Trump's income taxes. Trump himself has tweeted and talked about the Project Veritas investigation as a cautionary tale of voter fraud.
It's so funny because, like, this is exactly how this works every time. I've personally experienced manufactured outrage in the past, going from, like, LSF to Keemstar all the way to fucking Tucker Carlson and every single Republican. But this is exactly how they operate. You have wealthy benefactors who pump money into like idiotic fucking operations like Project Veritas or Jacob Wohl or whatever. They don't give a fuck. They will lie about anything. They cut together a video that's totally fake and with no regard for like journalistic integrity or anything like that. Then Breitbart and every other like right-leaning outlet like Truth Teller, eaglefuck.org will like post it on their website. Facebook pages that are like QAnon patriot moms who want to fucking kill Muslims as a Facebook page will then like highlight those things. It gets like 7 million fucking it gets like 7 million shares in like a day. Okay? Yeah, yoga moms for QAnon and American liberty from Sharia law will, you know, promote it to like 7 million people in one day. And then before you even deal with it, before you even have gotten to talk about it, the president is retweeting it. The president is legitimizing it. And that's how you have 30% of this country that are completely fucking batshit. Okay? Speaking of which, once I'm done with this story, this is going to perfectly segue into another story, which is Facebook finally doing something about QAnon. Apparently, they're banning it.
Odd, which almost every reputable source says is minimal.
And what about Omar, where she gets caught harvesting?
As with most Project Veritas stories, there are questions about what was left on the cutting room floor, including perhaps the truth. For the Fox 9 investigators, I'm Tom Lydon.
I'm trying to see if I have anyone who wants to come and talk about Facebook banning QAnon right now. Breaking news, according to NBC News.
1/3, in fact, of eligible.
Facebook has officially banned QAnon across its platforms, ladies and gentlemen. The change is a significant escalation over its previous actions targeting QAnon and one of the broadest rules of the social media giant has put in place in its history. This shit is about to get a little bit more aggressive before it calms down a little bit. Okay? So don't be afraid when you start seeing a lot more coverage of QAnon and you start talking about how like, oh, this actually had a Streisand effect and like, you know, QAnon is going to be more popular than ever before. But did they do it to hide the truth? Yeah, they should have done this a year ago, but of course they didn't do it. And they're going to say Mark Zuckerberg did this because he's a Jew, obviously. Just get ready for that as well. Like a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracies are going to get even heightened, but only for a brief moment. Ultimately, what this means is what's going to happen in this case with QAnon, purposely misinforming people into dangerous conspiracies that have completely broken people's fucking brains. What's going to happen with like QAnon being banned ultimately is going to have a good impact on the broader electorate. Your parents are not going to get this complete psychopathic nonsense brainwashing from their Facebook feeds. I mean, it's whatever. Don't ever think that this sort of censorship is ineffective. Anyway, Facebook bans QAnon from its platforms. I don't even know. I don't even know what we can do at this stage. Like this level of... I wonder if... Anyway... Facebook QAnon ban is the most sweeping content moderation step from any company so far. They're not just banning certain posts. Facebook will ban groups, pages, and Instagram accounts that post about QAnon, a militarized movement. QAnon will not be treated like the other militias and terror groups that have been tied to real-world violence and repeatedly fantasize about violence and mass slaughter. Facebook had previously banned QAnon followers that reference the conspiracy theories endgame, the purge, or mass execution of Democrats and celebrities. This is something that, for those of you who don't know, the day of reckoning, a QAnon conspiracy is literally, like most QAnon conspiracists actually believe. Best news website, truthtellereaglefuck.org. Okay, I made it up. Did you go out and buy that domain already? that a day of reckoning would have happened, and that day of reckoning would end up with all the Democrats being executed. So Facebook had previously banned the followers that referenced the theory's endgame, but this is a ban on QAnon groups, pages, and Instagram accounts completely. In recent weeks, QAnon pages have become super spreaders for disinformation around literally everything, according to Ben Collins of NBC News. From false conspiracy theories claiming the president isn't sick to Joe Biden wearing a secret debate wire, QAnon pages served as a hub on Facebook. I've said this before as well, that QAnon conspiracy, the Eagle website goes to you.
Didn't catch you at the mosque earlier, brother. Is everything okay? Hasan? Is everything okay? Hasan?
Truthtellereaglefuck.org. Okay, you lied. It doesn't go to mine. You debated me. No, they've done that before. I think someone like literally bought Nazi.com and like redirected it to me. I forget. It does not, dude. It does not. Yeah, that'll stop QAnon. LMAO, okay, bud. It will. It will harm it. And if it didn't fucking harm it, then QAnon people would not be freaking the fuck out over it, by the way. If this sort of censorship did not truly stop further misinformation from happening, from spreading, then all of those fucking weirdos would not be fighting against it. Was it neonazi.org? Yeah, neonazi.org goes to my... Neonazi.org goes to my Twitter because someone bought it and redirected it. Yeah, like Milo Yiannopoulos, Richard Spencer, Alex Jones are actual examples of deplatforming working in tremendous ways. Okay? Soccer moms and yoga moms don't know how to get on fucking 8chan, okay? They don't. Dude, it's not working. It just says site can't be reached for me. Fuck freedom of speech. I love when I lose my freedom of speech, brother. Nothing better than losing my freedom of speech. I come when freedom of speech is taken from me. Oh, yes, take it, please. I love when my freedoms are taken away. Look, man. There's a difference between an actual fucking... There's a difference between like actual purposeful, deliberate misinformation being spread that is harming people and like someone taking, I don't know, Ben Shapiro down. And I've said this, like I've drawn the line at Ben Shapiro always. Someone like myself as well. Like, you're fucking insane if you think that this is the exact same thing. Like, and you can't parse through someone like Ben Shapiro, who is awful and racist and a total piece of shit and still plays a step in the radicalization of many teenagers and has played a step. Or someone like Joe Rogan, for example, even a better example. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan has done more to build a robust alt-right in this country and in this world than any other single individual. I would never think that Joe Rogan should be deplatformed or that he should not have a voice. That's entirely different than someone like Richard Spencer getting deplatformed. If you're outed as a fucking Nazi, then you're out. That's it. If you're outed as a fucking Nazi, your ideology is beyond the free speech protections that should be offered. No other country thinks this way. Only America acts like this is a real thing, that like Nazis are fundamentally protected by the First Amendment. Every other country has some form of free speech, but nothing as expansive as American free speech, which somehow never extends to communists, by the way. Just remember that shit, okay? Historically, free speech never seems to extend to groups like Black Lives Matter or radical black liberation movements or leftist coalitions and leftist movements. I wonder why McCarthyism and the Red Scare was so prominent in this country's history. The McCarthy trials and the Red Scare was so prominent in this country's history, when we love free speech, don't we? It's because that's not about free speech. No one is ever actually for free speech. They're 1000% against free speech for their enemies. At least Nazis are kind of fucking open about that. They will literally admit that. They're like, we're using free speech as best as we can, and we're using it against our enemies, and no one cares about free speech when it's our enemies. Like, they say this. There are honest actors in the free speech absolutist category. Noam Chomsky is one of them. I would even go so far as to say that Glenn Greenwald is an honest actor in his opinion on free speech. I think that I love them. I have a difference in opinion with them. Ultimately, I think that we have the capability of seeing that there is harmful speech, and that we can look at it on a case-by-case fucking basis. And all of those people who are free speech absolutists, by the way, including Kyle, whom I have had a long conversation about this over, okay, will agree with me that there are limitations to speech that they can agree on. Their limitations to speech that they agree on is, you know, incitement of violence. My limitations on top of that put incitement of hatred in that category. Anyway, if they started throwing QAnon moms in jail, I would be the first to fucking be out there trying to stop that from happening. And yes, having said that, yes, I absolutely think this even extends to someone like Richard Spencer, unless one of his fucking followers has went out and killed someone. Once you incite people to do violence with your violent rhetoric, you are not protected by free speech. If a Nazi goes out and fucking kills someone, then you go to jail too. But if we're talking about like Richard Spencer going to jail for just saying he's a Nazi, I don't think he should go to jail for just saying he's a Nazi. But Charlottesville has happened, so I think you can make the argument that he should go to jail.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
How is JRE outright? I don't have an opinion, just wondering yours.
Ben Shapiro has literally incited mass shootings as well. This is true. Here in Brazil, racism is literally a crime and it doesn't apply to bail. We do have free speech, but anything remotely related to racism and Nazism is legally reprehended. You do have loads of issues, but that's something I like about Brazil. Dog, your president is a psychopathic fascist and a gigantic racist. They should probably arrest Jair Bolsonaro then. And insanely homophobic too. He's not saying JRE's alt-right, but he hosts many alt-right figures and doesn't push back at all. I mean, Joe Rogan, and I say this as a fan, I've been a fan of Joe Rogan for longer than you have probably. Joe Rogan has played a fundamental role in the development of the alt-right by having the likes of Milo on routinely before anyone else ever did. And never pushing back Gavin McGinnis, Milo Yiannopoulos. He even fucking had... I mean, guys, he had Stefan Molney meme on, dude. Come on. Okay, then Bernie goes to jail by that standard because a huge Bernie supporter shot up the conservative politicians at the baseball game. Yeah, if Bernie Sanders was like fucking talking about how you should rise up, arm yourselves, and like go out and take matters into your own hands, then yes, if Bernie Sanders contributed to stochastic terrorism happening, then you could hold him legally responsible. Certainly, under my understanding. I mean, you're crazy. A person who fucking preaches social democracy, who overall is like completely fucking anti-violence, and his ideology is against violence too. I love that you learned a new word. You think I learned stochastic terrorism like recently? Are you fucking insane? We're not even at the peak of stochastic terrorism. You think I learned it like recently when it's not even It's not even on the top of people's minds currently. Maybe you just fucking learned it, and that's why you think other people just learned it. Holy shit, the grand jury has indicted the St. Louis couple who pointed guns at the protesters. What the fuck? Oh, Nomi interviewed the... Yeah, Nomi interviewed the QAnon supporters who are now gone. So, Gigi no re for them.
Oh, you're such a big...
Gigi no re for these boys. They're going to have to congregate somewhere else, obviously, on some other fucking dark corner of the internet. But anyway, I think we've nipped this Project Veritas story in the bud. And I hope that a lot of you who saw that Project Veritas was fucking bullshit will now think twice when you see Project Veritas on your timeline, or if your fucking dumbass Republican friends try to throw that in your face. To be honest, I think your brand of confrontational, don't give a fuck way of talking about politics is more like to convince certain types of more level-headed commentary I usually prefer. Yeah, good luck on Telegram, okay? Bye. Bye-bye, QAnon weirdos. Have fun on fucking Telegram. Stupid bitches. Yeah, I'll watch the new Gravel Institute video as well. Yeah, they have completely fucking banned. This is a first step. It's kind of late, but it's a good step.
The American people are tired of women.
Hasan murder president.
But then, of course, reformist socialists don't do hate like reformist fascists, which is where they decouple. Calls to armed revolution should also fall outside of freedom of speech. This applies to commies and fascists. But then, of course, reformist socialists do hate. Don't do hate. Yeah. Hey, use Telegram. Don't talk shit about Telegram. Or Parler, yeah. You're going to get banned? Yeah. Actually, I could fucking get banned because I literally talk about QAnon. And the only problem with this sort of over-the-top... Oh, there it is. TruthTellerEagleFuck.net. Oh, there it is. TruthTellerEagleFuck.net. Oh, there it is. TruthTellerEagleFuck.net. Thank you. Oh, there it is. TruthTellerEagleFuck.net. Thank you. Oh, there it is. TruthTellerEagleFuck.net. You did this. 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 Oh, there it is. Anyway. Are we in an okay go video? Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get Anthony Fantano to review that classic. Okay? I'm on LSD. This is bad. Stop. You see how much you bob your head within 4 seconds? You see Rudy comment through his shit talk on Biden wearing a mask? Yeah. Debate Steven Crowder. You're too scared and he would beat you up IRL. No joke. I would die. I would die to fucking debate Steven Crowder IRL. Are you fucking joking? Oh, fuck. It just like the thought of it alone gets my pee-pee hard. Absolutely love the thought of Steven Crowder and myself facing off. Okay. All right, I'm gonna run this video while I go pee real quick. Okay. Trump supporters are in denial about his COVID.
Trump being at Walter Reed, incapacitated. He's admitted as his doctor did a
No, he actually just released a video yesterday.
I just saw, he just did a press conference. He's been laying, his doctor just went on air about an hour ago and said he's laying down right now.
Laying down and incapacitated are two different things.
At Walter Reed as a patient.
Every night then?
he's a patient at Walter Reed. He was brought in as a patient. That's what his doctor said.
We know, but you said he was incapacitated.
That's what it means to be incapacitated. So why is Vice President Pence taking over duties today if he's not incapacitated?
He's getting treatment because he came up positive for the coronavirus.
And now Vice President Trump, he's tired.
That's
he's admitted.
What a vice president does. They take over when the
president is incapacitated.
Available.
That's what they say.
The thing about it is, I don't even know what your point is. Give me a real point to go off of.
I'm not debating. You challenged the word incapacitated and said he's not, but Vice President is taking over duties because he is incapacitated.
He's not incapacitated, lady. Just because he's laying down.
So you get the flu, still doing his presidential duties while he's in the hospital.
That's a stupid-ass analogy. Stupid-ass analogy.
What makes you angry about it?
Take your phone and go home.
Take my what?
Nobody's angry, but it just every time somebody has
I think he's angry.
To say about Trump.
Wait, he just said I was an idiot.
The hammering in the background while I was peeing, the hammering in the background was so prominent that I literally thought like someone was just like knocking on my door nonstop.
His name is Hasan.
Like I just thought it's the FBI. This is my last pee. Gotta make it. They have such a cop knock, dude.
Yeah, why am I?
But I'm talking to you now, and I'm not angry. Okay. Every time someone says something about Trump, it's always misinformation. Like you have to use the most extreme.
Where do you get
the guy? I get my information from a whole lot of things, but I'll tell you what I don't get my information from. CNN, MSNBC, any type of liberal network. They're a hit job.
Why is CNN and MSNBC?
Did you ask why CNN's
I'm confused. Okay, so all of these are corporate owned, and Trump is, he is there to protect corporations. So I'm curious why CNN.
He's not there to protect the misleading of an entire nation. Propaganda should not be allowed in America. We are a free country.
But you guys are like QAnon supporters. What the fuck? Oh, this is why you can't deal with these hogs by allowing them to, like, expecting hogs to come to the right conclusion when they have just all access to just any number of outlets that will misinform them. You just have to give them a busy box or some slop. Yeah.
We should have free press. That's the reason. If it wasn't for CNN in those places.
My mom has a master's degree and is pre-convinced that if Dems win, it's stolen. What? Yeah, I mean, but I think overall your mom is not representative. Like I think your mom is an exception if she has a master's degree and believes that like any harm to Donald Trump in this circumstance or Donald Trump losing in this circumstance is just absolutely fucking
such a big man,
fake news. Like by and large, I think that the higher your education level is, the less likely it is that you will believe shit like that. I'm not saying that like having a master's degree means that you're automatically smart. You're not, but you're less likely to believe in stupid shit like what Donald Trump is promoting. But if anything, it's still a testament to how powerful propaganda is. Yeah, education does not equal smart. Absolutely. I'm in professional occupation. Most of the people with masters and above I work with are complete dipshits. Absolutely not. Petty bourgeois students turn conservative all the time. Wait, you're like fucking Romanian or some shit, aren't you? Maybe that's why your mom has no idea what the fuck's going on in America. Okay? Or are they Irish? I don't know. They're fucking European. I mean, look, think about it this way. My understanding as someone who even fucking pays attention to like politics somewhere else, they're Polish. Okay, yeah, you're. Oh my God, yeah, that also makes a lot more sense. You're not being Romanian. Polish makes even more sense. And I'm not saying that to be like Polish people are stupid or anything like that. Obviously not. But if I were to talk about Polish politics, you would probably recognize how wrong I am or how flawed certain opinions I have are about Polish politics. Because
Hasan.
Are you being xenophobic towards me? I live in the UK. Oh, okay. Exactly. All right. UK, EU, Poland, doesn't fucking matter. It's always much harder to fully grasp what the fuck is going on, especially as a overall apolitical person that's like looking in to American politics. Now, it's a little bit different with American politics because you obviously are hyper-focused on it, but your mom is probably not as focused on American politics as you are. Do you see what I'm saying? And even though you are from the UK, you still, even though you're from the UK, you still have horrible takes on American politics. Also, we're not talking about you picking a fight. We're talking about your mom.
Oh, you're such a big
Okay.
man, Hasan.
Pogo, thank me for my sub. It's been 14 months. Pogo.
So that makes a lot more sense.
You and so many people, we had the truth, and it was
What's
illegal.
the truth?
Factual information.
Where do you get the
and
truth?
That doesn't have an agenda to mislead the people.
Where do you get the truth from?
Did you say what I get the truth from? I'll give you one example. Trump's on record like 17 times saying,
Hasan.
I denounce white supremacy. First of all, nobody gives a shit.
Okay, but then he's on record like fucking 50 times doing the opposite. So, no, he is. He has said like white supremacists are bad after being pushed, after the fucking both sides have very kind people, very fine people. He was pushed back on it and forced to clarify, in which he did say, yeah, white supremacists are bad. Only after they forced his hand. So the 17 times is a lie. Okay? But like, he constantly alludes to having white supremacists be on his side. His agenda is very similar to what white supremacists want in this country. With the exception of like, I don't know, defending Israel and stuff. But overall, when it comes to domestic policy, it's like 100% in line with what white supremacists want. Not only restricting illegal immigration, but also legal immigration as well. The guy in his cabinet, the dude who runs that policy is literally a fucking white supremacist who very clearly has been influenced by white supremacist fiction and books that promote white supremacy. Stephen Miller. It's insane to like at that point still be like, oh, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm out of control.
I don't know. I still, you just want to believe that he's not a white supremacist.
THC3RD imposter.
Why do you start shitting on Eastern Europeans anytime some German or Brit talks nonsense? I was mistaken. But it doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is like I would also have the same level of like, it's hard to fucking focus on a country's politics when you're not living in it, okay? No matter how hard you try. And most older people are relatively apolitical. Americans are fucking stupid. Americans with master's degrees are dumb enough to get to buy into the bullshit. Now think about what an American with a master's degree would think about like European politics, Eastern European politics. Like, chill the fuck out. I'm saying that it's completely normal. It's completely fucking normal for someone, regardless of their level of education, to be completely blinded by
this is a deranged,
I don't know, conservative propaganda.
Hassle.
Me, a German dodging hate because he's Slavophobic? I'm not. Yes, I get that point, but I mean, you often do this. Trash Eastern Europe after Germans talk shit. Wait, what? Man, shut the fuck up, you dumb Eastern European fuck. I shit on Germans too all the goddamn time. Whenever fucking countries try to... Whenever motherfuckers from the EU try to say like, oh, well, this is just an exclusive to America, or that like social democracies in European countries don't actually have blood on their hands as far as white supremacy goes to the same degree of America, what do I always say? What do I always say? All of these countries absolutely have participated in the bloodshed, and their economy still completely relies on extracting natural resources from the global south. God damn. Just because I hyper focus on North American or American politics in general does not change the reality that like there are plenty of issues in your countries as well. I'm just not as familiar with them. And also, I don't know why you think that I like don't shit on Germany or other European, like Western Europe, as much as I shit on like Eastern Europe. I rarely ever talk about Eastern Europe. I don't know why you think I talk about it. God damn, yo, Polish people are so... I bet that dude is Polish. Polish people are so fucking sensitive, dude. Holy shit. You're almost as sensitive as the fucking Turks are. Literally, like, I don't even need to bring up Eastern Europe for you to get triggered and act like I'm talking shit about fucking Eastern Europe. 100% that dude is Polish.
His name is Hasan.
Y'all are as bad as the fucking Turkish people, man. Holy shit. Like, any nationality that I shit on should not be taken seriously. It completely goes against my worldview. Every single time I do this, I'm doing it ironically, and you should fucking know better, okay? Like, what, you think I'm unironically racist against Italians too? Is that what you're gonna like actually say as a talking point now? Fucking cancel me now because I say fuck Portuguese news or fuck Danish news on a daily basis as a joke. Not a single country, though. Not a single country group of people from any country is as sensitive as Polish people from Poland and Turkish people from Turkey. When I make those jokes, not a single person from Denmark is like, well, I cannot believe that you're making fun of Denmark by saying it's the happiest place on the planet and nothing happens there ever. When I make fun of Italians for like 7 hours straight playing Mafia, not a single Italian is like, well, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy over here. But I don't even need to mention Poland for Polish people to be like, how fucking dare you? I don't even know how to do a Polish accent. I mean, that'd be kind of ironic for a socialist to unironically shit on successful sock-dem countries. Why the fuck would a socialist not shit on successful sock-dem countries when social democracy is still capitalist in its nature and still, again, relies on the exploitation and extraction of natural resources from the third world, from the global south? Anyway, I'm willing to bet some fucking Polish people are going to cancel me because I said all this shit.
If the president likes white supremacy or not, they didn't ask Reagan, they didn't ask Nixon. He's the only president that has to come out and say what he does or does not like. Who cares if he likes whatever? His actions have already proven that.
Who cares if he likes white supremacists? His actions show that he might like white supremacists.
That he denounces white supremacists. He's done more for minorities in the black community And for newscasts and people to continue to perpetuate this lie to cause divisiveness, because all Democrats do is race bait, because they know that their people that follow them are not educated, they won't research things, and they only will take what they hear on the news and won't make the truth.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan on a phone call with Nixon famously said, or was it Nixon who said it? I don't remember. They were, yeah, no, it was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan on a phone call with Nixon famously said that African delegates were monkeys who don't wear shoes, who don't know how to wear shoes. So pretty tight for a black woman to defend him after that and saying that he's not racist. Very cool. I mean, he did a fuckload more to prove his racism before that, but you know, for a lot of people, like, they literally need you to compare a black person to a monkey so that they understand that the person that we're mentioning is like actually racist. It's the classic the power that the N-word holds. Like, oh, anything less than just literally saying the N-word with a hard R is going to be considered non-racist.
That's the only reason.
Thank you. No, I'm not mad. I'm going through. I need to interview more people. I'm not mad at all. I'm interviewing other people.
That's what I'm talking about.
Trump supporters are excusing his COVID.
What does the Q on your shirt stand for?
What's that?
What does the Q on your shirt stand for?
And that's what it stands for.
It's QAnon. Where we go on, we go all.
Interesting. So, do you believe that Trump has COVID?
Do I believe?
Do you believe that Trump has COVID?
No, he doesn't have COVID at all. He stated 2 months ago that he was going to be disappearing for about 10 days. If you listen to the X-22 reports, there's no way he could have COVID because he's taken hydroxychloroquine, the Z-Packs, and zinc. This is his time to get away.
This is a deranged...
No, we shouldn't fucking ban where this misinformation is coming from. The source of the information, that should stay on all these platforms so that, you know, everyone can learn the truth about the matter.
This is the 10 days he was...
Also, the question here is, so if hydroxychloroquine is the only effective way from COVID, then you're saying that COVID is real then, I guess, right? Like, he's not saying COVID is fake. He's just saying the hydroxychloroquine defends you.
Talking about, go back on x22report.com, go to past different episodes. X22 Report is the right-wing true news media for people that want to know the truth.
Okay, so you don't think COVID exists?
What's that?
You don't think COVID exists?
I think COVID exists, but it's not any different than what the
enlightened
cold is, to be honest with you.
So I have a question for you. If Trump was going away for 10 days, why would he choose a time when he has to win over swing voters? 3% of voters are undecided. Why would he go off the campaign trail and cancel all of his events?
He's not canceling events. There's going to be different people within the organization that are going to be doing it remotely. And if you look at the polls, you're going to try and tell me Biden's leading by 9?
I'm not saying that.
I'm not even worried about that.
I'm not saying that. I'm curious, though, you know.
Oh, Jesus. Like, of course, if you don't believe any of the polls, which is fine, it's not all that unreasonable to not believe in the polls, but like, when the polls do come to be true, you're going to say, oh, it was fake and he only won by cheating. Joe Biden only won by cheating, and therefore we need to, you know, storm the White House or something.
So now his administration, Chris Christie has COVID now. Many people have COVID. I mean, the best way to excite his base, he's even said, is through these rallies, and they're all canceled now.
We don't need
to
worry about whether or not he's got the support. Why don't you take a look around you? And this is all the support that you need.
Cool.
That's all that's needed.
Well, not to pull up, actually, but no, that's not all the support you need. That's literally, you can't even win a fucking local election with that kind of support. So, you know, that's just like 50 people.
150 people in Arizona?
It's a lot more than 150 people, sweetheart. Sure. I'm telling you right now.
Sure
and if you want to believe the full stuff,
going on all over town. They're all over. On Friday, Saturday, Monday. They're everywhere. You got to join us.
No doubt.
So the beautiful part about this, and I talk about how much Republicans love to win and how much they care about winning more than anything else. The beautiful part about this is, like, these people congregate, right, on like baseless conspiracies. But then what Republicans do very well, very, very well, is they take these psychos they take these psychos that are organizing, right? And they get them to start promoting fucking school choice. So, like, I sometimes look at, you know, QAnon groups and QAnon events they're putting together, and I'll see like, you know, elected representatives or like people running for local office and stuff also participate in these sorts of gatherings and whatnot. And half the time they're like actually unironically promoting like school choice and shit. It's like, why? Where? I mean, here, there's a perfect example. You can literally see it. Elect Lisa Borowski. And it's like, why are you promoting and defending school choice? Like, how did this even happen? He was pointing to Electoral College electors. The crowd is big enough.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid, lady. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
I'm not sure. I'm asking.
You getting sucked into the conspiracies? Man, I've been following conspiracy theories for years. I've always been incredibly interested in how this stuff works and why it's so pervasive in America and why it's so effective. I love Alex Jones. Half my sub alerts are Alex Jones calling my name. But what I was trying to talk about here isn't necessarily like conspiracy theories right now. What I am shocked by always is that these guys that come together for conspiracy theories will then promote like Republican agenda points. And it's very odd when they do that. It's like, if you believe that there's like a globalist plot to overthrow, I don't know, the Republican Party because they want to do like pedophilia and stuff, why the fuck are you also advocating for school choice? Like, shouldn't that be your main focus? But it's always that way. It's like, yeah, I'm here for deregulation of our water supply. I think it's terrible that they won't let DuPont dump toxic chemicals in the water. And also, I'm here for school choice because I think that we should not fund public education anymore because that's also socialism, and that private schools should be able to do whatever they want and the government should actually fund the private schools instead. Like, what? You are there for fucking, you're there because you think that like there's a deep state pedophile conspiracy. How do we get to the point where you think DuPont chemicals should be able to, you know, poison the water supply? I guess they also don't want the water supply to be poisoned. All right, I'm going to run that. I want to run that. Okay, I'm running another ad. Top of the hour ad. Top of the morning to you. 60-second ad break. Does anyone even see these fucking ads? I feel like no one sees them. It's like a white supremacist quid pro quo, unspoken, but do white supremacy in exchange for assuming every topic gets them.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
I grew up with a kid who turned into Alex Jones now. He literally talked about school choice all the time. Yeah.
Oh,
Detective W, refresh chat for the emote. I just did. Show me Detective W.
This is a deranged pervert.
Oh, it's when it's terribly coded though.
This is a deranged pervert.
Poga.
Kind of weird that it's like coded that way. Anyway, we remember that.
Kool-Aid is what you're doing.
Asking questions is
It's
asking
okay.
questions.
Ask me a question. I'll answer it for you. What's your question?
Okay, so where do you get your news?
What's that?
Where do you get your news?
I get it from everywhere. I get it from CNN, Fox. I get it from everywhere. CBS.
And so, how do you feel about Trump being in Walter Reed Hospital today receiving injections?
Hey, okay. You know what? He's been out there working with people.
Yeah.
And he's been shaking hands, and he got the corona. You know what? He's a tough man. He's a heart-loving man. He loves us. He doesn't even. Did you know he doesn't take a paycheck?
You know what's funny? Like, if there's ever been a person who truly does not love anyone but himself, and you can say this about, like, you can say that a lot of American presidents are disgusting. They're horrible people. Like, they're some of the worst people on the planet. Okay, you can absolutely say about Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush. You can certainly say that about. You could even go so far as to say that maybe, like, Obama wasn't like a horrible person, but he was definitely a narcissist, right? It comes along with the job. Like, if you something that makes you want to become president of the United States of America, it's certainly like it certainly requires you to be like a little bit of a sociopath, right? But if there's one fucking person who hasn't even done anything to try to make you think that he loves you more than he loves himself, it's Donald Trump. Like, he does not even try to maintain the illusion that he does not care about the American people. Like, he literally is just like,
wet ass
he literally is just like, your hogs, your city sucks. I hate it. We're gonna make it better, but it sucks. Democrat-run cities deserve to die.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Very weird. If you're more worried about Donald Trump unmasked on a balcony with no one close to him than you were about Obama Biden administration unmasking, aka illegally spying on their political opponents, my diagnosis is you have TDS and my prescription is you put down your phone.
This is a deranged.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is a deranged.
Any chance we could watch the Vice Breonna Taylor video? If not, all good. I want to watch it, but a parent that hugs their kids so hard they kill them is a loving parent, right? Corporal parenting. Very scientific political prediction from Limmy. This time next week, it'll be Dune Stairs with Maggie. Oh! Dune Stairs. Dune Stairs. This time next week, it'll be Dune Stairs with Maggie. Limmy. It's actually a good take from Daft Limmy. Trump derangement syndrome, for those in the chat who don't know what TDS is. Yeah, whenever I hear someone use TDS, I'm like, yeah, you're a fucking boomer. Shut the fuck up.
He donates his money back.
If you see someone under the age of fucking 65 use TDS unironically, just you can cut all access from them. Like, they're gone. Okay. Huh, lol, you have TDS. Like, what are you, fucking 68 years old? What is this shit? TDS? Really? The Daily Show? No. Trump derangement syndrome. That's what that is. Trump derangement syndrome.
He doesn't take his $450,000 salary. Did you know that? I'm asking you a question. Did you know that he doesn't take a paycheck? Did you know that?
I actually did not know that.
He doesn't.
How the fuck does Naomi not know that?
Look it up. He does not take it. He's donated every dime. To you.
Well, she should have just flipped that around and been like, okay, well, he paid $750 in federal taxes. What do you think about that as a fucking billionaire?
whores in this house. There's some whores in
You
this
think
house.
2020 hasn't seen its biggest twist? Wait until Trump develops the anti-COVID serum using his own antibodies like Will Smith and I Am Legend and then wins 50 states. Why don't you ever talk about the good things Trump has done, like catch COVID? Gotcha, bitch. Finish Dark Souls 3, Puggo.
Looking cute today, King 3.
He didn't pay taxes for the last.
Yeah, I want to ask you another question.
Yeah, I'm
did
here
you
to
know
ask
that?
questions.
Did you know that the Congress is holding up the money for us, all these people that need it? Did you know Congress is doing that? The Democrats.
Actually, the Senate's controlled by Republicans, but keep going.
No, the Senate will work with them, but they want it for trash.
I'm not debating. I'm just asking questions. Okay, awesome. Fascinating stuff here. Fascinating. Okay.
Fascinating stuff here. Who gives a shit about virtue signaling? He's a billionaire. I don't think Nomi's trying to debate Lord the Judge. She's trying to document their derangement syndrome. Ugh, please don't do that. It's terrible. As a Euro, this feels like mental CBT. I mean, there's plenty of... Look, if you're a Euro cuck, you know that there's plenty of fucking chuds in your city too, man. Like... It's just more fun, I think. I distinctly remember someone sending you Resident Evil, and I don't remember you playing it. No, I played Resident Evil. The thing is, like... Listen, our chuds are so fucking what's the word, telegenetic, or is it telegenic? Sorry, telegenic. Like they're so good on camera. Like our chuds, we pet them. Where did Trump donate his salary? As we previously reported, he did not donate his entire salary for the purpose of rebuilding military cemeteries, but he has repeatedly followed up on his pledge to donate his salary. Damn, $400,000 is actually a lot of money that he needs right now.
Joe Biden just wrapping up a speech calling for the country to come together as President Trump recovers from the coronavirus. He made a dramatic return to the White House last night after spending 3 days at Walter Reed Medical Center. The president tweeting earlier that he's feeling great, and White House doctors announcing today that Trump is...
The difference between... Okay, the thing I have to say is the difference between Euro chuds and Americhuds is that Euro chuds actually have better organization, and there is like a higher sense of elitism amongst European fascists because like they actually have been able to put their money where their mouth is as far as like, you know, actively building fascist regimes, right? They're closer to legitimate fascist institutions than we are here in America. And like our chuds, they fight for Applebee's. European chuds, for the most part, like literally fight for ethnic homogeny and, you know, completely fucking purging the country of all brown people and like, I don't know, inbreeding among their own fucking haplogroup until everyone has a Habsburg jaw or whatever the fuck European chuds believe in. But like, it's weirder and it has a longer history and it's tied back to like old aristocracy shit like that. Whereas our chuds are like, I want to fucking go to Applebee's and I'll murk a family of Mexicans if they prevent me from doing that. Like that's what American dipshits fight for. That's the difference. Like I don't see the EDL defending I don't know, Nando's or some shit.
Pervert.
Hassle.
Well, you don't fucking understand this. We need to defend Nando's, bruv. Even though Nando's ironic for EDL to defend Nando's because, you know, it's a British institution that is, of course, immigrant food. Tesco, mate. We need to fucking defend Tesco, mate. We'll fucking die for Tesco, mate. We need to stop these Islamic ray guns. EDL's a pretty bad example, is they're literally that kind of group. I mean, they're dumb as fuck, but... Did you already comment on Trump versus Pelosi feud on the stimulus? I'm still traumatized with that Polska-phobic take here. First Afraidophobia and Norwegian-phobia, but this is too far. What are you, Italian, Norwegian, and Polish? Shut up.
is no longer reporting symptoms. Trump's comeback has reignited the feud with Joe Biden over how best to handle the virus. The president says we need to confront it head on.
Don't let it dominate you. Don't be afraid of it. You're going to beat it. We have the best medical equipment. We have the best medicines, all developed recently. I know there's a risk, there's a danger, but that's okay. And now I'm better, but don't let it dominate your lives. Get out there, be careful.
And Joe Biden claiming Trump is to blame for getting infected.
Look, anybody who contracts the virus.
I mean, no shit. Like, Trump is not only responsible for himself getting the virus, he's literally responsible for 200,000 people dying from the virus. So yeah, I not only think, of course, he's responsible for himself, but for others too.
By essentially saying,
yeah, I wonder why they skipped the Trump claiming he has COVID immunity part.
Saying masks don't matter, social distancing doesn't matter, I think is responsible for what happens to them. Because every major scientist and doctor and immunologist has said that's a very dangerous thing to do.
Well, first of all, President Trump didn't say masks don't matter and social distancing doesn't matter. Greg Gutfeld, what do you think about the dueling claims? Trump says don't let it dominate you, and Joe Biden says, if you know you got it and it's your fault.
Well, it's kind of like we're always back to chapter 1 of the Corona story. Where we began was this prison of two ideas. Either you had to express fear and terror, right? Or you were going to kill everybody. Right. But we've been through all of that. We've been through this. We've talked about it. We are distinctly American in that we accept risks.
The question.
Wait, Live Posting fucking found the actual time. Realizing I said this during his rally on the 25th of September, and if he got it last Wednesday, could have literally been when he got it.
How has he not gotten it yet, is the question. It's a miracle he hasn't gotten it yet. Like, we might have just witnessed him get it. Like, the odds... I don't know, dude.
Wait, is this where he literally had it and started chucking his hat? Like, he started chucking hats into the crowd? That's a bingo. You watched New York Times video about how poorly we handled COVID? Yeah, I did.
We're gonna follow you.
This is how you get coronavirus, by the way.
True.
This is the in terms of interacting with humans, the odds of getting COVID. They all, as he's coming, they remove their masks and yell at him.
Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Hi, Skelly MP3. He's literally, dude, I love this. I love it so much. He's like, I love my big, beautiful supporters. I love touching and kissing them. I love touching and kissing them, believe me.
I love him. It's like,
give it to me.
This is how you get corona.
Spit in my direction, directly in my mouth, believe me. It's crazy how the CDC offered to do contact tracing for the White House and denied the help. Yeah, they did. No wonder they did, because then they know who's responsible and they don't want that.
And we've done this.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, that's Lib Posting, not Live Posting. Many people are saying her name is Live Posting. It's actually Lib Posting because she is a liberal. Yes.
Since we came here, the explorers took risks coming here. So we know what can happen. We see that people are aware of what they need to do with masks and social distancing. So this is a really old argument. And the only way Biden can go after Trump is to lie, to say, well, he said masks don't matter. Actually, Fauci was the first person that said you don't have to wear masks. Remember that? Because he was fearful of people.
Hey, remember that? Remember that? Remember that thing? Wait, when was that? I'm sorry.
America deserved 9/11.
Should we just only think? I mean, hey, if I believe the only thing I heard in March and I just stopped believing in new things or stopped hearing new information, I would still think Trump has a pretty good fucking shot at winning the election. If I only thought that nothing new had happened in the last 8 fucking months.
It. But I think the big problem here is that we keep going back to this prison of two ideas, and we refuse to acknowledge that you can be in the middle, take precautions, and express confidence about getting your life back together. Because if you don't do it, you're going to be like Hyde and Biden. You're never going to want to. Remember, this is the guy who did want to take out bin Laden.
You sure she's a lib? Her bias is leftist. Okay, that's the joke, young toad. I'm joking. No, lib posing is not a lib.
This guy is somebody who doesn't like to take any risks. I mean, what does he want? Does he want us to shut down forever? Because he certainly isn't giving us any advice on the economy, is he? He doesn't want to take any risks.
Yeah. Can't wait for fucking Juan to come in with like a mild take that anyone with like 3.5 brain cells should have, and then the rest of the fucking panel to dunk on him. Because, you know, that's how these things go.
Juan, to that point, Joe Biden was against reopening the economy. He was initially against reopening schools. He was initially against opening up sports. So to now say that he has all the ideas to fix this thing, that doesn't make sense, does it?
I think, we have 200,000 dead and
well, what does that have to do with the question? He's not really putting forth a plan, except I would shut things down again.
Excuse me, Jesse. You said that he favored keeping things in lockdown longer than President Trump, and I'm telling you that right now we're not on a good path. Right now, the economy is stalled because we are still stuck with the coronavirus, and the President of the United States himself got sick. And this
I wouldn't call this economy stalled, Juan.
I would say, oh, yeah, well, you go look at the unemployment rate. You go look at the
layoffs.
You go
look
at the bankruptcies.
It's been down big time.
But they are very high. In other words, you know what? We're all blessed sitting here. But there are a lot of people who are out of work. And for you guys to ignore it, I don't know. Anyway,
we're calling you out on your lies.
We're saying shutdowns make it worse.
Which is this? No. You guys want to distort. But let me just say this. When it comes to this argument about masks, I think to myself, it's bad policy to go around ripping off your mask because you're back at the White House, right? And say, oh.
I can't believe this is a spicy take for Fox. Like, how? Like, how is this a take that's like, that people are pushing back against? Like, I know I just called that this was going to happen, but it still blows my mind when it happens because it's like, dude, in the words of Will Menaker, and I think this was probably on the latest episode of Chapo, this was probably the best analysis I have heard on the issue. By the way, if you listen to me and then you listen to Chapo, you will recognize that we have a lot of very similar takes. But the best analysis I heard was when Will said, he got fucking owned. And Americans hate one thing and one thing only, and it's virtually impossible to come back from that. When you get fucking owned, okay? And Donald Trump, he got owned. You can't turn around and talk about how stupid it is to wear a mask and then 2 days later contract coronavirus. You can't. You're fucking owned, bitch. Amber had some pretty bad takes on that one, but who cares? Whatever. Everyone has difference in opinion. But seriously. Pre-watching videos before the stream, then making calls is pretty weird, dude. Yeah, I pre-watched this video that got posted while I was streaming. Will also used your joke from yesterday. What did he use? Well, Felix talked about how... Remember how I told you guys, me and Felix were talking about how fucking biblical it is? Like, how biblical it is that like Joe Biden is like winning, like a fucking Old Testament tale. He talked about that too. Matt Christmas is a prophet. They're all, dude, no one is a fucking prophet. It's just you're a leftist. Like, it's just you're not a prophet. You just pay attention to what Republicans say. if you pay attention to what Republicans say and repeat them, you will come across like a prophet all the time. Okay? Unless, and I admit, they do something so insane that it's outside of my fucking scope of understanding and reasoning, like Donald Trump literally turning around today and being like, fuck the negotiations. The one thing that I was doing well on, it's the economy. I need to fuck the economy. Believe me, I'm gonna hold it hostage.
You know what? The American people overwhelmingly also think it's bad politics. They disagree with it. They think masks are a good safety precaution. And I think as for Trump to talk about how tough he is, what an insult to the family of everyone who has gotten sick or died in this country. What a terrible thing for the president to say about Americans who have been battling this disease.
Martha, what do you think about Juan's?
I mean, it's true. It is. Like, it's such a fuck you. It's such a fuck you to so many people that, like, it's such a fuck you to so many people. He's like, I'm strong. I'm stronger than the virus. I did it. I preserved. It's like, bitch, your fucking obese ass only is currently surviving by getting a cocktail that has only been given to one person. You are the only person who has the cocktail of dexamethasone, remdesivir, and the monoclonal, whatever the fuck, the Regeneron treatment, okay? You're the only person who has those three. Regeneron alone is like given to 10 people, okay? You're being carried by all that shit, and even then monoclonal antibodies in the form of Regeneron. Like, that is, as a cocktail, a combination of the three has not been given to any other person in the country. You are the only person who has that, okay? You're getting hard carried by the best medicine. By the way, publicly funded. Everyone at Walter Reed, that's social medicine, socialized medicine. Again, socialism for me, but not for you, of course. With the best medicine that money can fucking buy, and even money can't buy in certain instances, and you still barely make it up a goddamn flight of stairs without looking like dog shit. And you're still talking shit. It's so fucked. How do you not recognize how out of touch that sounds? Like, I just don't understand it.
What do you think, Martha, about Juan's point that I think, 70% of the country supports mask wearing, and, you know, people see the president coming back to the White House, he takes the masks off. It doesn't matter to me, he's alone on a balcony. But, you know, the media hammers.
He wasn't. He's not. 135 people in the White House staff have contracted COVID so far, tested positive, or is suspected of being positive. And he literally walked inside without a mask. There were people around him. What the fuck? He had his photographer right next to him, and people inside of his, I don't know if it's the balcony of the Oval Office or wherever the fuck that is, but there were people inside that room. I mean, this is so dumb.
For the mask, do you think that's bad politics?
You know, I think the president is 100% authentic. He is who he is. He's not trying to come off of this experience and reframe who he is. I think a lot of us thought, well, he'll be, you know, in a different mindset after this, having been, you know, sort of shaken a little bit by getting it himself. But, you know, we see what his response is. He comes back and he says, look.
What do you think about this? It's being reported by local news. New text shared with WRAL suggests Cunningham has sexual relationship with a woman. Yeah, dude, I saw those text messages. If that actually impacts the fucking North Carolina race, then North Carolina does not deserve to have an elected representative. Okay?
His name is Hasan.
Republicans have fucking Dennis Hastert. Democrats have Cal Cunningham, who literally said stuff like, I can't wait to kiss you extra hard. Like, it's nuts. Like, absolutely insane that anyone is trying to fucking make a big story out of this. It's an extramarital affair, but like, Libs are such pussies that they can't even have like a fucking Anthony Weiner style extramarital affair. You know what I mean? Like with dick pics and shit. I mean, he also sent dick pics to like 15-year-olds or whatever the fuck. So obviously, fuck that guy. But you know what I mean? Like before that, leading up to that moment, all the extramarital affairs that Weiner had was with like in the most insane way possible. Cal Cunningham is like, ooh, I can't wait to kiss you. I can't wait to kiss your face extra hard. Are we gonna handhold when my wife is not looking? Like, fucking Ann Coulter of all people tried to make a big deal out of it. Like, Democrats, if you wanna have like a shitty marriage, marry a Democrat. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like Dennis Hastert? Like longest seated Republican in Congress, longest seated Speaker of the House. Fuck little boys. Donald Trump. I mean, I don't really care about like, you know, fucking. My point is, I don't really care about fucking porn stars. I think that's awesome, obviously, and it's consensual, and he paid for it. So clearly, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm never gonna fucking act like Donald Trump having consensual sex with a porn star where he ended up paying a sex worker is a bad thing. Let's be real. Okay? I don't even think that's cheating. I like with Melania. I think that it's a contractual relationship, okay? I think Melania probably loves every moment that she doesn't have to fuck Donald Trump. Let's be real. She probably loves that Donald Trump was like fucking porn stars and shit. That means he doesn't have to fuck her.
This is a deranged pervert.
From the Associated Press, I'm just going to send his opponent his naked photos, Guzman, Todd wrote. That will teach him. You don't deserve me, Cal, she said in a separate text message. She added in another, he knows that I can tank his campaign. That's so fucked up. First of all, no, she can't. It's called revenge porn, bitch. There you go. Get fucked. You leak that shit, you go to jail. What a shit candidate. I mean, I don't know enough about this dude. I just think that it's like, look, I don't know anything about this guy. Okay? I don't know anything about Cal Cunningham. But having said that, this story is insane. Like, trying to make this into a larger problem in 2020 is, I mean, you look like a dumbass, okay? You look like an absolute dumbass if you're like, I can't believe he cheated on his wife. Like, wow. What? Are you aware of what's going on the planet right now? Like, really? You think extramarital affairs is a problem? Hello? Do you know who the fucking president is? Like, I don't understand. He seems better than Tillis, but he also touted some anti-vaccine rhetoric the other week, said he would not take a COVID vaccine put out by Trump. I think he's just being, I think he's just talking about like Operation Warp Speed and how scared he is. I can't believe it. Fact is subjective. What do you mean? Look at what yesterday's video about cheating did to you. Yeah, I watched the Albert video, so I no longer believe cheating is a problem. Actually, the real victim is the person who did cheat, is what I think. You can care about more than one thing at a time. I just don't think that this is that significant of a problem. And it shouldn't be that significant of a problem. I care infinitely more. Like, if he was, like, raping someone, that's entirely different. But if he's having a consensual extramarital affair and he, like, fucked over his wife, but overall, he's going to fucking out a Republican. He's going to unseat a Republican. I'm not going to sit around and be like, oh my God, I can't believe he did this. Like, we're not talking about offline TV here. We're talking about a fucking Senate seat. So shut the fuck up. Okay? I love Lily, But if Albert was about to unseat a fucking Republican from a senatorial seat, I would be like, go Albert. Are you fucking kidding me? And if he was also, you know, at least moderate, like moderate left leaning. Like, go Albie. No, you shut the fuck up. You're always in favor of cheating every time it's brought up. Okay, bro.
Nice.
Anyway, Newt Gingrich cheated on his dying wife. I mean, who hasn't? These guys all fucking suck, okay? Guys, John McCain literally cheated on and left his disabled wife who waited for him while he was a fucking prisoner of war. Like, he came back and he upgraded, dude. Like, immediately. Straight up. And no, I don't mean that in, like, ableist terms. I mean, like, in his mind, he was like, I'm upgrading from a person who loved me unconditionally and waited for me to, like, a person who was a much wealthier woman. Yeah. How fucked up is that? That's a little bit worse than sending boo-boo texts to your side piece like, oh, I can't wait to kissy poo your face. You ever think after all that Vietnam ladyboy action that he was never going to look at a disabled woman the same way? Jesus Christ. Are we talking about politics or music with Melon? Dude, holy shit, I'm deleting the fucking title. Why are you guys so caught up with the Melon shit, dude? Who cares? Like, he's the homie. He's gonna come on. Why are you fucking... Like, why? Why do you care so much? Biden is throwing hands? I mean, this is another gift to the Biden campaign. I can't believe it. I don't know what's going on. People are just excited, man. Don't you ever anticipate anything? No, I know everything that's going to happen. Statement by Vice President Joe Biden on President Trump canceling negotiations for COVID-19 relief. Jack, Donald Trump ended the efforts to pass bipartisan relief that our nation desperately needs, Jack.
His name
he ended talks that would get help for our businesses and schools, for families struggling and those unemployed. Come on. That would have preserved hundreds of thousands of jobs, Jack. Make no mistake. If you are out of work, if your business is closed, if your child's school is shut down, you're seeing layoffs in your community, Donald Trump decided today that none of it matters to him. There will be no help from Washington for the foreseeable future. Instead, he wants the Senate to use its time to confirm a Supreme Court justice nominee before the election in a mad dash to make sure that the court takes away your health coverage as quickly as possible. Very good. This is an incredibly well-written statement. Incredibly well-written statement. Very good statement. Good job. Your Biden impression is almost as good as your Trump impression, so I have faith in the next 4 years of comedy. Poll nerd, 60% of people polled October 4th and 5th have heard about it. 60% of those said it doesn't matter. 85% D. 37 of those said it will make them less likely to vote for him, 66%. But Indies said 65% don't care at all. 30 said it's mad at them. Not enough for him to lose his lead of 6-9. Dude, Joe Biden is not winning this election. Donald Trump is losing this election. Like, in the most disastrous way possible. Let's get
you should
back
be
to this.
optimistic. You can overcome this. I think he's recognizing that we have really great treatments that have been put in place now that people can access and take advantage of. I would just point out that, you know, the polls show that the president does not score very well on this issue of COVID and the handling of COVID. I was looking at Pennsylvania polls, plus 20 for Joe Biden on the handling of COVID. So, you know, it's not, you know, not looking at my thinking about it or anyone else's thinking about it. I'm just looking at some of the data.
Yo, imagine having to justify like a totally reasonable take with like 11 different polls because otherwise they're going to shove it down your throat. That's so funny. I bet someone in that panel is going to say polls are fake anyway, just like Hillary was going to win.
Data that's out there in these states. Now, you know, if these polls prove to be wrong, they are mostly taken before the president got back. And I'll be very looking forward to seeing how people sort of absorb his very optimistic outlook about this and his encouraging words that people can overcome this and go on, and whether or not it helps him. We'll see, but he needs a game changer right now because he's having a tough time in a lot of these polls across the country.
All right, Dana Perino, take us home.
Well, I think, you know, the president didn't give a speech today like we heard he might, but he did make some significant news, as he always does. He puts his thumb on the news of the day.
Dude, maybe you guys will trust me more when you hear fucking Nate Cohn, New York Times' very own stat boy, say the exact same shit. In the Times Siena National poll just a couple weeks ago, voters overwhelmingly supported the $2 trillion stimulus package by a 72 to 23% margin. It's just astonishing that a president trailing by 9 points is going to pass on this opportunity. The economy is the one issue that voters think the president has handled really well. And here they forfeit a golden opportunity to not only turn the conversation back to it, but add a popular bipartisan accomplishment. It's wild, at least from a political standpoint. That's exactly what I said. You had this tweet open? Oh, this was the tweet I had open before? This was the Nate Cohn tweet? Okay, well. There it is. I thought Trump would win re-election for years up until last weekend. No, I didn't think it. I will not fucking ever say that Trump absolutely is going to lose until he's out of office.
Big man, Hasan.
Okay?
Hello, Hassie Haspoggies.
Hello, Charles. Until COVID, it wasn't 50-50. Until COVID, it was Donald Trump had a really good shot at winning.
Hey, the boys is back.
Trump is doing everything he can to let Biden win. I don't think it's on purpose, but holy shit, I don't know how he's this blind. I don't understand. It literally fucking does not make a single shred of sense. Usually, you can make sense with some of the stuff he does. Some of the stuff he does makes sense. Like to his base, maybe even to a broader chunk of the voter base. But like right now, this does not make any sense whatsoever. Like this is, as Nate Cohn also correctly pointed out, the one area that he absolutely could make ground on. Like he could actually win people back on.
God, those communists are amazing.
And he's throwing it. He's throwing it in the fucking air. He's just... By the way, here is ABC's confirmed that a military aide responsible for carrying the nuclear football has also... Hold on, what the fuck? Broke. Yeah, a military aide responsible for carrying the nuclear football tested positive over the weekend and traveled with the president last Thursday to New Jersey. Harsh malarkey. Can that guy work from home? Yeah, he is now, dude.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Hey guys, I'm carrying the nuclear football at home.
My house, but I never paid the bill. It's been repossessed.
America deserved 9/11.
COVID draining the swamp.
I found the nuclear football in the parking lot of the Vince Lombardi service area off the New Jersey Port Turnpike. Can someone tell me where I need to go to turn it in?
Football man has corona now. What the hell?
Anyway, the entire military top brass has to quarantine. Yeah, I know.
Oh, you're such a big man.
During their phone call today, Mitch McConnell suggested to Trump that Speaker Pelosi was stringing him along and no deal she cut with Mnuchin could pass the Senate. Oh, dude, this makes sense.
Oh, you're such a big
okay,
man,
this is starting to make a little bit more sense. Thank you, Jeff Stein of the Washington Post. Okay. What did I tell you guys? Donald Trump, leading up to this past fucking week, was constantly like, come on, we got to do a deal. We got to do a deal. We got to do a deal. And the only people that were actually holding the deal back was motherfucking Mitch McConnell. Now, we still don't understand, and this is the exact same argument or conversation I had with Asita, if you remember on the Bad Faith podcast. We don't understand why Mitch McConnell is holding back on this, because it actually even threatens the safety of certain Republican seats in the Senate. Like, close races in the Senate are actually going to be harmed by this. Close and House, like congressional Republicans in the House, they're fucked. Okay? They're absolutely fucked. Americans, by and large, want this. Americans, by and large, want the stimulus package. It's not even just like regular average Joes that you can absolutely avoid, but also like capital owners want this because they too recognize that this stimulus is a necessity. Okay? And I've been saying this for fucking months. I don't understand why Mitch McConnell would even do this. Why would he do this? This makes no sense whatsoever. I do not understand why Mitch McConnell would not actually push or would not actually allow to vote on a second stimulus when it will help Donald Trump and it will help Senate Republicans and it will help congressional Republicans. It looks like a dub for the liberals. It looks like a dub for the Democrats, but it looks like an even bigger dub for Donald Trump. You could literally say, well, look, we know how to do bipartisan compromise. You know what I mean? At a time when like you can act a little bit more moderate, but most importantly, you give money to people and then people are more financially secure. They're going to remember that. Everyone's calling it fucking Trump bucks. The $1,200 that Donald Trump put his name on is going to be remembered as Trump bucks. Money that Donald Trump gave you, even though he himself didn't give enough money to he himself didn't even pay enough in federal taxes to like cover a fucking $1,200 Trump buck. But you know, people think that, and that's good. So it makes no sense he didn't cover one check. But it makes no sense why Mitch McConnell wouldn't do this. So I can't speak to Mitch McConnell's personal. I can't speak to Mitch McConnell's personal theories. I can't speak to Mitch McConnell's like personal reasons for why he's doing this. I enjoy the theory that Republicans are just using Trump to secure their justice supermajority. Then they're going to completely abandon him because he's bad electorally for them. This is McConnell's master plan. They may lose some seats in this election, but in the long run, it'll be better for them. Yeah, but why would Donald Trump go along with that? I guess he's so close to a fucking election that like he literally can't turn on Mitch McConnell now. I can see Mitch McConnell doing something like that for the long term. I don't think that that's that insane of a fucking combo. That's insane. That's not an insane theory. That's actually not an insane theory. And Donald Trump personally could do nothing about it at this point because he can't turn around and be like, Mitch McConnell's fucking me literally, 4 weeks out of an election. You can't say Mitch McConnell's fucking me 4 weeks out of an election. So he can't blame the Senate Republicans. So he has to say Nancy Pelosi. So he's like shoved into a fucking corner and he wants a deal. The Democrats want a deal. He can't make the Democrats look good. So maybe he's like diving. No, that doesn't make sense. Why the fuck would he take ownership of a deal not working? I guess maybe because it would then make him look weak. It would make him look weak if like he admits that Mitch McConnell is like bullying him. You know what I mean? How much you want to bet that Mitch McConnell doesn't want to do it because of socialism? Mitch McConnell doesn't give a fuck about socialism, dude. Are you crazy? If his wealthy benefactors somehow wanted socialism to happen, Mitch McConnell would make it happen. Have you considered that he just made a mistake? No. Economic relief talks screeched to a halt. It makes a little bit more sense that Mitch McConnell was still the reason why this negotiation has stopped, though. And Donald Trump is trying to save face. I've instructed my representatives to stop negotiating. As we know, he said that. Trump's surprising announcement stood in stark contrast to recommendations from the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who had said in a speech hours earlier that more economic stimulus was needed to sustain recovery. Again, capital owners are saying we need a stimulus. It's not just the poors that are saying, like, please feed us, we're starving. It's the masters that are saying you need to feed the poors because otherwise the economy is going to fucking fall apart. The only people that are stopping this from happening are Republicans in the Senate. I need you to understand. The House already voted for this. They already sent it back to the Republicans. This is being stopped by Mitch McConnell and the Republican Party. Just remember that. I think Republicans are actually being true conservatives and being fiscally conservative. Don't make me laugh. That's not a real thing. That's never been a real thing.
The most important thing happening in Irish politics, ATM.
Republicans have an endless purse, an infinite amount of money when it comes to getting their own way. Like there's no such thing as fiscal conservatism in the Republican Party. That's not a real thing. Trump's tweets sent the stock market lower as many businesses, households, and investors have been hoping for a jolt of fiscal stimulus. Amid the signs the economy has lost momentum. Trump is also dealing with his recent COVID-19 diagnosis. Oh, fuck yeah. Stephen Miller got COVID too. I mean, he's going to survive no matter what, but Stephen Miller tested positive for COVID per a senior administration official. Adds Miller has been working remotely for the last 5 days, testing negative every day through yesterday, and is in quarantine after a positive test today. Fuck Stephen Miller. Anyway. Let's keep going. Barring another unexpected development, Trump's declaration kills any near-term chance of new aid for millions of Americans who remain out of work and at risk of eviction. Pelosi and Mnuchin spoke shortly after Trump's tweets, and Mnuchin informed Pelosi that the negotiations were indeed over, according to Pelosi's spokesman. Trump said he instead asked Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell from Kentucky not to delay, but to instead focus on full-time on approving any outstanding nominee, like focus on the Supreme Court, not the fucking stimulus, which literally the majority of Americans think is the wrong thing to do. Just remember that. McConnell, who spoke with Trump shortly before the president's announcement, said he agreed with the decision. I think his view was that they were not going to produce a result we needed to concentrate on was achievable. The majority leader told reporters at the Capitol. Trump's pronouncement came after days of sustained, if long-shot negotiations between Pelosi and Mnuchin. Pelosi later speculated to Democratic colleagues on a conference call that the president's sudden change in position might be connected to the steroids he's taking as he battles COVID-19. I think that's pretty funny. Like, that's the only time that Nancy Pelosi's been kind of funny. I think he did it on accident, but... POV, you're Mitch sucking off Trump? I think it's the opposite. I think Donald Trump has been trying to get a stimulus rammed through no matter what it takes, so much so that he even said that he would use the executive office, executive orders to ram through some fucking direct cash to the American people, because he knows that his pathway to success, his narrow chance of victory, is through giving people a second stimulus. It also helps the economy recover. He's been trying very desperately, in my mind, to push for recovery. Mitch McConnell, on the other hand, has not. That's why I was surprised at first that Donald Trump took ownership of this negotiation halting.
This is a deranged pervert.
Hey Hasan, when will you discuss the political situation of the Andromeda Galaxy? Why do you only talk about the Milky Way?
That's true. I'm really Milky Way centric like that, and it's pretty fucked up. If we're being honest, I'll admit it is absolutely fucked up that I am so Milky centric. Everything I talk about is centered around the Milky Way, and that's fucked up. Also, I just want to say, kind of fucked that I was not invited to the Among Us tournament. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know why I was not. I am a professional ranked Among Us player. That's totally unrelated to anything else that's going on, but I am a professional Among Us player, so I don't know why I was not. Maybe because they thought, oh, he'll own us all because he's so good. Did you get out of pools? Wait, they had pools? I don't know why I didn't even know. You're a washed up Among Us player. True, I am.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Is it true that McConnell would rather work with Biden than Trump? No. No, but it's better for McConnell not to work with Biden after he got literally everything he ever could have wanted. The tournament is total trash. Hard clear 5 people at dropship via taskbar each game. I know you won't be discussing this stuff, but can I get a congrats to my boy Sir Penrose for getting a Nobel Prize for his work in black hole research? Congratulations, Penrose, Sir Penrose, for your black hole research. Believe me, there are people who think that steroids have an impact on your thinking. She told Democrats. Okay, this stuff is fucking crazy, but all right, I'm bored. I want to see what the fuck CNN is up to one last time, and then I don't know if I want to watch this entire fucking unreleased footage with Breonna Taylor, but you cover the tournament? Cover the tournament? Fuck no, I'm not going to cover the tournament.
But that doesn't mean it won't work.
Still, Biden hopes his message of unity will prevail.
I do not believe we have to choose between law and order and racial justice in America. We can't have both.
And of course, Pennsylvania doesn't just have the history of Gettysburg. It's also a critical swing state in the 2020 election. And today we saw a new poll of Pennsylvania voters from Monmouth. We saw Vice President Biden increasing his lead here, now running 54% to Trump.
By the way, to the people who are mad about him like talking shit about socialism and socialists in Florida, one, what the fuck do you expect? Of course Biden is going to say he's anti-socialist. And two, what do you expect him to say, like he's pro-socialism in fucking Florida when all those psychotic boomers literally think that Biden is a socialist? No, of course he's going to say fuck socialism in fucking Florida of all places. He doesn't even personally like socialism. So, yeah, at this point, like if you're shocked by that, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, there are better ways to deal with it. I think what would be better, and I said this last night as well, what would be better is if he was like, this socialism stuff is nonsense, Jack. That's all Republicans know is eat hot chip and say socialism and lie. Let's stop talking about socialism. They think everything is socialism.
We're getting some breaking news right now. One of the closest aides at the White House to the President of the United States, Stephen Miller. We have now learned, there you see Stephen Miller with the sunglasses. We have now learned that he too has tested positive for coronavirus. The number of aides and staff at the White House growing and growing and growing, but he clearly is one of the most influential, one of the most important associates of the president. He has helped the president from day one, worked very closely to help get him elected in the campaign in 2015 and 2016. But now he too has tested positive, according to sources close to him, for the coronavirus. Another disturbing development. We, of course, wish him, wish the president, wish the first lady, all of the top aides at the White House, the press secretary, Haley McEnany, a speedy recovery. But clearly clearly this is escalating. It's not going away by any means. Very, very worrisome. We also know that there are a lot of others in the White House who are not necessarily well known, who are now in quarantine, given the fact that this has exploded the way it has. Our Chief White House Correspondent Jim Acosta is joining us right now. I take it, Jim, when you walk around the West Wing, it's usually very crowded. It's pretty empty right now.
That's right. It is very quiet, Will. So a lot of these staffers have gone home to work from home as a precaution. And I will tell you, just talking to some of them, they're nervous about catching the coronavirus too. And this late-breaking information that Stephen Miller, top domestic policy advisor to the president, is testing positive for coronavirus is not going to do much to allay these concerns. Obviously, if Stephen Miller can catch the virus, that means just about anybody else can catch the virus. You should note his wife, who is a spokesperson for Vice President Mike Pence, Katie Miller, she tested positive earlier this year. You'll recall that was one of the very first cases of the coronavirus that really rattled people inside the White House.
Okay.
And so obviously this is another indication that there is something going on inside this White House. It looks like an outbreak. It looks like portions of the White House have become something of a hot zone as more.
I have to say this, but you guys are going to get mad at me for saying this. You're going to say I'm like speaking it into existence, but leave it to the fucking Democrats to normalize and level the playing field by also contracting fucking COVID in a cluster. Okay? Just fucking wait until the Democrats also are like, well, can't wait, dude. They're so fucking ineffective that like they'll literally actually end up getting COVID or something so that you can't even use this as a talking point against them. You know what I mean? Like the one fucking thing. Top of the hour, it's odd time. Yeah, all right, we'll watch the new fucking Gravel Capitalism versus Freedom video. After the ad, we're gonna do some fun stuff. And I gotta go pee-pee. Hold on, I actually gotta go pee-pee.
America deserved 9/11.
Has gotchi.
America deserved 9/11.
Peepo kiss.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Cough, cough, cough.
This is a deranged pervert.
Okay. What happened to the dono?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
What did the dono say? Cough, cough, cough. Oh no, Agent Orangi. Watch out.
This is a deranged pervert.
Yeah, and if you still love OGs, then play this.
If you're an American, you've probably
Zephyr
heard this
Teach-Out.
one before. Capitalism means freedom. With the liberty of the free market, the thinking goes, individuals are empowered to make their own decisions. Sounds good, right? If you buy into this logic, then any alternative with more role for the public seems oppressive and tyrannical. One where other people make all the decisions for you. Appealing in theory. In practice, not true.
What? What? Wait. What's going on, dude? What is he doing?
Mommy, you get your
Is he dead and his account is like posting like Herman Cain or something? Like what the f—
are going to be dropped in December and I could not be happier. I also work on a campaign for Teresa Greenfield in Iowa and she is leading by 12 points. Thank you for inspiring me.
God damn, Pop-Tart God, fucking $101, dude. What did you accidentally fucking send that? Was it supposed to be 11 or something?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
Okay,
I apologize for that.
there is something going on.
Allah the Almighty.
I feel like his brain is like doo-doo or something. Why is he... Like, what's happening? Why is he saying this? How is he saying this? He just said... Are people that stupid? He just fucking said we're no longer negotiating because Democrats can't compromise or whatever. And he's like literally... He's literally talking about how like he's gonna hold the stimulus hostage until the end of the...
Isn't that just darling?
What is going on, dude? What is he doing? This is worse than... I mean...
I love the system. I can now...
I don't know. I don't...
Think of all the education that I missed, but then my homework was never quite like this. I got it bad, got it bad, got it bad. I'm hot for teacher. I've got it bad, so bad. I'm hot for teacher.
I truly do not understand what is happening.
Man, Hasan.
My mom didn't even know that Herman Cain died, and now she jokes about him all the time. Rip. What is happening? Why did he say this?
This is a deranged pervert.
Hey.
Hold on. Don't worry, Trump doesn't understand what's happening either. Is he actually like fucking delirious or something? Like... I don't know. What the fuck does CNN have to say about this shit?
Right? The president was at each of those events. He was in the room for debate prep. He is the one thing all those events have in common. So we don't know who started this, but we do need to know what the situation is. The person who wants to be reelected as the oldest president in American history, Donald Trump, needs to tell us about his health. The only update today we got on that was a letter that says the president has reported no symptoms and is doing, quote, extremely well. No information here about his temperature, drugs he's still taking. We don't know the last time he tested negative, right? Which is crucial because without it, we have no idea how many people he possibly infected who may now be spreading the virus to people who could die. But the White House does not want people to even know who has the virus inside the West Wing.
What do you think will happen to Biden if he tests positive for COVID? He
White House
dies.
Staff wanted to
like,
keep
for
news
sure.
of Hicks positive coronavirus test positive. According to the Wall Street Journal, the president also asked an advisor not to disclose the results of their own test, saying, quote, don't tell anyone. The New York Times reporting 2 White House residence staffers also tested positive. When they found out, they were told to, quote, use discretion in discussing it at all. Caitlin Collins is out front live near the White House to begin our coverage. And Caitlin, look, the web keeps growing, but we still have no definitive count.
His name
and
is Hasan.
The CDC is not involved, we understand, in contract tracing it.
Yeah, and there's questions about that because we're just seeing how widespread this is getting just in the West Wing alone. Because earlier, Aaron, we were talking about coming on the show and talking about how there are now 4 press staffers in that office that have tested positive for coronavirus, in addition to the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, who, of course, we found out tested positive yesterday. And now we've learned that today Stephen Miller has tested positive as well. And in a statement to CNN and other outlets, he said that over the last 5 days, he had been working remotely and self-isolating. He said, today I tested positive for COVID-19 and am in quarantine. That, of course, is after he was also in direct contact with Hope Hicks after she tested positive last week, in addition to the president and several other officials that we now know have tested positive. But Aaron, just to show you how much we do not know about coronavirus, let us remind viewers that a few months ago, Stephen Miller's wife, who is a top aide to the vice president, also tested positive.
His name is Hasan.
The vice president on the elected officials there of the United States.
Yeah. Would you do an event like that again that way, or would you handle it differently, maybe space everybody out a bit and insist that they wear masks at this point?
Look, again, no one can point to that event and say, yes, there are a number of people there that tested positive.
No, obviously, but I'm just asking if you were going to do an event like that again.
No, everyone can. That's called contact tracing, you fucking idiot.
Differently.
No, that's something that the CDC wanted to do and you said no to.
Several photographers there wore masks and they all tested positive. So with any event, you take a certain amount of risk.
That's interesting.
Nominating a Supreme Court justice, Article 2, Section 2 power, that's an obligation of the president to do this, and will continue to fulfill his constitutional duties.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Okay, I do want to ask you about the president's decision to end the negotiations over COVID.
Yes.
A lot of very strong reaction to that, that it might not be the greatest move this close to an election to be the side of the negotiation that is pointed to as the one that said, we're done, this is over. Why would the president do that at this point with 4 weeks to go?
There is not a better way to try to present this. That's how bad this is.
Negotiator is pursuant to
be on the side that's saying no good, it's not
to
good.
Get relief for the American people, but notably, every time we put forward a proposal, let's say school funding that matched what Nancy Pelosi asked, we actually exceeded it by $5 billion. She then rejected it. So after months of unserious negotiations, the president said, fine, if you're not interested in negotiating, let's move forward. He's done everything in his executive capacity with executive orders to protect those facing eviction, on unemployment insurance. But we need Nancy Pelosi. She hasn't been there in a serious way, but everything the president does is pursuant to hopefully getting to a good result for the American people.
Well, we know that she has not budged on her number since the very beginning. Are you indicating that we may see some different sorts of deals, other executive actions perhaps for the airlines? Is that something that's on the table right now?
So we have offered to do straight passing of a clean bill to protect airline workers. I've met several of these airline workers who said, literally, I'm going to lose my job in weeks. I mean, these are real people. That's why we at the White House, we offered the omnibus package, the big one. We offered a piecemeal one. We've offered everything we can possibly offer, and Nancy Pelosi should work with us here.
All right. So will there be any sort of smaller deal that the president can enact unilaterally? Is that a possibility at this point?
Look, I know Chief of Staff Meadows is exploring every possible avenue, and certainly if there was a way to do this in our executive power, we would do it because the jobs of the American people and our airline workers are very important.
Got it. All right, Kayleigh, we hope you continue to feel well, and we wish.
I mean, they went down $1 trillion, so.
Or hopefully a symptomless experience as much as possible.
And they refused to go down more. They refused to go down another trillion.
So still ahead, that interview, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is here with us. He breaks down why the next round of COVID relief negotiations fell apart today. Also, his response to how on track the Coney Barrett hearing.
That's actually big, too. I want to see what the fuck. Mitch McConnell says, too. All right, here, let's keep playing this.
Our economy isn't about freedom at all, just the opposite. American capitalism today is defined by an overwhelming lack of freedom for the vast majority of people and incredible dictatorial power.
Melon Man is coming at fucking 6 to 6:30, okay? Stop fucking asking me when Melon is coming. I should have never told you he was coming on, and I should have just been like, here's a special guest. There you go. Y'all fucking annoying as shit.
For a few people at the very top. That's because we have allowed big corporate monopolies to take over a lot of the work of government and replace public institutions with private for-profit ones. They have gobbled up small and medium-sized businesses so they can set all the terms. You hear a lot about the freedom to choose.
Damn. Chavo Travis says this Trump guy's a big goofy. Wow. It's bold, dude. You better watch out. You're gonna get banned for fucking take that hot.
But what does that freedom really mean? Sure, we can choose between different eyeglass companies until we learn they're all owned by the same company behind the scenes. We can choose between Budweiser, Skoal, or Beck's Beer, but they're all owned by the same company too. And when it comes to work, where most people spend most of their time, people don't have much freedom at all. Despite claims that workers freely enter into a contract to sell their labor, there's no free choice between working and not working. In a country like ours, where 40% of people can't scrape together $400 in an emergency, the reality is that you either work or you starve. You don't have several months to take time off and carefully choose a good employer. In order to survive, people submit to working menial, unrewarding jobs for little pay, no security, and bad benefits. And once they're on the job, that lack of freedom only gets worse. When we go to work, we check our hard-won rights at the door, and your employers rule over you night and day. Big corporations like Amazon punish workers for speaking out. Many corporations are now spying on workers' political activities. They intrude into people's private lives, monitor their social media, and regulate their breaks. In poultry plants across the country, workers are penalized for simply using the bathroom, to the point that they wear adult diapers and avoid drinking water so as to keep working.
What do you mean? That's the free market, lady. Zephyr teach out. I hope with that kind of mentality, you're not teaching our kids anything. That's how it's supposed to be. Work, you peasants. Work or die.
That's not freedom. And when the boss decides to fire you, there's no...
I'm sorry, but you fail to recognize as they have the liberty to leave that job and go to another one. Or they will also probably have similar restrictions.
Due process.
Or the freedom to die, of course.
Like a feudal lord, he can fire and punish workers at will. In practice, American workplaces are like private governments, where the freedoms we associate with democracy don't exist. When we clock in, we become subjects, not citizens. Without anti-monopoly regulations to restrict their size, or labor unions to contest their power over employees, corporations and their wealthy CEOs have as much power over ordinary people as any government agency, if not more. Despite the lie that our market is free, most industries are dominated by a few massive firms. 2 corporations control office supplies, 5 corporations control food, 2 corporations dominate retail, 4 corporations control home internet, 1 corporation dominates books. Instead of free competition, the status quo is monopoly control. Huge corporations set the terms and manage the economy from their perch at the top of the market, deciding who succeeds and who fails. When Facebook decides to promote a political agenda to benefit itself, who can stop them? When Amazon decides it doesn't like a particular book, that book can vanish from the place most everyone buys books. When Pfizer decides to raise insulin prices ahead of a shareholders meeting, it's done, and people die as a result. Every day, decisions that affect millions of people are made not by everyone in a democratic manner, but by unelected people who have profits and not the well-being of others in mind. That's the problem at the heart of our system. Elected officials are always expressing concern about government intrusion into our private lives. But they're happy to let corporations take advantage of us in ways that would be unconstitutional for any democratic government. The hard truth is that despite what you hear...
Okay. Is Mitch on?
Here now, Dana Perino, anchor of the Daily Briefing and co-host of The Five. Juan Williams is also co-host of The Five and a Fox News political analyst. Good to be with you guys earlier, and great to have you back now. Your thoughts, Juan, on this speech that we just saw a bit of?
Okay, he's not even on.
Here, the modern American economy is not about the freedom to choose. In job markets, where you either get a job or you die. In workplaces where the boss is king, and in marketplaces dominated by huge abusive monopolies, you don't have much of a choice at all. I'm Zephyr Teachout, professor of law at Fordham Law School for the Gravel Institute.
It's a very good video. Gravel has really good shit. They do be having good videos, dude.
Big man, Hasan.
Capitalism for weird.
At 2:18, the ballot lists Kissinger and Haig as the options. Nice little Easter egg. Read the comments. Corporate tyranny is completely ignored in this country.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
You stupid dumb commie, how could you support fascist socialism in America now that I have your attention? Will you please VIP Jim Nona? Thanks, Hasan.
They're not.
He says...
Okay, I don't care about fucking Dana Perino and shit. I want to hear I want to hear from Mitch McConnell about why he is stopping. I want to hear from Mitch McConnell on exactly why he is stopping these, when time became history, the human era.
Imagine.
Ooh, this might be finally another Kurgazak's video that we watch actually on this channel. Anyway, Fox showed him coming up, so maybe at the bottom of the hour. Dude, my coworker sent me thinking to change my mind about socialism. Just curious, will you sub to them and not me after hours of 90-day content? Kind of strange. Anyway, just curious, by the way. Yeah. Exactly. They're a propaganda outlet that needs to be highlighted and supported. Your propaganda is pro 90-day.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
You all know, all McConnell will do is blame everything on Democrats, take no responsibility.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
This is a remarkable statistic. Joe Biden is on his way to do better with seniors than any Democratic nominee in the last 24 years. It is fucking insane. Wait, what is Joe Rogan analyzes Chris Cuomo fake weight controversy?
Did you see the thing where Tucker Carlson was playing all these videos of Chris Cuomo talking to Michael Cohen, coaching him?
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
No, I don't care about this. That Kirk video is good. It relates to you a bit too. I think I'm going to watch the Kirk video. I'm ashamed of the Biden performance of the debate. Calling the president a clown is terrible. As an undecided voter, I have you now. Thanks. Love you. Yeah. Senate Majority Leader McConnell asked by MK Manu Raju, senior congressional correspondent for CNN, if he supports President Trump's decision to end stimulus talks. He says, I do. I think his view was that they were not going to produce a result and we need to concentrate on what's achievable. Okay, so he's literally landing it on, he's dropping it on Donald Trump. Like he's literally fucking, he's making it seem like it's Donald Trump that's stopping it when it's absolutely the opposite. There is no way. I do not believe that Donald Trump is that fucking crazy. I do not believe that Donald Trump is so fucking dumb that he would tank himself this way. He would fuck himself over. The only strength that he has is his capability of reading the room. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy if you think Donald Trump is this way. Come on. Come on, dude. If he was this way, then why was he not speaking out against the stimulus package for months? I hate underestimating him like this. I hate when you guys do this. It literally is ridiculous because he has been advocating for a stimulus package for months. For him to flip this way and be like, oh, it's Nancy Pelosi, I'm stopping the negotiations. You're crazy. It's so insane for him to do this when he himself absolutely recognizes the need for a second stimulus. Also, he personally literally just said that we need to do a second coronavirus package. Like, he just tweeted out that he wants to do that. So something doesn't make sense at all. What do you think it is? I told you, I think that maybe Osita was right when he said that the Senate Republicans, or like the Republican establishment, is done with their project. Anything that they do, any other gains that they make beyond this, like they can always cut taxes further, but for the time being, like they've cut enough taxes. They've deregulated key industries to a degree that like anything that they do going forward will literally hurt their own base in a way that is impossible for them not to recognize. Like if they were to actually cut, I don't know, if they were actually to cut like income tax, in the way that like eliminate income tax, like Donald Trump was saying, which is fucking psychotic, right? If they were to do that, they would destroy Social Security and therefore kill their own base. Like they would do something so damaging that their own base would no longer be able to fucking, you would no longer be able to, it would be too harmful. It would go beyond, and it would be too harmful for its own base. So, and Medicare as well, obviously. Medicare and Social Security is paid for by income taxes. So, there's no way that they could go this far. And I think maybe Osita was right, and that the Republicans are done with their project under Trump. They got literally everything they could, and then they're just gonna blow it up as best as they can, and then blame Democrats for it when they throw Trump under the bus. Trump doesn't get reelected, and then I guess like they'll blame Democrats for fucking up the economy. Like once they, I don't understand how the stimulus dumpstering helps Senate Republicans. I think I think perhaps it's a long-term project, because the stimulus dumpstering and obstructing the stimulus under the, first of all, Donald Trump is done. Like if Donald Trump doesn't win the election, bye-bye to the stimulus. He's not going to do anything. As a matter of fact, he's going to permanently destroy the American, like the remaining fucking institutional legitimacy that like these, the executive office and all these other federal agencies have, right? In that lame duck session, he's going to do everything he can to fuck everything up. Scorched earth, right? So bye-bye to that stimulus until January 20th. Like, we're not getting that. And even after that, if Republicans still maintain the Senate majority, after that, then what will happen is Mitch McConnell will pull the Obama move that he did, okay? And they will absolutely prevent anything they can. Like, they'll absolutely prevent everything in an obstructionist way that they are known to do, and completely stop a second stimulus from coming in. And any sort of recovery effort that Joe Biden's administration might try to put together will be stopped by Republicans. And then when the artificial boost that Trump pumped into the fucking markets finally explode, the bubble that we're in currently pops, and we have severe backlash from that, okay? Then it looks like Democrats were responsible for the economic devastation, the collapse, right? When the bubble pops under Democratic leadership, then Republicans can turn around and say, look at what they did to the economy. This is what happens when you put Democrats in control. The economy was Trump's one remaining advantage. Now he might have blown it. I mean, dude, everyone's going to say this. It's not necessarily that much of a five-head take for me to know this. It's just pretty obvious.
Of holding virtual hearings. Watch.
The idea of having virtual hearings where no one is with the witness for the highest court in the land, for a life appointment that would have such effect on people's lives, makes no sense. A virtual hearing is virtually no hearing at all.
So, sir, you are up against the clock and COVID in your effort to move this nomination through, and you hear these criticisms from your colleagues. What do you say today?
Well, we've been up against COVID since May. We've had numerous hearings remotely, with senators calling in remotely, occasionally witnesses remotely. I think the nominee will be there in person. Some members of the committee may choose to be remote. We've been dealing with this since May. All of a sudden, it's become disabling. This is just another effort to try to delay the process on this outstanding Supreme Court nominee that the president has sent up to the Senate.
Republicans in your fucking
So you plan to start on Monday. I mean, give us a window into how you're going to kind of push this through, and what does the markup look like on the 15th of October? That might be a bit tricky.
Well, the chairman has indicated that there are 2 dates that will be essential. One is the 15th, one is the 22nd. The nominee will come out on the 22nd and then be dealt with soon thereafter. So that's the flow chart leading to consideration of the nomination. It's about time we quit talking about process and start talking about the nominee herself.
Yeah.
An absolute
It's actually smart
choice.
It's actually smart that we're not talking about the nominee and instead talking about the process, because procedural burdens are the best and most effective way. When you start talking about the process nominee, then you've already lost. You've already conceded.
Child as well. A very supportive husband.
This is one thing that the Democrats have done well.
Quintessentially American, and it's a great success story.
Actually, they haven't really done it on their own. It's because of COVID, but you know.
So
it's one thing that COVID has done well for the Democrats.
You can get this through and get it done. Ted Cruz was saying he believes that there are still the votes, 51 votes, but there could be numerous roadblocks ahead. How optimistic are you that she will be on the bench by the election, or nomination cleared by the election?
Yeah, that's the plan, and there's nothing I can see that would keep that from happening. We can operate successfully in a COVID environment. The Senate's done that for quite some time. In fact, the current members who have a problem got it somewhere else, not here in the Senate. So we've been operating successfully with masking and social distancing since May. We're going to continue to do that. Look, you don't shut down a fire department because one of the firemen ended up coming up sick one day. We're going to continue to operate. The American people are entitled to it, and that's what we're going to do.
You know, in terms of the full vote on the floor,
I can't watch Mitch
change
McConnell.
rules to get that through. And you just mentioned that those senators likely didn't get it there.
I'm going to lose it. I'm going to say some stuff that's TOS. I swear to God.
And some of the other
the things I want to do to turtles in general
have been too risky.
Well,
he just compared himself to the fire department when he's literally talking about trying to push for a fucking Supreme Court justice instead of a stimulus bill that will save lives.
There have been risky behaviors in other areas, but not in the Senate. And this nomination is now in the Senate. We know how to handle this. We've been dealing with this since May, and we'll handle it successfully.
So you're saying you think that the White House has taken too many risks?
Well, there's no question that some of the infections occurred elsewhere and not here. So what I'm telling you is since May, we have operated successfully here in the Senate. We know what we're doing. We're following the CDC guidelines, and we got the job done.
All right, before I let you go, I got to ask you about the president signaling that there's no further negotiation on a COVID relief bill. Nancy Pelosi saying this is who they are when she heard this news. The president urging you to move forward with
this is why I think there is no justice in this world, because Mitch McConnell is perfectly fine, hasn't gotten COVID, and he's been able to do whatever the fuck he wants.
The Speaker never made a reasonable offer. I put on the Senate floor, a lot of people forget it, a proposal to deal with kids in school, small businesses, and health care. We couldn't get a single Democrat to even take it up. I think it's clear, Martha, they didn't want to get a deal this soon. We'll re-engage after the election, as the president said. I think we do need another rescue package, but because of the pending election, we simply weren't able to get together.
Do you think you're going to get punished for that in these Senate races, which are very close? And I know you've said it's 50-50 whether the GOP will be able to hold the Senate. Is this going to hurt that?
Well, what's going to really help the Senate races, I think, are putting the Supreme Court justice front and center. Let the American people take a look at her, evaluate her credentials. Every single challenger to every one of my incumbents is opposed to this nominee, every single one of them. So we'll let the American people in each of these states that are hotly contested decide how important the United States Supreme Court is in casting their vote November 3rd.
Leader McConnell, thank you very much. I know there's a lot on the plate right now, and we look forward to speaking with you again soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Okay, that was... I mean, I don't know what they can do. I don't know what, like... I don't know what Democrats can do to stop this, outside of like praying that Republicans don't have majority because 3 of them have COVID. You know what I mean? Like, or 2 of them, or I think 3. Biden, I think if he still has COVID, we shouldn't have a debate. Uh-oh. Are they fucking this dumb, or do they have some David Blaine shit up their sleeve? Dude, Mitch McConnell is so dishonest. He does something to me when I'm listening to his words. It does something to me that, like, I physically retaliate. Similar to Candace Owens. Oh, fuck, here it is.
Keep an eye on in Florida.
Oh, no.
Hurricane Delta exploding into a storm as it heads for the Gulf Coast. And
I wanted you guys to see Steve Kornacki, but his opinion, his piece just ended.
With another storm, not just another storm, another.
Oh,
They've
just
done
rewind.
it before with storms like Wilma in 2005, and it took 3 years for tourism to come back. So,
intends to debate Joe Biden.
I forgot we're on YouTube where there's like a
I know
better.
the election's going to be here before we know it. And Garrett, if I may say, I know we're partial, but that town hall looked pretty good last night.
I certainly thought so.
Garrett Hake in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
You bet.
In Florida, the latest polling average shows that Joe Biden leads President Trump by nearly 10% among Latino voters. But this is a group that Hillary Clinton won by almost 30 points back in 2016. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber's in Miami, Florida, talking to voters about the issues most important.
My controversial take is this has nothing to do with socialism and absolutely everything to do with how exploitable the Latino population in Florida was with like QAnon stuff. I think that there's more to it than just like socialism. I think that a lot of these, don't you say Cubans? Wait, it is fucking Cubans. What do you mean? It's fucking Cubans and Venezuelans. But that's not even it. I think that there's something going on with how much misinformation laser focused on like the Florida, like southern fucking Cuban population. I think like the QAnon shit really took hold and caught on in these communities. So much so that like, you think all these polls are Kappa or no. I don't. I think these polls are pretty realistic. I think that the Trump administration, as we know, very specifically and very deliberately targeted black and brown voters. Okay? And I think what they did for the past 4 fucking years is that they those same exact networks that were already in place became hubs for misinformation. And I think that's exactly what happened, where in the absence of like community organizing, where there is like a democratic machine, democratic machine politics like you have in like South Carolina and shit like that. In the absence of all of that, I think this misinformation completely fucking broke the brains of like the black and brown populations down in Florida, especially the Hispanic population there. Because look, the Cuban vote has never been won by Democrats. That's expected, right? And it's very different. This number is different than all of the other areas. This number, like the Latino vote in Florida, is very different than the Latino vote in like Arizona, for example. And that is because of fucking Cubans, obviously. And even younger Cubans that are in my audience know this and will openly say this. Listen, I lived in Miami. It's very different than like the way that Mexicans vote, for example. But I legitimately think that there's something on top of that. Like, I think that it's not just like Cubans thinking fucking that Joe Biden is a socialist. Or rather, I think the reason why they're so passionate about Joe Biden being a socialist is because of the deliberate targeting of Cuban populations with misinformation. Well, there you go. This is fucking crazy. Florida Latino swamped by wild conspiracy theories. A flood of disinformation and deceptive claims is damaging Joe Biden in the nation's biggest swing state. There's a new Trump tweet as well. Crazy Nancy Pelosi and the radical left Democrats were just playing games with the desperately needed worker stimulus payments. They just wanted to take care of democracy and failed high crime cities and states. They never in it to help the workers. They were never in it to help the workers, and they never will be. Yeah, no, this is really bad. You can't fucking backpedal like this after you said you're going to hold the negotiations hostage, dude. I think that we know for a fact that there was a hub of misinformation that very deliberately, very carefully targeted black and brown communities to deter them or to swing, and especially for brown communities. For black communities, it was to deter them. For brown communities, it was to swing them over to Donald Trump. And I think that they very deliberately utilized that hub for the past 4 years to pump them full of fucking, full of fucking misinformation. And that's part of the reason why it's like
Hasan.
an impenetrable force now. Like impossible to swing back. The older capital owning Latino population in Florida is like fucking gone with all the fake news and very difficult to win over. And they've almost solidly become a part of that 30% that we talk about. Misinformation impacts all, but what I'm trying to say is misinformation impacts all demographics, okay? Not evenly, but it of course impacts all demographics. But I think what they did was use the pre-existing like Republican networks that already brainwash boomers, like Latino boomers in Florida. They use that with like, they pumped it full of fucking QAnon shit that it's pretty much impossible. It's pretty much fucking impossible to change their mind at this point. You're also seeing in the polls the results of Biden not trying to reach out to Latino voters. Polls account for enthusiasm to vote, and Latinos, as far as I know, are the biggest Bernie or bust population. Yeah, Latinos love Bernie. Not in Florida, but Latino voters were the backbone of the Bernie Sanders campaign. Isn't it just the same kind of Facebook targeting? Yeah, but imagine if Facebook targeting didn't stop, right? Imagine if the hyper-focused, psychographic reporting backed Cambridge Analytica style targeting never stopped, because it didn't stop, right? They created a market for misinformation, and what took over once the campaign no longer was using once the campaign was no longer pumping ads to those communities, what took over was, in the absence of the campaign specifically targeting them, was misinformation hubs catering to that exact same market. And I think that's what happened. They used different tactics. It's in the article. While disinformation like this inundating Spanish-speaking residents of South Florida ahead of Election Day. Yeah, WhatsApp. Oh, fuck yeah. WhatsApp, too, especially. I mean, WhatsApp was purposely utilized in Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. That, like, misinformation on WhatsApp was so terrible that it may have had a significant contribution to Jair Bolsonaro's victory in Brazil. And it still does. It's like the fucking fake news hub.
This is a deranged person.
So the sheer volume of conspiracy theories, including QAnon and deceptive claims, are already playing a role in stunting Biden's growth with Latino voters who make up about 17% of the state's electorate. The onslaught has had an effect, said Eduardo Gamarra, a pollster and the director of Latino Public Opinion Forum at Florida International University. It's difficult to measure the effect exactly, but the polling sort of shows it. And the in-focus groups, it shows up with people deeply questioning the Democrats and referring to the deep state in particular. That there's a real conspiracy against the president from the inside, he said. There's a strain in our political culture that's accustomed to conspiracy theories, a culture that's accustomed to coup d'etats. Gamara, a political science and international relations professor with extensive experience in polling in Latin American and Hispanic voters in Florida, pointed to a recent large sample surveys of Latinos in the state and in the Latino-heavy county of Miami-Dade. They show Biden underperforming with this crucial Democratic-leaning segment of the electorate, though he's still running ahead. So I think it's conspiracies, but it's also Biden's Latino outreach. I think that, are they going to shut down WhatsApp groups since Facebook owns them and shut down Q stuff? I don't know. My mom gets so much anti-vax QAnon conspiracy theories through WhatsApp. It makes Facebook look like a good media. Yeah. I already looked at the new Trump tweet. Did Joe win without Florida? Yeah. No, stop hyper-focusing on Despacito, like Joe Biden playing Despacito. I think that I can't speak for Florida boomers, but I think what we're failing to do, what the Democratic Party is failing to do in its outreach is like, I think Latino voters are more to the left. They're younger, first of all, and they're more to the fucking left overall than where Joe Biden is. And he's not doing a good enough job reaching out to them.
This is a deranged...
I'm not talking about Florida. Well, actually, fuck that. I am talking about Florida, but there are some other factors in Florida. But the reality is, part of the reason why Joe Biden's outreach to the Latino population in Florida is not working is because the only time that Cubans have ever voted majority in favor of a Democrat is fucking Barack Obama. Okay? That's it. And that was because of young Cubans voting for Barack Obama. Because Barack Obama was able to actually win over younger Cubans. And Barack Obama definitely fucking ran a progressive campaign. And that's the problem. I think because of the fears that the Democratic Party machine created against socialism, Joe Biden is terrified of even like coming across as even anywhere near socialist. So that's the problem. I think that part of the reason why Joe Biden is trying to play it safe out of fears of the older Cuban population not voting for him is causing him to lose out on votes that he could potentially get from the younger Cuban and just otherwise other Latino populations in Florida.
Highly.
Because he is of color? Isn't Biden even further left in 2020? No, the fuck he's not, dude. What? God damn, dude. Why the fuck do people, if adjusted to their time frame, Barack Obama ran on a more progressive campaign for the time than Joe Biden is right now. No, he's saying Obama was of color. You think Cubans fucking vote for black people, by the way? I think you fundamentally misunderstand where motherfucking Cubans are at in this country. If you think that Cubans would be like, oh yeah, we're voting for a black person. Have you met a fucking older Cuban person? Hello? There's colorism in fucking Latin communities in Miami where Dominicans are like, we're not fucking black. We're Dominican. And you're over here being like, yeah, Latino populations of Florida actually vote for fucking... Latino populations of Florida, especially older Latino populations of Florida, are going to vote for a black person over a white person is a fundamental misunderstanding of how complex Latino voters are. And of course, every single Latino group hates one another as well, outside of colorism too, where like Cubans hate Puerto Ricans, Puerto Ricans hate Cubans, and they all hate Dominicans, Dominicans hate everybody back. It's a fucking shit show. Not misunderstanding, not true. Latinos love Latinos. There's so much disinformation in Latino black communities. When I try to talk to people in their 20s who are Trump voters, they'll say they hate socialists. I think one thing that we're also failing to recognize here that is going to come back and bite the Democratic Party in the ass is younger black voters are leaving the Democratic Party in higher numbers than older black voters are. And that's also a consequence of misinformation. And more importantly, a consequence of the Democratic Party taking him for granted for far too long. And that is reflected in the polling data. I'm not making that shit up. Literally go look. 538 did a report on this, okay? It's really interesting. It's like 37% of the like black voters under the age of 35 are no longer affiliating themselves with the Black Party, with the Democratic Party, whereas like black voters over the age of 55 are nearly 70 to 80% affiliated with the Democratic Party. It's a crazy disparity that has not existed before. And I do think that this has, one, disinformation campaigns obviously play a fundamental role in this. Specific targeting by the Republican Party. This is a project that they've had for a very long time. I think that also plays a role in this.
Pervert.
But beyond that, I do think that the Democratic Party is not doing enough to show younger populations, younger black populations, younger Latino populations that they aren't just taking them for granted. Okay? So like Trump will joke about saying you just lost the radical left, but Joe Biden is losing the radical left. As a Dominican, bad take? What do you mean? Was this it? Yeah, I think this was it. Yeah. No, this isn't it.
Excuse me.
No,
I'm
this
sorry.
isn't it.
I'm out of control. I apologize.
Never
for
mind.
that.
Have you seen Antifa in the Hamptons? Just some short comedic relief after polluting our eyesight with the turtle. Actual comedy, no cringe, I swear.
No, they're leaving, or at least not saying that they're either leaving the Democratic Party or not saying that they're Democrats. It doesn't mean that they're going to go and vote for a Republican immediately. It's still terrifying. I don't know. Also, the Democratic Party has taken advantage of black people for decades. I'm Mexican as well as my parents. I'm extremely more left than they are. They grew up in Mexico and I pretty much grew up here. And they just grew up in a different time and they think liberal ideas are just shit. Why do you answer people's comments with a condescending tone? Like some people want to get into politics and then they get destroyed for asking genuine questions. I like your content, but it's something I notice with most leftists. I only fucking dunk on people if they are condescending back. And if they say something like really racist, usually. People blaming Facebook and Twitter for people spewing bullshit on them. That is definitely not true for your information. It's the internet. How do you interpret a text message? As a young black American, I see our questions ignored by the Democratic Party far too often. Questions like, when are we going to watch Forged? Okay, fuck you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
As a Miami
I'm out of
resident and son of
control.
2 Cuban immigrants, I can confirm the disinformation campaigns. Dude, when you see, I mean, this is largely anecdotal, right?
Hispanic street Haitians.
This is largely anecdotal, but like when I see those fucking Florida videos of like QAnon supporters and shit, there is an incredible amount of like Cubans and Latinos in those videos. Do you not notice that? Like, do you not see that? Whenever they shoot anything in Florida, it's not fucking white swamp motherfuckers living up in like, living near Gainesville or anywhere around there. You got like just as many fucking crazy fucking old Cuban ladies and shit screaming about QAnon. Ever since the presidential debate, it seems you have doubled your audience. Proud of you. Oh, thank you. Does Coca-Cola pay you to repeat the tautology of calories in, calories out? No, it's because it's fucking true. If you think that...
This is a deranged pervert.
Has comfy.
If you think that that is a tautology that like Coca-Cola founded, you're a fucking moron. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm being a little condescending, but... Also, how is that a tautology? Anyway. I'm being condescending again.
To them.
Do you still consider yourself an undecided voter?
I'm going to keep on with my word, with what I said. I'm waiting for the vice presidential debate, and I want one more
insane
debate against President Trump and Vice President Biden, just to see if that unpresidential event can just be thrown out a little bit, and now we could see something more and something better.
Do you feel like you are an anomaly within the Cuban American community to be leaning towards Joe Biden at this point? Or do you feel like that vote, if you will, is still up for grabs more than maybe one campaign thinks?
I think it was a lost opportunity last night. There was a question posed at the end by an attorney in Florida saying, a lot of my Venezuelans are friends accuse you of being socialist, and what should I tell them? And I think that would have been a good moment for Vice President Biden to talk about President Trump's autocratic tendencies, as well as something that President Trump's administration has in common with many Latin American dictators, which is rampant corruption in the administration.
Is there anything President Trump could say or do that would make you change your mind and lean in his direction?
My whole issue right now is the way that the pandemic is being handled. Like, I'm without a job, like since March. There's no actually, they're just saying it right now, hey, go back to work. What work? There's no jobs out there yet.
Ellison joins us now from Little Havana in Miami. It's a key neighborhood in our County to County series. Ellison, you spoke to a voter who asked Biden at the town hall about how he would handle issues that are important for younger voters. What did he say about Biden's response? Did he get the answer he was looking for there?
Yeah, that was Mateo Gomez. He's somebody we've been talking to for the last couple of weeks. He is increasingly in the last few days since the first debate leaning more and more towards former Vice President Joe Biden, but he still considers himself undecided. And he's told us for quite a while now that a really big issue for him when he looks at both presidential candidates is age. He is a member of Gen Z. He says he worries that someone in their mid to late 70s can't really connect with the younger generation.
I love that dude who's an undecided voter. He's like, I need to see one more fucking debate. It's like, dude, what are you saying and doing? Like, what do you hear the words that are coming out of your fucking mouth, dude? The Mexican Latinos for Trump infuriate me to no end. I hate how they can just vote against their interests so bad and betray us so inhumanely. A big fuck you to all Latino Trump supporters. Yeah, I mean, especially Mexican Trump supporters are mind-boggling to me because, like, he literally ran on shitting on Mexicans directly. Like, at least Cubans came here came here under different circumstances, so they like hold themselves to a higher fucking standard and say like, you know, they think they're like they act like they're a part of the white in class, okay? And in some instances they are, like literally, they are so fucking pale that they are pretty much white. But this idea that like if you're a Mexican person or a person of Mexican descent and like vote for Donald Trump is insane. And you see it, like you see people who are literally like who have like undocumented parents in the fucking Latinos for Trump category. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? He's gonna fucking evict, he's gonna deport your parent. But then again, there's also, you know, Hispanics in ICE and CBP. They make up a majority of CBP jobs. They make up a big chunk of ICE as well. So,
generation and understand things that they're going through and issues that they're worried about. I asked him this morning if he did feel like former Vice President Joe Biden.
I'm not even joking. My mom is a Mexican Trump supporter just because she hates my cousins who are undocumented. I love that. Just like hating specifically some undocumented Mexicans in your immediate family causes you to fucking vote for Trump. Oh, that's so fucking petty. That's so funny, dude.
Biden answered his question. He said not completely. He was happy with the answer, but he said he still wanted to hear more about how the former vice president plans to connect with younger voters. He told me he didn't entirely feel like he got it. He said in the moment it felt more exciting. He said in his words he was a little starstruck, but as he thought about it through the night, he felt like he still didn't entirely get the answer to his question in terms of how former Vice President Joe Biden will connect with younger voters. He's told me consistently a hugely important moment for him in making up his mind and finally deciding definitively who he will vote for is going to be the VP debate. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that former Vice President Joe Biden is in his late 70s and President Trump is also in his 70s. He's really looking to hear from both campaigns how they can connect and talk to younger voters like himself who are part of Generation Z, who in his words have grown up seeing school shootings, worried about climate change. And he still says he wants to hear a little bit more, specifically more of a connection from former Vice President Joe Biden. Allison?
I think it's a concern many young voters have. Ellison, we know Florida extended its voter registration deadline to 7 p.m. tonight. Why? And how could that impact the election there?
That basically it all boils down to yesterday at about 5 p.m. Voters in the state of Florida were trying to get online on the online voter registration system and register to vote. Yesterday, last night at midnight was the deadline to register to vote in this state. But countless voters said that when they got online and tried to register to vote from about 5 p.m. onwards, they either could not access the website or they were getting an error message or things were timing out before they could actually register to vote. So because of that, Governor Ron DeSantis and his Secretary of State, Secretary Lee, they say that they are extending the voter registration deadline online and in person today, opening the window to register back up from noon to 7 p.m. This evening. That being said, there's still a whole lot of unanswered questions. The Secretary of State as well as the governor say that the website had issues because they had what the Secretary of State called an unprecedented amount of requests to access the website. She said it was 1.1 million per hour as it got into the final hours of the registration deadline. So she says that they are now working with local and federal authorities to try and make sure that there was not any sort of outside actor influencing the issues that they had. But there is also now in the last hour, Allison, a lawsuit from a group of voting rights activists who say that this was an internal issue. The state, the governor should have anticipated these tech problems and that the window they have done today is not nearly enough. They're suing to try to get voters in this state more time to register. Allison?
Ellison, this just seems like classic 2020. If something is going to go wrong and there is going to be a problem, it is going to go wrong this year.
Yes, 2020.
President Trump has been gaining Latino voters in Miami-Dade County since 2016. Steve Kornacki is at the big board to show us what kind of impact those voters could have in 2020.
All right, here's the state of play in Florida. Most recent poll, Biden is ahead of Trump by 5 points in Florida, 47-42 in New York Times Siena poll. You look at the 29 electoral votes in Florida. That's a big prize. That's a big one for the president in particular because he's got slippage all over the place. In the Midwest, out west in Arizona, a bunch of states he's got to worry about. When you try to piece together a scenario for Trump to get to 270, he needs these 29. He's got to find a way to get back in Florida to win the state. He's got to do a bunch more, but essential to him as one of those building blocks is Florida. So where is the president looking in Florida? Where is the Biden campaign, for that matter, trying to hold him off? Take a look here. You mentioned Miami-Dade County. You mentioned that big blue county here, South Florida, Miami. Clinton won it by 30 points in 2016. But in terms of the turnout, the Clinton campaign, the Democrats wanted more out of Miami-Dade in 2016. But this is also in 2020. Part of where the Trump campaign and Republicans see some opportunity. Why? Because the Trump campaign thinks they have made inroads with Hispanic voters in Florida, but more particularly with Cuban-American voters in South Florida, in Miami-Dade County. Some of the polling suggests there may be something to this. You know, the Cuban-American voting bloc had been Republican for a long time, began trending more towards the Democrats in recent elections, but there's some indications in the polling that Trump might be tapping into that old Republican Cuban-American voting bloc in Miami-Dade, elsewhere in South Florida. So keep an eye on Miami-Dade. And for Trump, it's critical that he finds a way to make inroads in a place like that because all the polling suggests a lot of other counties, Gulf Coast, for instance, where he really ran up the score, particularly with seniors in 2016. He's had slippage with seniors. We've seen it in Florida. We've seen it nationally. So if Trump's losing ground in counties around the state with senior citizen voters, he's got to find places to offset those losses. So Miami-Dade, an interesting one to keep an eye on in Florida.
Hurricane Delta exploding into a Category 4 storm as it heads for the Gulf Coast. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has the latest update on its track.
Well, good afternoon to you, Allison. It's unbelievable that we're dealing with another storm, not just another storm, another powerful storm that's going to have a huge multi-million, possibly billion-dollar impact in areas like Mexico and eventually to our U.S. Gulf Coast. But first, let's just take a look at the big picture because, I mean, we took a breath for like the last week and a half, didn't really have many storms to track. And then we had Gamma, of course, which kind of fizzled out. And now we're dealing with this intense Hurricane Delta. And look at how many storms. Look at all the names on this list. I can barely remember what some of these did. We've had so many one after another. 25 storms. And what's even more amazing, a lot of these storms were just harmlessly out floating in the Atlantic and just went out to sea and dissipated. A lot of these have made landfall, not just around, the Caribbean, but here in our country. We've had 9 landfalls on the U.S. mainland of all these storms. Of course, the worst being there with Laura, but Isaias did a ton of damage too in the Northeast. And now we're going to see Delta and what it's going to do. It looks like Friday night into Saturday morning. So let's talk about the specifics of the storm. The first concern there is the Cancun, Cozumel area. It looks like tomorrow morning is when the storm will be hitting there. And it does look like it'll be a direct hit, possibly a Category 4, maybe potentially Category 5. I mean, we're talking about something that only happens like once every 25 years in that area. And the last time it happened was 2005 with Hurricane Wilma. And that destroyed tourism for 3 years in the Cancun, Cozumel area. So we wish them the best. It looks like it's going to be bad. Just hope maybe something happens. It shifts, it alters, or something saves them. But right now it doesn't look good. So I paused this as we go through Friday night at 11 p.m. Notice all of our computer models here take it into central portions of Louisiana. I mean, it's not etched in stone, but this is excellent agreement. Houston, New Orleans, you still have to keep an eye on it, but the chances of a direct hit are starting to get a little slimmer. But even on the right...
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, dude, I'm done. I'm done watching. We can't be doom scrolling. This is hard. When it makes landfall, can we watch crazy storm chases again? Sure. Stephen Miller's now positive and his wife flew out with Vice President Pence. His wife, I think, had COVID earlier in the year. Did you see Arkansas Republican County Chair dead from COVID-19 weeks after his committee hosted massless gathering? Yes, I did see that. Are you gonna do LSF before Melon comes on? Yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff before Melon comes on, but we're moving on from this stuff. So, like, at least more fun pastures, okay? Jesus Christ, everything is fucking politics.
Someone coming into your kitchen and taking a few tools, a pan, and your garbage. Then they bury everything in the woods. 12,000 years later, an archaeologist is trying to figure out who you were, what was important to you, what video games you played, what you believed in, and what informed your decisions. Because you happened to live during a remarkable time in human history. The planetary revolution, when humanity transitioned, becoming a multi-planetary species. In that time, our numbers would explode by orders of magnitude. Our technology and standard of living would improve to levels previously thought impossible, and our self-conception would change forever. And all the future archaeologist has to learn about is your junk in the woods. While we can only hope that this will be someone's problem in 12,000 years, we have the same problem today. We're trying to reconstruct a revolution that took place 12,000 years ago. Today, only shadows remain of the people who experienced our distant past as their present. What remains from our past? We can look at our present in crispy 4K, in color and sound. 3 generations ago, the world was just black and white. One more generation and we see the world through blurred photographs. Further back, paintings and texts become our main way of experiencing the past. A mere 20 generations before us today, every written word had to be copied by hand, and reports became more scarce and less reliable. The first historian lived a mere 100 generations ago. Before him, there are only epics and legends, and dead kings bragging on pieces of stone. 250 generations ago, there are only fragments left in the ground and images stripped of their original meaning. Eventually, humanity becomes basically invisible. Still, we do know some things about our ancestors. Let's try to tell their story and what it means for us today. The greatest transition in human history. For some 2 million years, or roughly 80,000 generations, the life of our ancestors was basically the same. It was around 20,000 years, or 800 generations ago, that the behaviorally modern humans began a process that would change our lifestyle forever.
And Prims are fucking thirsty.
At first, gradually, for some of us. Then faster, for more of us. And then, suddenly, for almost all of us.
And Prims are so horny
Back
for
then,
this.
There were about 1 million modern humans on Earth. Most other human species had died out, probably with a little help from us. Our ancestors' biology had given them the necessary tools. A general intelligence to understand things, a social intelligence to understand each other, and language to express abstract ideas and create new concepts. These were people just like you. They suffered and experienced joy, were bored, cried, and laughed. They lived in communities of a few dozen people. They controlled fire and had tools made from wood, stone, and bone, told stories, mourned their dead, and created art. They traded with other tribes, from obsidian to shellfish. Some hunted big game and were very mobile. Others relied more on plants they collected, and others mostly stayed in one area with an abundance of seafood. This was the common state of humanity for most of our history, until a slow transition, step by step, turned into a revolution. Step by step. The first solid evidence for this stems from the Jordan Valley, where our ancestors collected wild wheat more than 20,000 years ago. They noticed that seeds in the ground made more plants the next year. If they put good ones in one place, the next year they had more of the good ones. This was a great supplement to hunting and gathering. You could prepare some crops, return next year, build a temporary settlement, and have a secure food supply. Our ancestors used these bonus crops to bake the first bread and brew the first beer. With every generation, they gathered deeper knowledge about the plants and animals around them and how to manipulate them to their advantage. But there was a lot to learn. Very slowly, from generation to generation, pockets of knowledge expanded and were passed along to be expanded again. This early agriculture started to drastically reduce the space our ancestors needed to feed one individual, which made it possible to stay in one place longer. Around 12,000 years ago, these little pieces of progress had reached a critical mass. Most of the calories we consume today stem from about 15 different founder crops that humans began to domesticate in earnest in the next few thousand years. What we call the agricultural revolution was not a thing that began suddenly one day. It was a slow process driven by small groups over many generations. Eventually, gradual change gave rise to a new era. The human era. During the next few thousand years, progress would speed up and turn hunter-gatherers into farmers who lived in villages, towns, and then cities. When farmers moved into new areas, they replaced the nomadic tribes or turned them into farmers too. This was neither easy nor painless. In the early days, people had a diverse diet made up of up to 250 different plants and animals. For some of the groups transitioning to agriculture, the variation in their diets declined drastically, and some even seemed to have been undernourished. And living close together and with animals created a breeding ground for disease. Virtually every infectious disease caused by microorganisms that have adapted to humans arose in the last 10,000 years. Cholera, smallpox, measles, influenza, chickenpox, and malaria. Mortality, especially among children, rose drastically. Still, our numbers grew because living in the same place enabled women to bear far more children than before, and for a farmer, more kids mean more hands to work the fields. Even with more people dying younger, villages and towns grew. The number of humans on Earth exploded. About 100 generations after the beginning of the human era, there were already 4 million of us. This increased the need for food and forced people to come up with ever more efficient ways of producing calories, solidifying our new lifestyle. Going back to hunting and gathering would have just meant death by starvation for most. One question remains unanswered. Why? Why would people exchange the freedom of living off nature with a huge variety in food for the grind of agriculture and often more limited diets? Nobody knows for sure. Climate change seems to have made the transition possible, and some scientists argue that it was caused by external factors like undernourishment or overpopulation, both highly contested. Today, the most widely accepted idea is that it was a deliberate choice made by countless communities around the globe.
Or they just fucking tasted a cow. Someone saw a fucking cow and was like, I'm gonna suck on that cow's titty. What a freak. And was like, God damn, that shit fucking tastes delicious, dude. I want some of that tit milk.
Smile.
I want some of that titty milk. And they were like, I need to replicate this. Wait, what if I ate this cow's ass? And then they bit into the cow and were like, fuck, that tastes good. I want titty milk from the cow and also the cow's butt. I want to eat it. And they were like, how do we replicate this deliciousness? Just saying, could be a reason, I think. Titty milk and cow ass.
Maybe it's also connected with what makes us human. The ability to come together, develop shared identities, and exchange stories and knowledge. Some archaeologists think that groups of hunter-gatherers traveled long and far to celebrate, to hold feasts and rituals. They would have used these occasions to talk about their version of innovation, better hunting and tool-making techniques, how to catch and breed animals, and which plants could be collected and multiplied. Maybe they even exchanged seeds. It's not unlikely that these gatherings were the catalyst that spread the knowledge of agriculture through the many isolated groups of humanity, ultimately ending a lifestyle that was common to our species for thousands of generations. So by being able to come together, celebrate, share, and learn from one another, these humans might have taken the steps that led to our modern world, and we have much to be grateful for. We are still the same humans today, even if it often doesn't feel that way. maybe it's time to come together to share what we know and celebrate our existence once again, to begin another peaceful transition, maybe the planetary revolution that will change everything once more. So, hopefully, in another 12,000 years, our descendants will look back on us today with gratitude for the amazing world they are able to inhabit. To celebrate the achievements of our ancestors in the last 12,000 years and to look with hope towards the next 12,000, we present you with the 5th Human Era calendar for the year 12,021.
Bro.
This time, it's all about the journey of humanity. Beginning tens of thousands of years ago, leading into the revolution of agriculture.
Good luck, dude. That's just not happening. Okay? It's absolutely not happening. I want to see what the fuck is on trending. Kylie Jenner. Customizing a $10 million house. Free guy trailer 2.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
I went on a 900 IQ rampage in Among Us. Mr. Beast Gaming.
Comedic relief to cleanse the doomers.
Asking Noah Beck about dating Dixie D'Amelio. Hope someone in 12,000 years finds my cum jar buried. They can learn much from it, I swear. Agriculture also created class society. With agriculture came the ability to produce more than necessary for one's survival, and that allowed for slaves and slave owners and hunter-gathering times. Exploitation of labor was not possible. I'm sad how this video just doesn't mention this. Not an Amprim though, Sag. No, I don't want to watch Wife Swap. I want to watch like cool shit on YouTube. We always fucking watch Wife Swap and Forged and 90 Day Fiance. And there's so much... There's just a mountain of cool shit going on YouTube that we could also take a look at. You know what I mean? Now that I said this, though, of course, you're going to fucking turn around and be like, dude, you're so stupid. Oh, this is the video that you chose? This is the video that you chose over Wife Swap? Because you're fucking children. And I can't wait. Why I left the hype house? What the fuck? No, I don't want to watch that. Okay, dude. Man, some of you guys have like just fucking dirt taste, dude. It's just like, did Melon ghost you? No, dude, he's coming on it. I'm gonna fucking headbutt people. Cashing in 100,000 tickets at the arcade for a mystery prize. No. Italian Spider-Man trailer. Man. Okay, I'm gonna find it on my own.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Tory Lane's most high. Wait, I thought Tory Lane's was canceled. We open a Starbucks in Brent's new house. David's Perfume by David Dobrik. What the fuck? Dude, the YouTube trends. The YouTube trend is pretty much everything that's fucking wrong with YouTube, I think.
This is a deranged pervert.
1 year in daycare pog.
Together we press on by the Young Turks. No, man. What about this? This megachurch pastor is dangerous by Gus Johnson.
His name is Hasan.
Watch this so we can
Back
how
at the
to keep fridge stock.
desk already. What the? Who would have known? Ready to serve up some content. Yum. Mamma mia, that's a good piece of content. Again, we are saving on tape, and just going with the clip. Hey gang, we're back here at the desk today to talk about something really important. Coincidentally, this is the desk where I film the HasanAbi podcast these days since I'm quarantined. New episodes every Monday and bonus episodes dropping soon. Please subscribe. Guys, it's no secret. The world's on fire right now. There's a bunch of bad people, there's a bunch of dumb people, there's a bunch of good people.
This video
though, too, so
was made possible by CuriosityStream. Sign up for the Nebula Bundle deal on sale for $15 a year to get access to 2 great streaming sites and help support independent creators at curiositystream.com/Wendover. COVID-19, a virus orders of magnitude smaller than a particle of dust, has turned daily life on Earth into something deeply unfamiliar. In the 10 or so months...
Stop sending videos. I'm not going to watch any of your videos. Stop. This is good.
Since it first emerged, the virus has settled at a steady clip of killing 5,000 people per day, or nearly 1 million total, currently. It has played havoc with the world economy, plunging the globe into the worst economic crisis since World War II. It has interrupted an era of mounting globalization and pushed us into a more insular, nationalistic state. The effects of this virus are truly all-encompassing and consistently dreadful, but time has bestowed upon us a reward for our patience. We are potentially nearing the beginning of the end, meaning we could now be at the end of the middle. That end of this virus will take far longer than the beginning. We're likely far from halfway through the pandemic in terms of time, but the slow decline in dreadfulness is potentially on the horizon. That's because a vaccine is coming. There was previously a period of doubt on whether an effective vaccine could be developed. It was never a sure shot. But all indications currently suggest, given the unprecedented extent of scientific effort, that it is indeed coming. The only and paramount question is when. Right now, in September 2020, all attention is focused on the late October, early November timeframe. That's the earliest possible moment when any of the frontrunner vaccines from major manufacturers including AstraZeneca, Pfizer, and Moderna could enter regulatory review. If all the data confidently point to the vaccine exhibiting an acceptable level of safety and effectiveness, it is possible that one of these will then be granted emergency use authorization by the American FDA or its equivalent by other major national regulators. It's worth noting that this is far from a sure shot, but experts do say that having a vaccine in 2020 is a less than long shot possibility. However, it is almost certain that you will not be injected by a COVID-19 vaccine in the year 2020. It is possible, but for the average person, when you actually get a dose of a COVID vaccine has much less to do with when it's approved and much more with how fast it is manufactured and distributed. The full effects of the pandemic, health, social, and economic, will not end until a critical mass of people are vaccinated. That means that when we get back to normal life has much more to do with when the last person is vaccinated, rather than the first. This is why some have said that the fast distribution of a vaccine will be an even greater challenge than the development itself. This process, this challenge of getting the majority of the world's population vaccinated, can quite legitimately be described as the most daunting and consequential single logistical challenge ever. The stakes have never been higher, but the challenge has also never been greater. Let's look at why. First and foremost, it's a scale problem. Shipping and administering one vaccine to one person is not difficult, but shipping and administering 5 billion vaccines to 5 billion people is. That's because there just isn't enough room in our world's logistics network, as it is now, to do that. Making it even tougher, there's more chance than not, based on the current leading vaccines, that the first major vaccine to be approved will require 2 doses administered 21 or 28 days apart. That doubles the challenge. Distributing 10 or more billion doses of a vaccine would be difficult enough in normal times, but these are far from normal times. With international travel all but non-existent, currently sitting at more than 90% down, passenger airlines have dramatically cut back their international route networks. Now, this is an issue because traditionally, some 50% of pharmaceuticals are shipped in the belly hold of passenger aircraft rather than on dedicated freighters, as this can help them get closer to their final destination faster. With limited passenger service, overall cargo capacity is down about 30%, while cargo demand is only about 15% down, meaning there is already a supply crunch. This has led to existing dedicated freighter aircraft being used more, additional dedicated freighters coming into service, but still, due to constrained supply, a dramatic increase in shipping costs. Even already, before the COVID vaccine comes into the global logistics network, pharmaceutical manufacturers have had to come up with new techniques to ship their goods, including, for example, flying their product to where shipping rates are cheaper and trucking them to their final destination or chartering private planes. Of course, the world already experienced a massive logistics challenge this year with the distribution of personal protective equipment, and shippers were able to scale up for that reasonably successfully, but there's one simple reason why it won't be so easy this time around. The cold chain. Vaccines are temperature sensitive.
Yup.
Most all of them have to be stored in a highly precise, climate-controlled environment in order to—
We had a fucking hard time sending cloth masks. We had a hard time gearing up for production of cloth masks and then sending cloth masks around. How the fuck are we gonna send fucking vaccines all around the world?
Stay safe and effective. So, the cold chain is the supply chain suited to shipping goods that need to be kept cold or frozen, such as meat, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals. Of course, the difficulty with the cold chain is that everything used has to be specialized. The origin warehouse, the truck, the plane, the en route warehouse, and the final destination each need to have the equipment to keep the goods at the specified temperature, or the goods have to be shipped in packaging that keeps them at the specified temperature. Both options are complicated, and complication compounded by other complication is what makes a true logistical challenge. It doesn't end there though. One of the leading vaccine candidates, Pfizer's BNT162b2, must be stored and transported at around -90 degrees Fahrenheit or -68 degrees Celsius. That is far, far colder than the requirements of most vaccines, which can ship either at refrigerated temperatures or a wider range of freezing temperatures. A thermal requirement such as this is a whole different ballgame, and it means that they'll be able to use only a subset of cold chain infrastructure, which is already a subset of overall logistics infrastructure. Beyond the issue of actually getting such a vaccine to a distribution site, most hospitals don't even have facilities to keep a vaccine at such a temperature, let alone clinics or pharmacies, meaning that even finding places that can receive this vaccine is a challenge. Part of the reason why this obstacle has come up is that traditionally, vaccines are thoroughly tested to determine what sort of storage and shipping conditions they can endure while still staying safe and effective.
Stop being annoying,
but with the
please.
breakneck pace of development for these COVID-19 vaccines, there likely will not have been enough time to conduct these tests before distribution, meaning they'll have to keep the standards at what's already proven. So, to reiterate, already, a likely vaccine will only be able to be shipped through a subset of a subset of a subset of an already strained logistics network to a subset of sites, and it'll need to happen many billions of times. But even the solution to these challenges present additional challenges. Pfizer, for example, knowing that the unique distribution requirements of their vaccine could limit its commercial success, has developed a partial solution. It's essentially a highly specialized standalone box that can, with the use of dry ice, keep the vaccine at the required temperature for up to 10 days. This means that, hypothetically, the vaccine could be shipped through a more traditional logistics network. However, this box has highly specific requirements. For one, upon arrival, it can only be opened twice per day, not more than 1 minute at a time, in order to keep the vaccines at the required temperature. That means that a distribution site would need to accurately predict how many doses they would need in a given day before that day.
Jesus Christ.
If they take out too little, they'd be slowing the process by not vaccinating everyone they can, but if they take out too much, they'd have potentially life-saving vaccines go to waste at the end of the day. Also, this box can only carry vaccines in multiples of 1,000, and keep in mind that it only keeps cold for 10 days. So how, for example, do you go about getting the vaccine to a clinic that can only vaccinate 50 people in a day, like a rural clinic in a small town? Even if shipping was instantaneous, they could only vaccinate 500 people in 10 days, meaning half their vaccines would go bad. Pfizer is apparently developing a smaller temperature-controlled box to solve this problem. That means adding a whole other type of distribution, which increases complexity, which slows the process down. In its scenario planning, the American CDC mapped out a distribution process for if both Pfizer and Moderna's vaccines are approved, and if this happened, the Pfizer vaccine would be directed to only large distribution sites that would either have the facilities for ultra-cold storage or the capacity to vaccinate enough people that the short shelf life of these vaccines wouldn't be an issue. Then, the Moderna vaccine, which only requires traditional freezer temperatures, would be directed to smaller sites with less advanced facilities. This would certainly create a scenario in the US and likely elsewhere where the Pfizer vaccine would be primarily distributed to people in cities, while the Moderna vaccine would be the vaccine of choice for rural areas. Another challenge that needs to be confronted is the order of operations for distribution. The coronavirus affects different people in different ways. This means that if we want a vaccine to save the most number of lives possible, the first person in line should be that who is most susceptible to COVID-19, and the last person in line should be that who is least susceptible. One set of research modeled two scenarios. The first where, of the first 3 billion doses available, 50 high-income countries buy up 2 billion of them. The second was where the first 3 billion doses—
By the way, just try to comprehend all of the additional complications that start off as a consequence of the problem solving that they had to engage in because of the different temperatures. Something as nonsensical to the commoner as like different temperature requirements, right? Or just a temperature requirement to begin with. And then try to remind yourself that Donald Trump was like, we're going to have vaccines. They're going to be readily available, folks. We're going to have vaccines before election. Believe me. Like, this, by the way, at a time, momentarily, watch me, watch. Meanwhile, this is happening without, like, we don't even have the FDA regulations. Like, FDA has not approved of any of the vaccines yet. And they have said that when the time comes, they'll lower the efficacy rate to 50%, which is lower than what they would normally do. And then only if Trump allows it will we be able to distribute all this shit. So, from what I understand, what they have done so far, I think, is that they're already distributing vaccines. They are already distributing vaccines ahead of time, regardless, like before they wait for the last trial, like the last stage of the trial currently, against their profit margin. So if they don't actually get approval from the FDA, then they're just sitting on a fuckload of vaccines that they're not going to be able to sell. Too short shelf life, you idiot. I mean, I'm correct.
Were distributed to countries proportionally based on their population, regardless of wealth. In this model, twice as many people died overall with the first scenario, the wealthy countries first scenario, than the equitable proportional approach. However, for vaccination purposes, it is the least wealthy countries, arguably those that need the vaccine most, that are toughest to distribute to. Poor countries tend to have limited cold chain infrastructure, let alone normal logistics infrastructure, and fragmented, poorly funded healthcare systems. Distributing and administering a complex vaccine like Pfizer's will already be tough enough in the wealthy countries like the United States, but just imagine how difficult it will be to get a vaccine from distributor to someone's arm in rural Democratic Republic of the Congo, for example, in 10 days while keeping it at -90 degrees Fahrenheit. How soon a COVID vaccine is administered will quite directly correlate to how many lives are saved. Every day of delay will, with certainty, lead to more death and despair. The manufacturers are working as fast as they can. They are already producing millions of doses of their vaccines before they're approved so they can be distributed as fast as possible and
how could they do that? Hasan! How could they do that? Shut up, libtard. He said 10 days in a special box.
Hasan.
You think I could get great healthcare while only paying $750 in tax?
Regulatory agencies have been preparing for months for an unprecedentedly fast review process, so it is now truly down to every member of the global logistics network to save lives. Of course, many of those that will be involved, especially once we get to wide-scale distribution, will be companies, not governments or nonprofits, and for them, This presents a massive business opportunity in addition to the positive public relations potential.
The problem is, what happens if the FDA does not approve one of the vaccines? Are they just $2 billion in the pocket? They would never fucking do that. They've already shipped it. They've already clipped it and they've shipped it. So do they take it and they ship it to like Latin American countries with lower restrictions, as we've done in the past with like baby formula? That's a real thing, by the way. When, I don't know, a specific type of baby formula is too poisonous for American children, they'll take it and then they'll sell it to like a Latin American country. Like, is that what we do with the vaccines then? Oh, it's like this vaccine has been known to turn Americans, give Americans autism, so we're going to send it over to Brazil. Is that what we're going to do? Or is the stranglehold that our big pharmaceutical corporations have over the American government so strong that instead they'll just look the other way? Oh, FDA didn't regulate. FDA is not allowing for our distribution. Come on, FDA. I invested too much money into this. Just come on, look the other way. Turn the other cheek, FDA.
UPS, for example, has built 2 freezer farms in Louisville, Kentucky and Venlo, Netherlands, near their hubs, which can each hold 48,000 doses and can go down to the temperatures required for the Pfizer vaccine. DHL and FedEx too are reportedly massively upscaling their cold chain infrastructure to be able to handle some of the surge in demand, while other lesser-known logistics companies are too. Ultimately though, it's tough to find someone in the know who doesn't admit that shipping will be a bottleneck. We already know it's not going to go perfectly, so right now, it's about doing as much work as possible to make sure the process goes as well as it can be. This will come down to making sure that as much planning work as possible is done now, before the vaccine is approved, so that distribution can happen as fast as possible when that does happen. Now is the time to figure out how and where the vaccine will be distributed. If you are a healthy, relatively young person thinking selfishly,
I was joking about the autism thing. Delayed autistic guppy is correct. To be fair, non-approved vaccines probably won't have any harmful side effects.
His name
They just won't be effective when compared to a placebo. Still, it's immoral to sell a non-approved vaccine to poorer nations when it's not effective.
You should care tremendously about the distribution process because you are at the back of the line. When you get your shot, when you get to start letting your guard down, has everything to do with how fast everyone in front of you gets theirs, and how fast they get theirs will also impact how many of them will die. We know this process will not be perfect, and it wouldn't be reasonable to ask for perfect given the complexity of the challenge, but if we truly put every effort into planning.
The most hilarious part of this entire video that looked at the minutia and every piece of significant or insignificant bottleneck that could truly hurt the logistics of delivering these vaccines worldwide, and yet he forgot. If all of this works, if all of this even works, there are going to be a fuckload of Americans who refuse to take it anyway. So there's also that on top of everything else. We have at least 30% of the country that's like, I'm not taking that goddamn vaccine. I don't want to be autistic. I don't want to take that vaccine. I heard Marla's son took it. And now he's interested in dancing around wearing a dress. That sort of thing. They're bimbifying our children. So, good luck. So we have a significant problem, whether the vaccine will be effective or not. Then there is a huge amount. I mean, there is a gigantic problem with the logistical burdens, the logistical hurdles to overcome. And then even if you were to overcome all of that shit, even if you were to overcome that, and the vaccine does work,
the American people are tired of
you have a fuckload of people that are just not going to take it.
And preparing for this now and create a system that orders people by need rather than wealth, we can at least know at the end of this that no lives could have been saved if only the vaccine got to them faster. For our collective consciousness, looking back far in the future, this moment will be defined not by when we get to go back to concerts or parties or the gym, but rather by how many lives we saved when confronting what is hopefully the greatest global challenge of this generation. As you've heard before, the point of Nebula, the streaming site that I and other independent creators founded, is
how COVID broke the airplane pricing model. I think we watched that already. What? When all the documents are declassified and all the redactions removed from reports, the nation will see that the FBI and CIA not only knew the Russia collusion allegations against Trump were political dirty trick, but they were in on the trick. I have fully authorized the total declassification of any and all documents pertaining to the single greatest political crime in American history, the Russia hoax. Likewise, the Hillary Clinton email scandal, no redactions. Dude, what do I always say, dude? Lib shit. This is, without a doubt, absolutely lib shit. And guess what? That does not play well, dude. So
Part of this video was sponsored by
Let him do lib shit all day. It's gonna fucking hurt
HBO
him.
Max and their new show, Raised by Wolves. There's a place in the New Mexico desert, open to the public for just 2 days out of the year. But I got to visit by myself with only a small film crew. This is the Trinity bomb test site, where on...
Wait, did we watch this already? We did, right? Yeah, we did watch it. Fucking watch Rare Earth. Dude, everybody always wants me to watch Rare Earth. So bad. Rare Earth is the most commonly asked for channel. I'm not going to watch it.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Just wanted to stop in and say I love you and take some time to relax, kissy kiss.
If the Trump people had any joie de vivre, they'd realize they probably can't win and just have fun. Announce that you're swapping Amy Coney Barrett for Hillary. Make Trump wear flat brims. Posthumously pardon LaRouche. Why is he just retweeting this fucking Paul Sperry guy?
Big man, Hasan.
12 months as un peepo kiss.
I don't get it. If you care, just so you know, 3 major articles just came out. First is a DHS Homeland Threat Assessment about white supremacy. Second is New York Times about people in Trump circle literally saying we need to take away your children. Third is about the inside of the White House and how aides are freaking out and there's no leadership. No, I don't want to do that right now. I feel like how dogs evolved and became our best friends.
It was the summer of 2018 in Siberia.
I just want fun stuff, dude. I don't want to fucking I don't want to do this. I want fun stuff. I want to learn about doggos.
And a patch of permafrost near the Indoyurka River had melted enough to uncover the body of a 2-month-old puppy. After its almost perfectly preserved remains were discovered, scientists determined that the puppy was an astonishing 18,000 years old. The frozen animal was nicknamed Dogor, not only the word for friend in the local language, but also a clever play on words. Is it a dog or something else? And despite its age, it still had most of its fur, teeth, and even a cute little nose preserved. But while Dogor was in really good condition for a nearly 20,000-year-old pup, scientists
Yo, this is fucking sad, dude. Like, fuck, it's a dead dog, dude. Oh, God, I feel so terrible. Ah! Okay, we're gonna keep watching.
Scientists were unable to confirm what species it belonged to. Was it a dog, or was it a wolf, or was it something in between? Dogor comes from the period of time when scientists think wolves were becoming domesticated, so knowing whether it was a wolf or a dog could help us better understand the specific time and maybe even the place the domestication occurred. Because there's still a lot we don't know about how wolves went from fairy tale villains to our canine companions. Like, when did they first become domesticated, and where did this happen? And what did the process look like in terms of genetics and anatomy? We're still figuring out the details, but most scientists agree that it took thousands of years of interactions to develop our deep bond with these good boys and girls. Modern dogs, like my good friend Abby here, belong to the subspecies known as Canis lupus familiaris. And we can trace their origins back to a now extinct species of wolf from the Pleistocene, an ancestor they share with the modern gray wolf called Canis lupus. But the exact species of this ancestor is still unknown. While some potential ancestral wolf species, like the extinct species from which the Taimyr wolf, a specimen discovered in northern Siberia, is from, have been identified, genetic analysis has shown that they're not direct ancestors to what would become Canis lupus familiaris. What we can say from studies of dog and wolf genomes is that wolves and dogs began to genetically diverge from each other sometime between about 40,000 and 27,000 years ago. And figuring out the exact timing is tough because it looks like the split happened over a very short period of time, and there was probably interbreeding between domestic dogs and wild wolves along human migration routes. So dogs still looked pretty wolf-like at the start of domestication. It's also complicated because these two species diverging genetically isn't necessarily the same thing as domestication. One's just a split in the gene pool, while the other is the whole behavioral and genetic process that humans were involved in. But one of the key genetic traits wolves and modern dogs share that has been really strongly selected for in modern dogs seems to be hypersociability, which is the tendency for adult animals to initiate social contact even with members of other species. And for some wolves, this tendency, along with other behaviors like scavenging for food, could have made them a better fit for eventual domestication. These traits also would have been useful as human settlements became more widespread, with resources that these canines definitely would have wanted. This is known as the commensal pathway to domestication, where an animal benefits from a relationship with humans, but there's little to no benefit for the humans themselves. Well, at least at first. In this case, proto-dogs were drawn to the discarded human food, which also likely attracted other animals that they could have preyed on too. And there seems to be some evidence that this was probably happening around 28,500 years ago. A new paper published in 2020 was able to distinguish between two different types of canids from a site in the Czech Republic.
Yo, this is why nobody likes you, cat people, okay? Because you can't watch like fucking
man, Hasan.
3 minutes of dog content without fucking freaking out that there's no cat equality. There is no fairness doctrine here, okay? This is a pro-doggo show.
His name is Hasan.
Based on the microscopic wear on their teeth. One group had wear that better matched a diet with more meat in it, while the other group had wear that suggested they'd been chomping on harder, more brittle foods, things like bone. And the researchers think the difference means that the bone-chewing group was hanging around this human settlement more and eating their scraps. Eventually, humans realized that wolves, once domesticated, could be useful. They could be guards, work with hunters, and even help with the domestication of other livestock species. And after that, wherever humans went, their canine companions followed. In fact, we can actually track the spread of agriculture through a particular genetic adaptation in dogs. In 2013, scientists were able to isolate the gene associated with the change from the carnivorous diet of wolves to a more starchy diet in dogs. Domestic dogs have more copies of the gene known as AMY2B than wolves do. AMY2B codes for an enzyme that's secreted by the pancreas that breaks down starch. An increase in starch consumption in people is often associated with agriculture, like growing wheat and rice. And domesticated dogs living in human settlements would have been fed the kinds of things that people were eating too. Along with the difficulties in figuring out when dogs were domesticated, there's also been some debate about whether it happened once or more than once. Like cats, dogs were once thought to have been domesticated twice, because in 2016, researchers showed that the genetic divergence between European and Asian dogs seemed to happen after dogs were found in those areas, suggesting domestication happened in both Europe and Asia. However, another study from 2017 suggests that dogs may have only been domesticated once. This research on the genomes of two really old dog specimens from Germany shows that this might have happened as far back as—
It only needed once because dogs are fucking better.
At HasanAbi, I've been watching you a lot lately, so I will
Cats
cut
are still
myself
not
in
fucking
sub.
domesticated.
Please rethink that ban for saying there will be more wars with female leaders.
And would literally kill you if they could.
Is 20,000 to 40,000 years ago. One set of dog remains was 7,200 years old and the other was 4,700 years old. And by comparing them to modern wolves—
Let me piss off everybody right now. If you're a vegan and you have a cat, you're a fucking hypocrite. And not only because they are obligate carnivores and have to eat meat, but also because they literally are devastating to the ecosystems in which they exist in.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game.
They kill literally every fucking animal they can, specifically birds. So if you are a vegan, you are a gigantic hypocrite. If you're a vegan and you have a cat, you are a gigantic hypocrite. If you're a vegan and you have a dog, you're pretty hypocritical too, because you're enslaving another living organism against its will. I'm putting a fucking leash on your like little slave, but you're especially hypocritical if you have a cat and you're vegan.
Wolves and dogs, scientists were able to find that they both had between 70 to 80% of European ancestry within their genetic makeup. And this study found a much older date for the genetic divergence between European and Asian dogs than the 2016 study did, old enough to suggest that domestication happened just one time. So it seems there was one continuous lineage of domesticated dogs, instead of two separate domestication events. While we're still figuring out when all this took place and how it happened, it didn't seem to take that long before people were deeply attached to their pups, and we can see this bond in the archaeological record with burials. Across Europe, Asia, Africa, and North America, dog burials can be found spanning the late Pleistocene to the mid-Holocene epoch. What makes these dog burials special is that many of them were treated and deposited in ways that are really similar to how humans are buried. This implies that these dogs were seen as very close companions even in death. For example, the remains of a male dog were recovered by archaeologists at a 9,000 or so year old cemetery in Siberia alongside other artifacts like a spoon made from a large antler. This dog was an older adult with evidence of wounds that were partially healed by the time he died, showing that he had been cared for during his life. An analysis of the chemistry of one of his vertebrae showed that his diet included both terrestrial and aquatic resources, similar to the diets of the people at the site. This might mean that these dogs and humans lived in close proximity, even sharing food. We also see mixed burials in some cultures, where both dogs and humans were laid to rest together. In fact, the earliest known burial of a dog, a puppy, that was buried around 16,000.
The biggest problem that dogs have is their loyalty. And oftentimes, because of the loyalty that they express and the unconditional companionship that they express, they oftentimes will become unwilling participants in imperialism and subjects of cruelty, such as, like, I don't know, police brutality, things of that nature. They, however, are the victims. They fall victim to loving us, cruel human beings, too much and following our lead. So whenever people say dogs are cops or dogs are imperialists, you disgust me. Because they are a victim of circumstance. They're a product of their environment.
We're going to follow you right back.
They do not know better.
Whose is whose slave? You have to
do not blame them. They are only products of their environment.
Dog people are literally sadomasochistic.
Blame them only because they love us so much and so viciously.
1,000 years ago in Germany was actually found alongside 2 human bodies. Dogs were also buried alongside their humans in Egypt, where dogs were often used in hunting and guarding. This may have been the case for a mummified dog found in a tomb at the Valley of the Kings, which may have been a favorite hunting dog of one of the rulers buried nearby. Over thousands of years, domestication created both physical and genetic changes in dogs. While many early dogs looked pretty similar to each other, new breeds were developed to meet a variety of human needs, and coat colors and textures became more diverse. Many of these changes can be traced to the crossbreeding and hybridization of individual dog populations, as humans moved around the planet with their canine companions and came across new groups of canids. Today, there are hundreds of dog breeds, and most of them aren't actually that old. They came about because of the introduction of dog shows during the Victorian era in Britain. So dogs were originally drawn to our ancestors for food, but they eventually bonded with us, working and living alongside us for thousands of years. And this bond continued even after death, based on the archaeological record of human and dog burials. But the origins of this relationship are still more complicated than scientists originally thought, with new discoveries changing the history of dog domestication all the time. And we're still waiting to find out the DNA results of dog war, that 18,000 domestication, for a very, very long time.
I can't watch that. I don't know why, it's so nasty. It's so sad.
His name is Hasan.
Play Resident Evil 5 with 39
Let's look at 18,000-year-old dead puppy. I can look at dead humans all day. I can't look at dead dogs.
His name is
Why do you say Hasan question mark? You vegan? No. No, I'm a speciesist. And what
This
that
is a
is,
deranged pervert.
what I mean by that when I say I'm a speciesist is not that, like, humans are at the top. Dogs are at the top. It's dogs, then humans. I've decided. Dogs are at the top of the food chain. Then humans, then all the other animals. I don't really give a fuck. I've decided I'm a dog supremacist.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil
Yeah.
hat.
Also explain chihuahuas literally rats.
A Muslim Jordan Peterson? No. Your anti-vegan takes are so fucking dumb. You claim to hate exploitation and you play AAA video games where developers are overworked. You know that there is an extent. You know that there is like a point to that, right? Where it stops. Because then if you claim to be vegan, then why don't you eat fucking meat then? Why don't you stop your personal consumption of... Why do you stop your personal consumption of meat? Like... So you eat cats? I think one could. Talk to Melon about veganism? No. I don't want to like fucking argue with him. Debating vegans are annoying because they're correct.
Glad I found
they're still annoying, but they're correct morally. I know I'm immoral.
These dark, trying times. Leftist ideas have been demonized for so long, it brings me hope to see your channel grow.
I just don't feel too bad about eating meat.
Wet ass P word.
This is delicious.
Pull out game week.
Oh fuck, I forgot to run an ad. Ad time,
Whores
baby.
In this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Chat. I need some remdesivir. Hasan? Got some remdesivir? Anyone? Ajan? Anyone?
What is this?
Remdesivir?
No, and the question and the answer to that is no. I am not watching these streamers and cooming to them. It's not a funny joke. No. Nobody.
His name
no,
is
no,
Hasan.
you guys don't know. These are all not true. It's not true. None of that shit is happening. That was made up. That was made up. I don't know. And it's not okay because every time I go into like a guy streamer stream, I'm worried that they think that I'm like literally masturbating to them, and I am not. Please, if you're a guy streamer and you see a clip of this, I promise you, if I'm lurking in your stream, I am not by any chance playing with myself. I promise you. I don't know who started this rumor. I might be a coomer, but I can control myself on Twitch. I promise you. Like, I promise you. I promise. No, no. And the questions and the answer.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Interesting. Did you say you needed something wild because there haven't been many memes? Why does she have a katana right there? I can tell by the tsuba on the katana it's fake. We can move on. Oh, okay. Thank you, Olivic Mike. They clip chimped right after she says, except for Hasan. Wait, really? Shut up.
That is no. I promise you. I promise. No, no. And the question and the answer to that is no. I am not. No, and the question and the answer to that is no. And it's not okay because I see a clip of this. I promise you, if I'm lurking in your stream, I am not by any chance playing with myself. I promise you.
I don't give a fuck even if
I
it's
don't know
Japan.
who started this rumor. I might be a coomer, but I can control myself on Twitch. I promise you. Like, I promise
What
you.
did I miss, chat?
I promise.
I have to watch an ad, Saj.
It's just you're digging a hole. Okay, I'm digging a hole. I'm gonna stop now. So I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna stop talking. I'll stop talking.
Everybody who's like debated, lol, whatever, as if you wouldn't fucking check. Like, as if you wouldn't fucking check. I don't give a fuck. Of course I'm gonna check.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Like, debated what? Yeah, no shit.
I believe you. Okay, thank you for believing me. Thank you.
Okay, she's not saying except for a song.
The fuck is this? Stop objectifying male streamers, Juicy. I do not objectify male streamers.
Would you eat gorilla? Not in danger or weird disease? No. No. Stop being weird. Also, Anthony Fantano is coming on right now.
As mod CD.
Why are you looking at me like that, Gerald? Who do you think you are?
His name is Hasan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's Anthony Fantano. Hello?
Hello?
I can hear myself and your camera's turned off.
Oh, camera. Turn
Or
off
it's
camera.
turned
Turn
on,
off
but like I
camera.
can't
Turn on.
see it. It's just gray.
It's just gray. Oh, I think I need to switch it over to my other camera. Authorized connections. Here we go.
Oh,
Let's see.
true. Dude. All right. Oh, cool. Okay, hold on before we let me just do the thing here to have you on to show you.
Here we are. There we are.
I told you it was chill, right? I told you it was going to be like, it's like whenever you want to come on, just let me know. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Anthony Fantano, the internet's busiest music nerd. Right? Did I say that right?
You said it correctly.
Okay, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. I don't know anything about music, but I know your politics are pretty fucking dope. Okay? But I don't know anything about music. So
my politics are trash.
No, your politics are not trash at all. Your politics are awesome. And
My politics are terrible. I want the stock market high. I want Trump to get better.
Yeah, no, same.
Tons of health.
Winning.
Tons of health for him and everyone.
Yeah, tons of health for him, but also no health care for the poor is obviously, right?
Obviously, because
okay, so we're on the same page.
If you get sick, that's your fault. But also, this disease isn't scary. You should just get it.
Okay, see, we're on the same page.
No vaccines either. No vaccines are bad, and also Finland isn't real. There's no Finland.
Yeah, vaccines are bad, but also Donald Trump's vaccines are going to be good. But no one will take it.
Makes them.
Yeah,
if
but
Bill Gates makes them, then it's computer chip vaccine.
Yeah, but also Elon Musk is a good billionaire who literally wants to directly put like a Neuralink in our brain. But that's good because he's a Republican, kind of.
Well, one thing I like about Elon Musk is he's going to clone Grimes and then sell Grimes for everyone, so everyone can have a Grimes.
Okay, is that for real?
I think it's for real.
Wait, I hope, because now I do like Elon Musk. If that's the thing. Actually, I don't know. I don't know about Grimes. But anyway, but like you're saying stuff. I've listened to no Grimes music. See, you're already talking about music.
That's true. I'm already fucking up. Sorry.
No. It's all good. So what I thought, because I wanted you to come on for the longest time, right? I was like, Anthony Fantano, you got to come on. We constantly, engage in Italiophobia over here. And
obviously. Why wouldn't you?
Exactly. And we thought you'd be perfect.
Pervert.
Pogo.
But you didn't want to come on. You were like, "Nah, fuck you, Hasan. I hate you. I hate yous." Probably because of this.
Too much Italiophobia.
Yeah, too much Italiophobia. You're like, "Nah, dude, I don't want to talk about politics." I was like, "All right, well, let's talk about fucking music," even though I don't know anything about music.
His name is Hasan.
And I thought we could review like the Twitch soundtrack, like the copyright-free soundtrack or something. But also,
yeah, all the royalty-free Twitch music. I wonder if it's better than the YouTube royalty-free Twitch music. You know, like the Happy Ukulele song that we've all heard a million times.
Yeah, it's great. I love that. I listened to that.
It's a classic. It's a YouTube royalty-free classic.
You know, okay. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, what do you rate that out of 10? Was that a good? Did I hum that well?
I would the track itself is a 10 out of 10. Your humming version of it is more like a 4.
Wow, I got a 4. Hell yeah. I'm a musician now. Okay, first step. I'm dropping the hottest mixtape, Anthony Fantano. You don't even know.
I believe it.
Okay, Hasan, don't embarrass us. Everyone is very upset because I'm embarrassing this community. Okay.
It's okay. I embarrass my audience every day too.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that we have that together. Oh, okay. So originally I was gonna ask you to look at the copyright free music, but I think we got some meme music in here too. If you want to take a look at that, like my community has made a bunch of fucking meme music about surrounding like the OK Buddy subreddit that I have. You also never reviewed HasanAbi by Sami Yusuf. I don't know why. That was I keep linking that to you every time you're like, what new music should I be looking at? And I keep sending that to you. I mean, he sings in 3 different languages in the same song.
It's weird that it's weird that I keep ignoring that request, because I do DM you about every week saying, what new music should I be listening to, Hasan?
Yeah.
I'm confused. I just don't know what new music to be listening to.
No,
right
I know.
now.
I got my finger on the pulse, even though I literally say all the time I never listen to music and only listen to podcasts. But yeah, no, that's what. Well, technically, I did show you the fucking.
This dude
what's his
Ice? Fuck Ice. You showed me fuck Ice.
Exactly. That was a good one.
You did turn me on to that.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. That's one. But like I only know meme music.
It was one of the best bangers of the year.
I love that song. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fucking play it right now.
Please do.
All right, just for a second. Wait, I have watched one of your videos where you don't listen to the music itself. Because I guess copyright. So you're just like, I see you like reacting to it, but not necessarily actually listen to the song. How is there no other way to get around that? You should hum it.
I actually do listen to it though.
No, I believe you. Okay, hold on. Wait, what melon rated you yesterday? Oh, it's just a joke. It's just a meme. I don't know if you're watching the stream on your end, by the way.
I'm just chilling on my end.
Oh, you're not even looking. Okay.
I'm not even looking. You could be saying anything about me right now. It wouldn't even matter. You're total fucking idiot.
No, not at all. I'm just playing Fuck Ice.
Oh, okay.
No, Melon rated you yesterday, and it's just a photo of my ass. And it says 10. Okay. So this was Fuck Ice 2. Manny Sanchez, who changed his name. It used to be something else. It used to be a slur, actually. So I'm glad that he is more.
Oh, he changed his name?
I think so. It just says Manny Sanchez now instead of what it used to be, which was
yeah. I mean, I was there was a point where I was sort of considering like talking about the EP, but then I was like, will people get mad if I say his name?
Yeah. I feel like we're not allowed to say. Well, you're Italian, you're POC, so like you have more of a pass.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh man. Okay, so are you chill with that? Do you want me to show you like can I like send you meme songs and have you review it? Is that something you're into? I don't want to feel like I'm exploiting you.
Are you just going to send them to me through the chat?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to close it. Actually, wait. I'll just send him to you via Twitter DMs. I think that's better. What do you think about that?
So okay, either that or Discord. I'm already on the Discord.
Well, because I'm showing you on screen right now on Discord, so I would have to like turn it off and then send you a DM. And
I'm on Twitter. I'm on there.
Okay, I'm gonna just send it to you. Okay, so first and foremost, also I should probably tweet.
Should I have headphones on?
Do you need to? No, you don't need to. I don't know.
What it does, as long as it doesn't make a difference to you. I'm just asking.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference to me. First of all, I need to promote that you're on. I forgot.
Should I tweet to my 40 million followers?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to. It's
I do want
to. Reviewing meme music. Okay, there it is. Okay, a lot of these are going to be political in nature, by the way. I just want you to know. But we have 2 different ones. Okay. Hold on, let me just turn this off. Okay. I'm going to get started with first and foremost So we already looked at Ice, and you said it was good, right? The Fuck Ice one. It's a really good song. It's a bop.
What's their favorite?
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for Fuck Ice 3 to come out. Honestly.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Fuck
well,
Ice 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. Hopefully, Ice is gone by then, so there's no need for those songs. You know what I mean? Like Fuck Ice 2 ends Ice in its entirety. But here it is. I'm gonna send you the first song. Okay. You don't need to listen to the entire thing. You can just like skip through it because I feel like it's too long if we do that. Like skip through. I don't know how you normally do it. You probably listen to it the whole way.
How I normally do it is when I review a song, I listen to the last 10 seconds first. Then I know if the ending's good before I get there.
Wait, really?
And then after that, I listen to the middle 2 times. Only the middle. Okay, end first, last 10 seconds, then the middle 2 times. Then after that, I'll play the beginning in reverse, then forward, then reverse. Okay, and then after that, I will make a full assessment.
Okay, so you're joking. Okay. I thought you were being serious, dude. Dude, don't test me like that. I don't know shit about music. I'm like, wait, what? Is this what fucking music savants are doing out here? Like,
I don't know anything about music. He's listening to the last 10 seconds of the song first.
Yeah,
okay,
I literally pulled it over to the last 10 seconds.
Okay, all right. Is this like how deep is the lore behind this meme song?
So
like,
this
have I have to have like watched 66 hours of you streaming to like get this, or is this like pretty surface level?
Okay, so it's kind of surface level. The first 2 songs I want to play for you are songs that from Okay Buddy. Are you familiar with Putin Walk?
No.
The meme. Oh my god.
I don't think so.
Wait, how old are you? Before
I'm about to turn 35.
Oh, you're about to turn 35. Okay, so these are like big Zoomer memes for the most part. They're like deep fried memes. Putin Walk was a meme that like blew up in popularity over the internet amongst Zoomers for the most part. It's just wide Putin walking. Okay, so it's just Putin walking from one part. I don't know. It's like Putin walking for like 10 minutes, but the original, I'll show you as well. But this is the original. This is the original, and I will link it to you right now. You can click on it, and I'll play it on my end as well. You don't have to watch the whole thing. It's 17 seconds.
I get it. So is this like set to a song that is being that is now remixed?
Are you listening to the song? Can you hear it?
Well, I can hear the song.
Okay, so this is the song that Ron 315 guy took and incorporated to some stuff that I've said in the past.
Got it. He like remixed it and mixed it with some of the stuff you say.
Yeah.
Got it.
You're a meme connoisseur, right? Aren't you?
I would say I was, but then I got then I caught I was also a meme smuggler. And then I got in trouble for smuggling the memes.
No IP for memes, first of all. No intellectual property on memes. Memes are communist, so I don't know why anyone was trying to call you out on that.
It wasn't. I was smuggling. I understand. I was smuggling memes across the border. Is what I was doing. I was trying to spread memes to more people. Yeah, I was trying to the rarest.
This is a deranged.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
The rarest ones. I was just across the border.
Chat knows what that is, but I don't.
Okay. All right. That's fine, because the thing is, the more you know, the larger chance there is that you'll be implicated.
What? Okay, I don't know what that is. The plan is what people
I can't tell you anymore. I can't tell chat anymore, else you'll be accomplices to the crime. Don't you know anything about legal meme law?
Oh, okay. All right,
bro. This has so far this has a really epic intro. This is like some Mortal Kombat level shit.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You're listening to it right now.
Your vocal has. I really feel. Is there a big drop here about to happen?
What with my vocal? What do you mean?
Yeah, with your vocal. There it is.
I did 9/11. I'm saying I did 9/11, but I didn't actually. 9/11.
Well, it's my personal rule when it comes to music is if it's in a song, it's true. So you must have done 9/11 because it couldn't be in the song if you didn't.
But isn't that literally how who went to jail recently? The one that like talks about killing his friend. He shot him and he died. The rapper. He's like really skinny. He also got, I think he got COVID. What was his name? Not Bobby Shmurda. No, TK. Not TK.
Not TK either.
YNW. YNW Melly.
Yeah, Melly. Yeah, he had the song with Kanye West.
Yeah. He's got a beautiful voice.
Yeah, there's him, and there's also a lot of there's a lot of controversial sort of court cases in the UK right now over a lot of drill music there, because a lot of the artists in that scene sort of tend to threaten each other by name in their songs. And then sort of, like attacks will happen as a result of certain songs being recorded or being released. I don't know if it's so much of a thing that's happening right now because of all the controversy that kind of was birthed out of that. But yeah, there's kind of like a bit of I guess a new and very questionable legal grounds being broken currently about.
Well, they don't have freedom of speech either. So they don't have freedom of speech like we do, brother.
But
like, I mean, they literally don't. Like, you can, like, libel laws, slander, that shit, you will get popped off for that in the UK very easily. Not like here.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I mean, I didn't even realize, I didn't connect it to the title over here, but I'm really liking I'm really liking that UK drill style bass.
Yeah.
On this,
do you appreciate that there's also Turkish? There's Turkish in the song as well. It's just,
I didn't pick up on the Turkish yet.
Yeah, around 51 it says, "Oh my God, this part of the song is Turkish." Wait, oh actually, yeah. I'm saying Alemin Padişahı. Ne bileyim amına koyayım.
Oh, I get it. That this part of the song you announced it there.
Yeah,
that's cool. Cool.
Okay, first of all, I didn't direct this. I'm just letting you know. This is all bits and pieces that they've taken from the stream.
I get it. I like this meme, and it has 5,000 plays on it too. That's a healthy meme.
Yeah. So it's basically, we got Turkish, we got my British accent. It's a good meme, but it's also, it's a good song overall. Okay, we can move on from this one. There's another one that should I show him Thomas the Tank Engine first before we review the Saatchi one? Because I feel like,
are people still making Thomas the Tank Engine memes?
I think so. Yeah. By the way, at any point, if you find this to be boring or annoying or you hate it, just let me know and we can move on from this segment in its entirety and we can do something else. Because there's people in my chat who are like, he's trying to show disinterest so you move on. Do you not understand social cues? Says Tangy the Tank Guy. And like, I don't want to do that. If you're bored, we don't have to do it. But thank you, Tangy the Taint Guy, for being the social cue understander. Oh, you're already on it. Okay. Fuck it. I'm saying this, dude. Holy shit. America deserves hypothetically deserves in a video game. We fucking totally brought it on.
It's a banger,
dude. Right?
I thought it was totally over Thomas the Tank Engine remixes, but that one's not bad.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, you didn't make the meme,
I mean, still, it's my community.
I'm appreciating whoever made it.
Well, here's the thing. I run a daycare, like a very, I guess it's not really expensive for the individual, but it's like a very well paid daycare operation for me.
Is the daycare basically the moms and dads subscribe to your Twitch and then they just sit their kids in front of the computer and they watch you all day?
I think so, yes. And there's very talented children in my community that decide to use their talent for just pure degeneracy, and this is one of the outcomes. That subreddit that this post is from, Okay Buddy Hasan, is where all of these very talented degenerate children express their creativity in. And that song that I showed you first, that's also from Okay Buddy originally, and this is another one This one has an important message in it as well. This one I'm going to show you right now. It's called K-Hive by Satch.
K-Hive? Like Kamala Hive?
Yes.
Or is it something else? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, exactly. It's after Kamala Harris is K-Hive.
Is this a diss track?
No, not really.
Okay.
This is called
Just
Cum
curious.
and Bass, by the way. Like drum and bass, but with cum.
Oh, got it. I got it. So is the cum sampled? Is it sampled cum?
There's cum sampled in it, yes.
Got it. Okay. Would you believe me if I told you that this was not the first time that had ever happened?
What, cum has been sampled?
Yeah.
I would not be surprised.
Okay, just letting you know.
And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-Hive.
There's a second peek there with some really good stuff coming up.
Do you feel like this statement that sort of the whole thing is based on still holds water as of right now? Like, do you feel like the K-Hive is making the internet scary for the MAGA crowd right now?
I don't think so. I think they are really slacking. I'm actually a little disappointed in them. It seems
me
like
too, honestly. Like I feel like they went harder against the Bernie crowd.
Oh, 100%.
Than they're going against the MAGA crowd right now.
Yeah, I often talk about how the Democratic Party and their their biggest loyalists, I feel like, despise the left more than they hate Donald Trump and the MAGA weirdos. And they're truly showing that, because I was so excited. I wanted him to duke it out. I wanted him to battle with the rest of the with the Trump sickos, but they never did, and they haven't, and it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, not that there isn't kind of a resistance per se going on, but it's just kind of the usual Trump responder people over and over and over, like responding to everything just like they do with Trump. Like the K-Hive seems like they're kind of taking it easy. I'm hoping that like after the VP debate, like they sort of awaken from their slumber or something, because obviously that's going to lead to some attacks. But like, I don't know. You would have figured they would have like formed like Voltron, for example, when Big Mike was trending today. Like you'd figure they go fucking crazy for that shit.
Yeah.
Because that was pretty fucking racist. But I mean, I was kind of scrolling through. I didn't see any like kind of like K-Hive formation. Let's go. It mostly just seemed like.
I also thought like I don't know, when Donald Trump was knocking on death's door, like I thought they would be like celebrating. You know what I mean? I thought they would be like doing K-Hive dances and shit onto like images of Donald Trump dying or something. But it's honestly really. Like, they've been subpar. Kamala Harris is live on Twitch front page right now under Amazon Music. Wait, really?
Oh, you're such a big man,
Damn,
Hasan.
that's weird. Okay, anyway. Kamala and her team...
After this, raid her and then ask her what's going on with the K-Hive.
Well, I wanted to actually interview her, and I asked... My agents suggested it at WME. They were like, yo, you should interview Kamala Harris, like... And I was like, that's not going to happen. There's no way. And then he was like, no, they'll definitely happen. Why wouldn't it? You're like a constituent of hers and da-da-da. And they asked, and they apparently looked at my videos. Well, this one actually has a part that I wanted to show you. This K-Hive meme song has a part that is the reason why I don't think they wanted to do it. If you scroll over to 120... on the Satch K-Hive song, you'll notice why I think Kamala Harris didn't want to get interviewed by me, but...
Vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic. Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come. More like Kamala
Harris. She wants to make you never come
I mean, this is a platform I can get behind. Why wouldn't you want to come on your screen and reiterate some of these points?
Yeah. So, I mean, that was, of course, me making fun of a Republican who thinks that Kamala Harris is trying to do this, but
okay,
it gets lost in the translation sometimes, you know, when you slap it on.
Yeah,
in the middle of a song.
I get that. I get that.
Well,
You have an
maybe it's the
agent? I was going to say, you have an agent. Should I get an agent? I don't have an agent.
Well, I mean, I've had an agent for a while. They don't really do much. I mean, I guess they like negotiate contracts and stuff on your behalf. My agency team is pretty good. They're pretty decent. You should get an agent.
I should get an agent. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I have people who I talk to when maybe a contract comes up or something, but I don't have like a hot shot talent agent kind of thing going on.
They're pretty good. They're decent. I don't know. I mean, I usually do everything on my own, if we're being honest.
Got it. Oh, okay. Got it.
But okay, I don't wanna like keep pumping you full of you just lost the radical left. I don't want to keep pumping you full of fucking meme music. There was one I wanted to show you. I did want to show you HasanAbi, like the actual song that by Sami Yusuf, the actual fucking song that we listened to literally nonstop. And this is important because actually, have you ever heard Allah Surya Bashar?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so we have a couple songs that we listen to nonstop on this fucking stream, and this is one of them. This is like, I mean, this might make you convert to Islam if you listen to it. You might actually unironically become Muslim after it because it's so good. It's such a slapper. But this is what I wanted you to listen to.
I'm open to Muslim slappers.
Okay. Also, I don't know why this has 12,000 views. This is not the original, I think, but the original has like millions, billions. It has 1 billion views.
Got it. So when we're talking about converting to Islam here over this track, like
reverting, technically, not converting.
Whichever. Like, which sect am I basically gaining?
Oh, you're Sunni. You're Sunni, of course.
Okay.
I mean, I'm Sunni, so you're Sunni.
Okay, cool.
Oh Allah the Almighty.
Let it slap. Let it.
Protect me.
I'm waiting for the slap. I mean, I'm liking the vibe on. It's a strong intro.
Your love and mercy. Ya Allah, don't deprive me from beholding your beauty.
His name is Hasan.
Oh, my Lord, accept this plea.
Oh, you're getting it. You're seeing it now. Okay.
So the music video direction here, like what sort of like, when did the decision come into play to just, go the businessman angle is my question.
Well, his business is Allah, okay, and spreading the good word of Allah, the Almighty. And in this music video, he travels all around the world. Actually, I've made jokes about how, I mean, people get upset at me when I make this joke, but he low-key kind of. Okay, I'm not even gonna make the joke actually, because he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Sami Yusuf is I think Turkish too, or Turkic. His business is Allah and spreading Allah in the UK, and then there are parts of the song. So you probably only got to the point where he's in the the double bus or whatever, the double-decker bus in the UK, and then he travels.
I'm just at the part where he's just walking around, just like really like taking in the city.
Yeah. So he will move on from the UK. He gets in a double-decker bus like around. He's Iranian. He's Iranian Azeri, so he's like Turkic Iranian. Yeah, he is Iranian. So he then will move over to Turkey, and he speaks in Turkish. He sings a part of the song in Turkish, a part of the song is in Arabic, a part of the song is in Urdu. So this is unironically. I mean, I'll let you listen to it. How about that?
Is the bus where he does like his prime conversions? Like I see
he's converting old British women and men to Islam. This is what the EDL is afraid of. This is what the British fascists are afraid of. And to be fair, like they should be afraid because Sami Yusuf is clapping their cheeks with spirituality, with the Word of Allah.
He got up and he let that lady sit in the seat. That's a conversion right there.
Yeah. Like, Americans think Mr. Worldwide, Pitbull. No, it's actually Sami Yusuf. He is the real Mr. Worldwide.
Obviously. And he's in the he's in front of the sort of like the boardroom here. Is he sort of like charting out Allah's stock right there?
Yeah,
like,
no,
he's
he's showing strategies on best converting or reverting the West with fifth column style Islamic conversion. That's what he's doing.
Got it. And as the line is going up and down, I mean, I don't know, I'm a little skeptical here. Is Allah functioning on some kind of boom bust cycle?
Yeah,
I would prefer more of just like a steady upward climb.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
I don't want to move from one volatile religion to another. Is sort of, you know, is my skepticism is where my skepticism comes from.
He's just what's happening is in a long enough trajectory, Allah is on top. Allah stocks are rising, but it goes back and forth because, you know, the kuffar Westerners, they figure out the plan, they push back, and then he pushes back again. But ultimately, you know, it's always growing, and it's always growing because of the music that he is spreading around the world.
So it's not some issue inherent with Abrahamic religions. If we had gotten rid of the Westerners, or if the Westerners are converted or just go away, this problem would be absolved.
Yes, or at least if they just submit to Allah. But yeah, he goes to Turkey here.
Yeah, I see that.
He's singing in Turkish. Yeah, have you ever heard that? Yeah, I bet not. All you do is review 100 gecs and death grips and stuff, but I bet they don't know how to sing in different languages.
Well, I have no doubt that if he approached 100 gecs, they would probably have him on a track.
Probably. I think that I would love to see what a collab like that would look like. I know they would have him, but
Hasan.
You know, I've had friends of mine who behind the scenes have gotten offers to do remixes for them and stuff. I mean, why couldn't he do a remix? You know, do a remix and do it in the name of Allah. That
would be great.
Now where is he moved now? He's in India now, or he's moved where is he going now?
I believe he's he goes from Turkey to India. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's again international man of everything.
Educating kids in a madrasa.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. So he starts just giving little old ladies the bus seat, and now he's teaching entire classes.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
He's Mr. Worldwide. He's just chilling.
So you said he's from Iran?
He's an Iranian Turk. He's a Iranian Azeri Iranian. So he's Turkic, but he's Iranian.
Okay, but does he live in Iran or does he live in Turkey?
He lives everywhere at the same time, as you can see.
I just want to know where he is mostly based, and wherever he is based, is he the Taylor Swift of that country? Is basically what I want to know.
Okay, this is not a joke. I know I've been memeing a lot, but like, from what I understand, he's literally like a legend, like an international legend in like most Muslim countries. They fucking love him, and they play this music in like every fucking wedding and shit like that. He's actually like a big celebrated artist in like the Muslim world. From what I understand.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Yeah, he's like Dr. Manhattan, exactly. He's everywhere at the same time. This video has 12K views. Yeah, this is not the right video. Shut up. But, okay, but we can move on from this one. I have another really good one for you. Yeah, but see, people are saying my Pakistani Muslim friends love Sami Yusuf. He was born in Iran and lives in Britain. Okay, so we're going to move on to a more political meme music song that we love here. This is from Armand Miftari. He is a singer from Kosovo, and this what?
Go on.
Well, this is a ballad, a love song dedicated to the United States of America.
Wow.
If you want to play it, it's okay if you don't want.
I'm down for it. Send it over. I just wanted to also I wanted to know if I could if I sent you something, could you show everyone what I sent you as well?
Oh, absolutely. Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean something in a similar vein, or something you know, in an equally interesting vein to Sammy, is this really cool, somewhat obscure compilation where it's like a lot of secular folk, psych, and pop music of the Persian persuasion. A lot of the artists are from Iran that came out in the 60s and 70s. So like, you know, during a time where like it was kind of socially accepted to be recording this kind of music. And, you know, there's kind of like you know, I would say some of the influences are obviously Western, but, you know, there's kind of a foreign tinge to a lot of the tracks too that are quite interesting. And, you know, at the time, like some of these artists were especially popular. And, you know, if you could recommend that, and, you know, sort of see if anybody could search up some of the tracks on YouTube. I don't know if it's on streaming, but I know some of the tracks are on YouTube and they're total fucking bangers. Like, they're great.
Do you have one that you prefer, that you think that you know off the top of your mind that we can play?
I would say.
Okay, but by the way, you're totally blowing my recommendations out of the water here with like actually serious recommendations.
I'm sorry.
You're like, oh yeah, we're listening to meme music here. Here's an actual fucking banger playlist of people who were like, I don't know, revolutionary Iranians and their druggy hypnotic music.
You know, one of the most popular artists on the compilation is a singer who goes by the name of Gugush. And she I think any of the tracks from her that
Bemun ta Bemunam,
like any of those, I think would be good to try to play.
Let me This is like 1960s Turkish detective movie music. Oh, there's a YouTube playlist apparently.
Yeah, the I haven't listened to this in a while. Hold on one second. Hello. Yeah, are you out front? Yeah, all the way down on the right.
Hey, don't leak anything.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to leak anything.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying, like, there's still 20,000 people in here, and they will fucking figure whatever out they can from context clues. Be mindful.
I know. So Gugush Talag, I think is how it's pronounced, or Rangarang. This one's really good.
I don't know how to say it, but I like it.
This one's a banger too. So I mean, you know, if you take anything away from this compilation, at least let it be Gugush.
I feel like now that you put this out in the world, it means divorce, said someone. They're gonna sample this now. This is in the next Playboi Carti.
I hope so.
It's gonna be sampled in the next Playboi Carti album that will never come out anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Sorry, my wife is texting me right now. She just said something. Donald Trump just tweeted he's fully authorized the total declassification of any and all documents pertaining to the single greatest political crime in American history, the Russia hoax. Likewise, the Hillary Clinton email scandal, no redactions. Like, this is a real Hail Mary.
Oh, it's over. It's the death throes of his campaign. What he did earlier today was so bad with like completely ending the negotiations process over a secondary stimulus package that currently only the Republican Senate members were holding back. So for him to like go back on that, try to blame it on Nancy Pelosi when like almost everyone knows it's like, well, he took ownership over stopping the negotiations, which was really dumb. and then turning around and saying it would still be good for us to have it, but I'll only allow a stimulus package to happen if I'm like reelected or something. And then turning around and you know, tweeting about all these nonsensical things. He's out of his mind.
No, it's true. I feel like he's trying really hard just to like try not to. I think all he's focusing on right now is just trying to stay out of jail.
Yeah,
because
but not doing a good job.
You know, I mean, you know, and I know how, you know, terrible our court system is and legal system is at holding anyone in power to account. But at least if he's still president, the chances of him going to jail are greatly diminished, and I think that's all he's thinking about right now.
Yeah, well, I think he's also thinking about surviving, like breathing right now. That's probably something that he's also taking into consideration, because he didn't look too great yesterday. I don't know if you saw him, like his return into the White House wasn't as great as the Republicans made it seem like it was. He was really having a hard time breathing after he walked up those stairs and shit. So I don't think the Democrats will prosecute him, though. I think they'll do a similar thing to what Obama did after George W. Bush, where he refused to prosecute them for any of the war crimes, none of the torture, didn't close down Guantanamo Bay. I just feel like there is an established order amongst the ruling class that if you prosecute the previous administration, then that shit can easily come back and fuck you over as well. Because all presidents technically do a bunch of corrupt and oftentimes illegal stuff. So I feel like it's an unspoken rule that they don't prosecute previous previous administrations or their leaders.
No, it's true. If power does change hands, I'm honestly expecting like some kind of big gigantic fuck up to occur that basically, you know, sucks up the news cycle and grabs everyone's attention and worries everybody. So all the focus is on this gigantic fuck up or emergency that we have to like keep ourselves from dying of, you know, in addition to the pandemic, of course, just so that we don't think about enacting legal revenge against the previous administration.
Yeah.
This is a
no, I don't even think the Democrats will do it anyway. I feel like they're not energized enough to actually ever take action. But I highly doubt it.
Like one of Nancy Pelosi's last press conferences was about her fucking blowout. Like of all the things, you know, and it's so funny because like after that happened and how quickly the press conference came together afterwards, you know, it kind of like makes you think, wow, how quickly could a press conference have happened after, you know, the past 200 or 300 horrible things that have been in the news in relation to the Trump administration in terms of scandalous bullshit. But then we have to have a press conference about your fucking blowout. Thank you.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think Trump's going to win, or do you think Joe Biden's going to win?
I don't know. I don't think it's looking very good for Trump in the polls. And I mean, I know people say that about Hillary in 2016, but the thing about Hillary in 2016 is like the polls weren't that separate and the margin of error was still pretty close. But honestly, I don't expect him to get out of office without like doing something bad. Like I don't expect him to just come out of office quietly. I really don't.
No, I don't think so either. I think the lame duck session, even if he loses in the best case scenario, the lame duck session is going to be devastating for the country, where he will blow it up as best as he possibly can in an act of swift vengeance against the American public that did not vote for him. You know, how dare they? And also, obviously, he's going to try to cheat, as he has been openly stating he was going to cheat. He's going to try to steal the election, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be as close as they once hoped it would be. Like the election, it seems like Biden is really trailing away now. I mean, in almost an act of God at this point, where you have Donald Trump as an October surprise getting COVID after fucking up the entire economy and mishandling it in a really devastating way. For him to actually get COVID literally 2 days after even making fun of Joe Biden, wearing a mask. I mean, it's hard to recover from that, I think, no matter how much he tries to act like a strong man who was able to overcome it.
You know, another thing that I feel like a lot of people aren't really taking into account is just how much of a X factor, a fuck it factor, a factor of just like, you know, curiosity of the unknown that Trump presented, being the quote unquote outsider that he was. And now that we've had 4 years of it, like, you know, he's the devil we know, like at this point. Like the curiosity, there's no more curiosity. Like, sure, you know, there are people who are like totally in love with him. He has his cult and they're going to go away. But as far as the undecided voters, or, you know, the swing voters, or the irrational centrists, whatever the fuck you want to call them, or they refer to themselves as, like, you know, the curiosity factor is gone now. And now you're kind of choosing between, do I want to continue this insanity, or do I want something familiar and predictable? And honestly, I think a lot of Americans are just like tired of how annoying all of it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he's no longer the outsider, as you also pointed out. He doesn't have that. He no longer has the element of like, I'm the outsider fighting against the fundamentally flawed and broken system. He is the insider. He has been the president for the past 4 years. So no matter how hard he tries to make it seem like this is Joe Biden's America, it's Donald Trump's America right now. And that's why people are suffering. So he can't really shift blame over to someone else.
That's one of the most hilarious things that sort of he continues to push, that, you know, especially in regards to the protests. It's like, this is what's going to happen under Joe Biden. And, you know, what's hilarious about that, and, you know, it's also kind of proof that the Democrats are so ineffective at combating a lot of this stuff, because, you know, you could easily get out in front of that and say, well, like, I was VP for 8 years, and during that entire time, this fucking shit wasn't happening.
Yeah, I mean, there was some that happened under Obama and Biden, like Black Lives Matter protests, violently being stopped under Obama,
like
also occurred.
The level of violence that Trump is trying to put on display,
exactly,
you know, was not the case. And I mean, you know, you could also go back and talk about all of the Occupy protests that happened under Obama, Biden, and were you know, pretty quickly suppressed by the police during that time too. But, you know, that's not the framework that Trumpists are working from in this regard.
Yep. You have that. You have North Dakota Access Pipeline that was violently suppressed as well, but never to the same degree, because this also paired up with not just like endless police brutality, but also economic restlessness overall as a consequence of the COVID shutdowns and his mishandling of coronavirus and the economic uncertainty that so many people felt.
Your viewers, would you say that they're generally like really depressed over having to vote for Joe Biden if they're voting at all?
I think a lot of them are. Yeah, I mean, most of them are not super stoked to vote for Joe Biden. No, yeah, I mean, they're big Bernie bros. There's a big Bernie bro community of people who are just, you know, forced to vote for the lesser of evils.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I was a big supporter of Bernie as well during the primary. I would just say and remind that, you know, at the end of the day, like, public officials, if they do any good, they're going to do it because they're pressured to do so. And when you refer back to like watershed moments of progress in history, American history, like Obama, for example, was not like, you know, an LGBTQ rights freedom fighter. You know, he was the gay marriage issue. His hand was forced on that because of all the public pressure over it. You know, LBJ was not a civil rights leader, you know, but the Civil Rights Act passed under him because of the public pressure that sort of made that happen. Beyond that, you know, you could also say that Abraham Lincoln wasn't an abolitionist, and you know, there's a whole host of other instances that you could reference at some point in history where you had people that, you know, weren't exactly talking the kind of talk that Bernie was. I mean, sure, it would be nice to have someone like him in office, and I hope for one day where we can. But even if Bernie was in the position that we wanted him to be in, it would still be a fight. And that fight can still happen, and that fight is still feasible even with Joe Biden in office. It's more feasible with Joe Biden in office. The thing is, with Trump, it doesn't matter how much pressure you put at him. He's not going to do anything he doesn't want to do. The man won't even stay in the fucking hospital. He's
a psycho for sure.
He's so obsessed with his own ego. He's putting himself and everybody else like literally at risk, of death, just to kind of serve his image. Joe Biden is, no angel, obviously, but he at least will respond to some kind of public pressure at some point if it's assembled and applied. You can't do that with Trump. It can't be done. So, I mean, really, even if Bernie were in office, if there was no sentiment for anything to occur, there was no mandate, or there was no public pressure to push anybody to do anything, he would be just as ineffective as anybody. So, it's really going to depend upon us, no matter who's in office at the end of the day. So I wouldn't get too bummed about Joe Biden if he ends up getting in. At the end of the day, it's going to take grassroots organizing and pushing, and, putting people who are fighting the good fight in Congress and in the House to make this stuff happen.
Yeah, the work would not have stopped.
It's not just about the president. It's not just about the president at the end of the day.
The work would not have stopped under Bernie Sanders getting elected either. That's when it is supposed to begin. It's just that I believe that a vote for at the very least, like someone like Bernie Sanders would have made it truly easier to organize and build that coalition
Hasan.
and build that grassroots momentum. Whereas someone like Obama demonstrably went against it with Obama for America and how he shuttered it after turning it into Organizing for America and putting it under the DNC. He effectively neutered his own 500,000 person grassroots movement that got him elected to push for both the public option and some form of socialized medicine. He personally was the one who basically neutered that movement and did not weaponize that against the Republican Party. Whereas Republicans never do that. They build, if they can't build grassroots momentums, they will literally build AstroTurf movements like the Tea Party, for example, and use that against Democrats. So,
which I mean is effective in its own way. Honestly, I wish we had more infrastructure that did that kind of thing. Like what they're doing over at the Gravel Institute, where they're literally trying to do those PragerU type videos.
Yeah.
Regardless of who they think is going to actually consume them or watch them or share them, they're just doing it. They're just trying it because I mean, it's we need there are a lot of things about the way the right strategizes that I feel like we need to be copying. As far as the stuff that makes them win, the stuff that, generates conversation from them, the stuff that gets attention for them. I'm not saying embrace their politics or anything.
No, of course not. I say this all the time that we need to do politics like the right, not their policy, of course. We should never copy their policy. Their policy is horrible, but they do politics very well. Now, the most significant problem, the most significant hurdle for the left to overcome in that circumstance, of course, is a concentration of wealth. Unfortunately for Republicans, it's very easy to find a billionaire right-winger who's going to be like, yeah, of course I'm going to fund a bunch of these think tanks. They do it all the time anyway. Whereas it's very difficult for the left to get together and do the same thing because there aren't exactly leftist billionaires out there. You know what I mean? There's like one billionaire who is relatively independent, and that would be Pierre Omidyar, who, of course, funded and created First Look Media. But outside of that, most of the other billionaires are more often than not just in supportive of liberal causes, which aren't radical and, of course, do not threaten their existence and do not go against the established status quo, because that status quo, that order, has helped them amass billions in wealth.
I honestly, at this point, I think there needs to be some kind of I think there needs to be some kind of online network building, because if you look at the amount of money that Bernie had been able to amass over the course of his campaign, Like if you're able to take that same money and put it into some kind of left-wing think tank, like it could potentially do wonders. Or, you know, put that into a Facebook ad campaign for the left's version of Ben Shapiro or whatever, you know. So you exactly. You know, if you're able to do something like that, and you know, you wouldn't even need to shave off that much money to sort of like make a huge dent, because you know, when you talk about a Crowder, when you talk about a Ben Shapiro, and the, you know, or even his sister, who you know, whose shit is really getting astroturfed hard on YouTube right now, and the reception is not good, despite how much views and how much traffic sort of like the ads bring her. It's not really kind of bumping up the engagement all that much, but for the amount of money that she is being shoved, you know, for the amount of time she's being shoved down everyone's throats in political YouTube, like it doesn't cost that many thousands of dollars to sort of put her in front of the faces of everybody on that side of the website. You don't need to be a multimillionaire in order to kind of like have that sort of ad campaign on the website.
You want to know why that won't work though? Well,
Why?
partially because putting together a trust so that you can fund leftist media is already difficult as is. And here, I'll read you a comment. LMAO know that money should be better used as funding for mutual aid, because there are a million different opinions on the left. And while I celebrate that diversity of thought, that also sometimes makes it impossible to build a broad coalition, even if it's a populist one, because that person will inevitably get canceled for something that they did, and the rest of the left will be like, this guy's misusing the funds, and absolutely fucking destroy it. Which is why it's a little bit better to have at least figures on the left build their own platforms on their own, through their own messaging. That's why I love, you know, Chapo.
His name
and that's what I try to do here as well. You know, have their own capital, have their own power on their own, have their own social capital that they've developed. They can, of course, have an allegiance with other members on the left as well, but it's very easy. And even those people, including myself, get fucking criticized with the left all the time. We get canceled or fake canceled all the fucking time. But if we were to put together a fund, if we were to put together like a trust or something to fund media operation, or put together like an organized media operation, it would inevitably get destroyed, because, I mean, look at DSA meetings. Look no further than DSA organizing if you want to see how difficult it is to put the left together, to get the left together and work on a common goal.
His name.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like the DSA is just like a very small slice of the left, though. You know what I mean? And think about how easily, like, a lot of that was able to get behind Bernie Sanders, despite the fact that, like, he's not the most radical motherfucker in the world. Like, even if he got into office and was able to do every dream policy that he wanted to, like, his goal at the end of the day, at least under his administration, wasn't to eliminate capitalism, you know, or enact some kind of hardcore socialism. Like, so even if you're talking about like getting behind a Bernie Sanders as a, you know, sort of like socialist party member, you're making some kind of compromise, like economically or philosophically, to endorse this candidate. You know, I feel like there are a lot of people who have to kind of get their heads out of their asses to build coalitions of convenience at a given time. Like, as of right now, like, I have no issue with kind of aligning with a Hillary voter in order to get Trump out of office, because I feel like that's kind of priority number one. But the moment we're past that post, we could split off on other things. And, you know, I'm not necessarily advocating here for, you know, the left's version of the super friends or anything like that. I'm talking more in terms of like a public fund where people can democratically decide, like, who has sort of the best messaging, the best argumentation, or is kind of putting out the best content, and kind of pick essentially our talking heads that we feel like advance our interests and our message, and kind of fight for our side of the culture war, whether we feel like they're problematic or not. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, mutual aid is a good idea. And I feel like if we were to kind of amass our money in the way that we have been able to with, you know, these recent primary campaigns, you know, there'd be more than enough for that. And also these kinds of figures who, look, I feel like at the end of the day, if we're not engaging on the culture war front, the right's going to, and that's how they win a lot of their hearts and minds. And if we're completely ignoring that side of the battle, you know, we're kind of missing out on a lot of people that we could be converting. You know, I vibe with a lot of the policies that Bernie threw out there. I vibe with a lot of the economic policies that I'm sure that your, you know, fans hold near and dear to their hearts. But, you know, the culture war is kind of a significant thing at the end of the day, because a lot of Americans politically and philosophically don't really operate on any other level. You know, so if you're not engaging with them, if you're not combating them or trying to win them over on those grounds, because you're not going to convince everybody with the same kinds of arguments, there's going to be a huge subset of the voter base that you're going to completely miss out on.
Raised eyebrow.
Yeah, I agree. It's leaning towards culture war as a lib tactic. I think you're wrong. I think that, sorry, I'm just responding to someone in the comments. I think that culture is important for organizing for the time being, to make an argument, to develop at least a base of support in the absence of any sort of base of support, where even to begin organizing, you need at least some leaders in a similar capacity to Bernie Sanders to get people, to agitate people, and to get people to organize to begin with. And only then could you potentially even dream of like either overtaking the Democratic Party at some point, or at the very least like have a unified front where you can force the Democratic Party's hand, as Anthony correctly pointed out, to make legislative gains that are more progressive than they normally would. You know, because people are fucking terrified of socialism still. Like it's still a dirty word. Bernie Sanders did a really good job of normalizing that for so many people, but we still have a long way to go. I've never heard of anyone call him Anthony. What am I supposed to call you, Tony? I don't know.
Anthony's fine. But yeah, you know, I feel like you know, I feel like a lot of those economic issues and arguments need to be pushed as hard as they possibly can as well. You know, I think the culture war does kind of suck a lot of the air out of the room, because you know, there's kind of a lack of those arguments on the whole. You know, if we had someone who was in a more influential position like a Bernie Sanders on the campaign trail, or, you know, sort of like in high office, who was kind of, you know, banging the podium on these issues every day, for sure, you know, it's going to change minds. I mean, Medicare for all wouldn't be kind of at the conversation point that it is now, if not for the fact that he's just mentioning it. You know, he's just kind of putting it out there as a conversation piece, which, you know, it is also exemplified in the fact that before Andrew Yang, you know, UBI wasn't even a conversation. And, you know, and he's somebody who measurably has even less political experience than Bernie does. You know, it just sort of goes to show how much the Democrats in position of influence just have their fucking heads in the sand. Because if they were literally just out there and doing nothing else other than just putting points out there, making arguments, advocating for policies, the public's perception of the party on the whole would probably be a lot more positive.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was gonna ask you something else and I can't remember now. God damn it! Because you're spitting hot fire on politics. People love what you're saying in here. You're very you're Medicare Tony for all Tano here. people, I told you people will love your politics here. Like they will align with what you say.
Well, come sub on my Twitch, bitch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you are. Anthony Fantano is also on Twitch, as you all know. He interviews artists and stuff, right?
Yeah, we do artist interviews, and we have New Music Fridays where we're listening to the newest music. We're listening to the newest jams from Sammy Yusuf every Friday. Whenever there's a new Sammy Yusuf jam, we play it 10, 12, 15 times.
Yeah. I mean, he is a dope Sammy Yusuf, but whatever.
And we'll be playing Fuck Ice 3 the moment it drops. So
good. Okay. Do you want to watch? Do you still want to look at the you still want to look at the meme songs, or are you bored of that and you want to talk about politics? I'm gonna keep talking
Let's
about
let me watch the Thank You USA, and then I have to head out and finish a video. But I want to watch this Thank You USA video.
All right, if that's the last one we're gonna look at, it's a high note to end it on.
So give me the context for this. Like where's I imagine this isn't ironic.
No, this is not ironic. This is Armin Miftari asking for or thanking the United States and also Tony Blair as well for interfering in the Kosovo Serbia, like the Albanian Serbian territory.
Okay. So a big Bill Clinton thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to get further into like Balkan politics, because anytime you talk about it, there's going to be I just say all Balkans are Turks and I move on, which is really problematic in and of itself, but better overall than to have to fucking argue with endless people from either side yell at me.
That's so. I'll just come out here and say that is so many layers deep for me. I don't even know.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, no,
I don't even know. So no Balkans get mad at me, please. I'm totally
don't
ignorant.
even touch that. Yeah,
I'm totally ignorant to this issue, so I don't even know.
Okay, just Balkanization is literally a geopol term. Yes, exactly. All right, let's just play it.
I'm playing it. I see the battleships, the tanks are rolling in.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper.
Bro, those guitar harmonies, solos.
Thank you, USA.
It's great.
You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
Is this was this song recorded like recently, or was it recorded and sort of like the video was shot for it around the time that this had happened, or is kind of like a historical,
I assume it was
retrospective? Like because the footage of the singer looks a lot more recent than all of the news footage that's being sort of shown.
Ooh, that's actually a good call. They probably did this afterwards. Like, it was uploaded in 2014, but I doubt it was actually like. I doubt. It's probably a repost. You know what I mean? Or actually, I don't know, because this is the singer's actual account. Maybe they did make this in 2014. The footage is, of course, old. That actually makes it so much funnier if they like literally shot this in 2014. Someone is saying it's from the 2000s.
Yeah, from the look of everything, it looks like the song is a lot more recent than what the song is about.
It's probably from the 2000s. Like, it was made after Kosovo independence. Yeah.
This work that we do,
I mean, like, again, like the song is probably pretty recent, but this must be a pretty big topic of kind of everyday culture and politics. Of a banger, like
if I'm not mistaken,
about this topic is racking up 376,000 views.
I think most of that's literally from my community, but because I've been listening to this for a very long time. But so the thing I was gonna say is I don't know if this is a meme or not, but like I heard at the time that like they literally named their babies Tony Blair and Bill Clinton. Like, that's how much I mean, obviously they saw like NATO and like US intervention as a way to, stop genocide from happening. So they were so helpful that they loved Bill Clinton so much that they named their children Bill Clinton with a K.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Hold on. I'm gonna give you the actual.
His name is Hasan.
Yeah, there's a boulevard called Bill Clinton Boulevard in Pristina, Kosovo. Yep. Tony Blair and Clinton. This is yep. I wasn't. Okay. Tony Blair, like TONIBLER, and Clinton with a K. Gratitude for the West lives on in Kosovar names. Yeah, there are boys in Kosovo named Tony Blair and Clinton with a K. Yeah, see, if it was not for Bill Clinton, we would all be dead. This country would not be independent, and I would not play football with friends. Said 16-year-old Clinton Bashgora. Yep.
I love the guy's like long strap soul patch is amazing.
Oh yeah, I mean he is a sex god. Like he is. This is the hottest man in all of Kosovo. So
yeah, I mean, it's
Armand Miftari.
Can you please do something?
It seems like the Kosovo version of the 1999 how a lot of guys would have the thin chin strap,
the thin
beard,
chin.
the very thin one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Smash Mouth guy, like the very thin line, the very thin line.
I think they were just they were just doing their own thing in Kosovo at the time.
Oh yeah, they were doing their own thing. I just feel like that's kind of like the sexy facial hair statement for in that same way. I feel like I'm just trying to relate it. That's all.
I know. I dig it.
Well, that was good. You've turned me on to some good like some good.
These are up and comers. These are.
These are all good up and coming like Eastern Bloc music memes.
Yeah,
I'll say.
Well, I mean, I could have came in with the look. If I was trying to do crowd pleasing,
yeah,
I would have just hit you with fucking. I would have hit you with like Tripolowski, all the classic like Suka Bliat, all the classic like Eastern Bloc hard style music or whatever it's called. But I'm trying to give you the rare shit. The stuff that we share in this community. Is he in a prison? No, I don't think he's in a prison. I think he's just in front of an industrial saw. He's not.
Yeah, I think he's at work.
Yeah, this is. Yeah,
I think he's at a place of work.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool saw. It's the only one they have. Okay, so why are you shitting on him?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, okay, well, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but let me know if you want to come on our debate coverage tomorrow night. I will.
Lord.
I will be along with
tomorrow. I'm doing an interview, but I will. If there's a debate where Trump is going to be giving Biden COVID, I'll come on for that.
Oh, okay. So the next one after. So the week after.
Yeah, the week after.
Oh, all right. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Anthony Fantano. Are you fine with people calling you Melon? Like, is that? I don't know what the memes are at all. I didn't want to be.
That's fine.
Okay.
People call me Melon. It's good. It's all good.
Okay. The internet's busiest music nerd. You can find him at Twitch at twitch.tv/needledrop.
The Needle Drop.
The Needle Drop. Sorry. They're already spamming it in my chat. Dude, I'm such a bad host, dude. I've gotten too comfortable just fucking broadcasting to thousands of people in shorts from my living room that
you've turned into a sloppy bitch.
I am a sloppy bitch. I'm terrible. Tell him to stay, trap him. I can't do that, guys. I'm sorry. But thank you for giving us your time and sharing some of your awesome political opinions with us. This was incredible, and hopefully we will have you back as quickly as possible.
Mwah.
All right, thank you.
Have a good one.
All right, you too, brother.
Bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was Antonio Fantano. Okay, internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you guys appreciated that as much as I did. I'm going to have to run a real quick ad right here. Didn't kiss back. Okay, there it is. And I'm going to run a really quick ad here because I forgot to, or rather I didn't want to fucking interrupt the interview, obviously. And that's it for now. Okay, and then we got a bunch of other stuff coming up. Oh my god, I missed my two internet favorite chub together. New Trump tweet regarding the stimulus. Oh, he wants to do a standalone. I know. If I am sent a standalone bill for stimulus checks, they will go out to our great people immediately. I am ready to sign it now. Are you listening, Nancy? I mean, is fucking... What is he doing, dude? What the fuck? Why is he... I don't get it. Why is he... Like, why is he backing down so desperately? It's fucking nuts. He's like literally trying to do a piecemeal. He is backing away from his original take, right? He's backing away from his original take of like no negotiation.
American people are tired of women.
And unironically trying to put together a piecemeal stimulus package, piece by piece. He's about to die, cut him slack. Not even the good one. Trump just ordered declassification of his own grand jury material. I don't know what happened. Did the bean kick in or what the fuck happened, dude? I mean, what
His
a dumb...
name is Hasan.
Oh yeah, the fucking... Wait, why is this not allowed? This motherfucker blocked me too? Kevin Cork? Who the fuck is this guy? Why is that guy also...
Follow you right back to mommy.
Why am I blocked by the fucking White House correspondents for Fox News, dude? Like, I get it when libs block me, but what's up with these pussy-ass Republicans? Like, you're a Republican, dog. You can't block me, okay?
Whores in this house.
I'm sorry. If you're a Republican and you put me on a block list, like, you're a pussy. Like, you literally don't block Nazis. You're really gonna fucking block me? What? I'm sorry. Like, liberals, I understand why the fuck they would do that, but like...
His name is Hasan.
I think he gave Kanye his Twitter login.
Lord Hasan gaining traction? Listen, man, the more I gain traction in these circles, the more they block me. Half the time you guys fucking send me... Half the time you guys send me links now, they've blocked me already. It's really... Yeah, Caleb has blocked me as well. You missed this Trump tweet? What is this? What? Okay, I'm not looking at that, dude. What is this shit? Anyway, new Justice Department to hold. New Justice Department to hold virtual press conference on a matter of national security Wednesday at 11. Ooh, exciting. Can't wait for this. Department of Justice to hold virtual press conference on a matter of national security. They are going to have Assistant Attorney General John C. Demers of the National Security Division, Christopher Wray, U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District. What the fuck? CNN will be the pool outlet for the press conference. What? Early stream? Oh, it's 11 Eastern. No, I'm not going to be there.
Oh, you're such a big man.
I thought they meant 11 Pacific. I was excited. Fraud voting, I bet you, in regards to Trump spying. I wonder what is going to be. My God, just live with the fact that Trump is a clone now. This isn't really Trump. And he's still learning, and people are scrambled because at this point, the clone Trump cannot function properly because of Neuralink.
Excuse me.
What would this be? Trump finally cracked and ordered them to arrest Jim Acosta. It's only 8 a.m. for you, pussy? Yeah, dude. How about I just fucking start streaming at 8 a.m. instead tomorrow when there's also a fucking debate tomorrow night that I'm going to be covering? Yeah, why don't I just like literally strap on an IV and just stream for 24 hours and shit in my pants for your fucking entertainment? Or you can wait for 3 hours and hear my commentary after. How about that? I don't have fucking VIP treatment. I can't get the horse steroids that Donald Trump is on, okay? dexamethasone or whatever the fuck he's using now. In so many countries, your pain release. Oh my god, these things are such fucking bops, dude. I'm sorry, but god damn, this shit is stuck in my mind, dude. Your pain release. Anyway, okay, FBI and ED of VI probably means something to do with emails or other intel community. Legitimate question is, name your price for a 24-hour stream? No. Oh, this was tweeted at the same time by the FBI.
Director of the National Security Agency. Chris Krebs, Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. And Bill Evanina, Director of the National Counterintelligence.
Man, these guys are so boring, dude. Rumor has it they started Trump on the gamma radiation program to make him unstable. Yeah, it's probably on voting. I bet on Trump to win back in February. If he wins, I'll win big, lol. Why is he... What? For the love of God, arrest somebody? I mean, he's just losing it, dude. I mean, he must be feeling good. Do a 24-hour okay buddy stream. Dude, I didn't even do LSF yet.
This is a deranged.
Why is he yelling at his fucking attorney general in this meme? I don't even understand, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I should have gotten him to review TMG Sophia. Why would it be bad? Why would it be bad if Nancy Pelosi accepted the piecemeal? Because it would most likely not have half the fucking things that they wanted in there. He doesn't like TMG, really? Okay, guys, I have VR. What do you want me to do? Play VR by myself, dude? Horson actually throws. Not clicking that. Billie Eilish made a song for E-Rob. Actually a masterpiece.
Do you love this song?
I love it.
Do you love it so much?
Wait, what?
She's pretty.
I've been browsing through streams online. Can't stop thinking of your shit headline.
How do they do this? Oh, they have to be singing.
Yeah,
So someone paid a girl to sing this.
Oh my god, I just remembered. Didn't Anthony Fantano and I have like internet beef at some point too? He like threw shade at TMG and I think I defended Noel at the time. And now I'm remembering, didn't I fucking... I don't know, I don't remember at all. Yeah. It was something like that. I don't even fucking remember. I mean, it was so inconsequential because it's fucking Twitter. So is this a real song? What's going on? Yeah, nobody cares. Obviously.
Did I miss the melon?
Real song with a deep fake? The real song is like your wonky eyes, really?
To sound like Billie Eilish.
Yes.
Who has that time on their hands? JK, someone paid me to do it.
This is you singing?
Yeah.
That's why it's so bad.
They fucking got someone to sing Wonky Eyes instead of Ocean Eyes or whatever? Dude, I'm not watching the Arizona debate between Martha McSally, dude. What are you, fucking crazy? Some of you guys are like actually crazy if you think like that's how much more streamers that should share Shroud's mentality.
I don't really care too much about taxes. I just, you know, I pay fucking the whatever the amount is, and that's it. You know, it's out of the way.
My man, dude.
Because like no matter what, to be in this position of being somebody who plays video games for a fucking living, like I genuinely don't care. Like, yeah, it sucks. Half of my money's gone. But the fact that I even have that much money in the first place is like, bro, I'm literally sitting here on my ass.
Okay, I love him.
Nothing. Like,
I love him, dude.
Like, I really don't care. I can't complain about taxes. I really can't. Like, yeah, it sucks, but I am so grateful to be in the position, and I will be forever grateful to just be sitting here on my butt, playing video games, talking, whatever. Like, I don't...
This is like the default same person stance. What's surprising about that? I feel like whenever people make like over $1 million a year, that default same person stance goes away. It's great, especially because then you immediately have access to people that will help you not pay that. You think COVID spooked Trump so much he just wants out of the White House? No. No, he's just fucking up. Dude, I love Shroud is dope. Fuck yeah.
So we can't make the chicken chips then.
Hold on, I gotta do something.
We have a second oven?
Yeah, you have two.
Wait.
When the fuck did that get
Wait, did you just ask if your house has 2 ovens?
Yeah, I didn't know that was
They
had 2
ovens.
You've lived here for over a year, dude.
Oh my god. No, we've been here for 2 years.
Oh my god, Chunky.
I did not know that was there. I'm not
He
kidding.
didn't know he had a second oven in his room.
So we can't make the chicken chips then.
We have a second oven?
Yeah, you have two.
Wait.
When the fuck did that get
Wait, did you just ask if your house has 2 ovens?
Yeah, I didn't know that was there.
They had 2 ovens. You've lived here for over a year.
Makes sense. Moon has a close encounter with Yoda.
This is just the beginning.
Bend over you must, for I must bust a nut. Ready? Okay, here we go.
Why?
What the fuck is that? What was that?
Word, I must.
No, Yoda. No.
Yoda, no!
So on like a video we can watch while I eat, dude.
This is just the beginning.
Missed it?
So on like a video we can watch while I eat, dude.
This.
The American people are tired of women.
No.
Oh, I didn't fucking miss shit. Fuck you, chat. Mark from Auntie Donna plugs his Instagram. That's the same picture of him and his dad every day.
Here it is. Here's the... Oh, shit. Hold on. No, wait. Stop. 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 Oh, God. We're just going to have to do it. We're going to have to go for it. This is the Instagram page. I get lots of fan art. Let me walk you through the fan art. Here we go, here's normal Muck and normal Charlie. Now the cuz made a salami, slaying dragons, bigger Muck. Now look where Yu-Gi-Oh! Switching sizes, Charlie's dead, a dinosaur fucking my head. Toilet paper, Austin Powers, now we are Lego. Double heads, hair filter, now we are inside the car. Minimalist representation of the picture. Toot toot, chugga chugga, different car altogether. Muck and Charlie are kitties in front of a big spaghettis at Muck and Charlie on Insta. You know it's just the same photo of these two bananas at Muck and Charlie on Insta. The wog life is a callin' and these wogs be ballin'. please follow me on Instagram at Mark_and_Charlie.
Mark. I would never like that, Mark.
Here it is. Here's
You fucking Zoomers now appreciate Auntie Donna a little bit more. Now that I know you guys hated it when I was like trying to show you how fucking funny this dude is, but private LSF post get up dudes equals followers. Auntie Donna. Vaticus sub 30 Minecraft Pog.
This is it. Die! Sub 30! Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Adapters?
Why are you guys saying mods permaban?
Adapting the sub 30 God Gamer. 2 seconds off, but I did it! Finally, yes! Yes! Let's go! I'm so happy. Easy clap, dude. Hey, Heart of the Cards with 2 years resub for such occasion. Thank you.
Mods permaban. I don't know what that is. Karen banned Slicker from her chat.
His name is Hasan.
You're not good at the game. You only won because you got an imposter kill.
A soldier done better than you, lol.
Desperate for attention, you started shouting in the middle of our game. Get your dumb bald ass.
I'm banned. I'm banned. I think she's actually angry at me, bro.
Deserved.
Nah, she can't be.
10K on the
You're
line,
lucky
bro.
I'm friends with Dean.
You can't
That's
be
the
out
only
here
thing that
talking
saved
shit to
your
people
dumb
with
ass.
10K on the line.
Let's request for an unban. Hey, I would like to request
Hold on,
an
shit.
unban in this because
She's about to ban me right now.
Adept is a shit player.
Welcome.
What do I care?
Hey, chill. Don't be rude. Don't be
Yeah,
rude.
Slicker's so real.
That's awesome. Deserved. Piano and Pro Man had emergency heart surgery.
And before, when he said, I'm really tired, I've got to go to sleep, it was like a message to me saying, you know what? It's really time. I gotta come on and talk to you people.
What?
And maybe now is one of those few times that I'm really allowing myself to feel the way that I am, because I try to conceal that from him. And
I have no idea what this is. I don't know what happened. 14-year-old number 2 OSU player goes full crackhead mode. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with crackhead? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Just a clip of soda popping, nothing to see here.
I can't stop. I can't. If you don't fuck off. Yeah. Hey, happy birthday.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
When are you doing VR?
Irish politics are the best.
I was reliably informed through the chair that Deputy Healy Ray approached people outside the mass to say, I can get you on the bus if you want a cataract. The woman concerned said...
You should take that back! You're a disgrace! You're only in the bottom of the barrel now. Come out with that back to the statement and cop on a small bit, Taoiseach.
Could I just deal in terms of... relax.
Relax.
I'm not telling you to sit down.
Town caller and not you. And conductor. God damn it, that's an awful thing to say. And smiling.
It's the truth.
It's not to be joke. If somebody belonging to you was going blind, you wouldn't like it.
Calm down. Through the chair, if I could say on the cross-border health direct.
People tell me Irish news when, except I can't even understand what the fuck they're saying. I'd listen to Irish news if I could comprehend what the fuck they were saying. Miz and Maya reflect on the past.
You know what? I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm looking at you, and I'm going to choke this, so I'm just going to go.
Oh my god, he said that!
What?
I don't remember that.
He said, I'm going to choke this? What does that mean? Damn, that's a great Irish accent, no cap.
I don't remember that either.
Well, you weren't there.
Oh.
This is a deranged.
I don't want to live with them anymore.
Look at my face, though. It's fine.
I don't want to live with them anymore.
Mitch said that, and that was my face.
Normal?
No.
Oh.
Wait, they live together?
Before I say anything, all right? Yo, no, you're too beautiful. You're too beautiful.
Oh no, that's actually funny as fuck, dude. That's kind of cute. Adept Mattis Slicker. All right, we already saw that. Clip missing anyway. Lakari was about to get banned again.
Okay. No. We're gonna get fucking. Okay, we need to stop. We need to stop right now. Nope. We're not doing that. Oh, we're actually not doing that. No point in using her. No point in using her. So we're just gonna.
So did he get banned because he was like? What is this? Wilnev tells the story of how Hasan skipped a 100-person line at a nightclub. What the fuck? I don't even know what that is.
Actually clean pod. Look at the stovetop. I'm terrible at cleaning stovetops. I think we did an okay job.
Stovetop.
Say 90% of people mentally depressed at the moment haven't worked in 6 months. Yeah, I think you might be onto something. Look at that man. Nearly clean enough to eat off. Look, do you remember the brown blotch that was here? She's gone, mate. And look at this dude. Look at this fucking
there's the
cutie,
Warcraft guy.
this cutie matching kettle and toaster dude. No poo stains. There is no poo at all, stains or otherwise. And then, man, the pièce de résistance. This gimbal is having a meltdown. There we go. New toaster. Look at the sink, man.
New toaster.
Oh wait, it doesn't look that great on camera, but. Remember before it was just a light shade of brown. Actual
fucking new toaster. I mean, good for him. It looks like a different apartment. I didn't even recognize it. Shout out to
11K people here. Shout out to all the 11K people here, bro. Shout out to everyone. Do not leave, man. I'm for 11K people here. Shout out to all the.
What did he get raided? Wilnev tells the story of how Hasan skipped a 100-person line in a nightclub. How did this happen? I don't even know.
Pizza, and I was like, "What is going on?" He's like, "Just trust, dude, just trust."
Oh.
Orders a fucking pie of pepperoni pizza, and I shit you not, every piece of this story is true.
As 5.
And we go back to the bungalow, and we walk past this line of like. No less than 100 people. No less than 100 people. Walk right to the front. And he goes up to the lady that's running, or the young woman that's running the door. And he's like, "What's up? What's up, Kim? I got you this pizza." And she's like, "Oh my god, I'm hungry. Thank you, Hasi." Gives her the pie pizza. She and all the security guys that work there start eating the pizza. And she's like, "You guys can go in." So we go in. We cut this line, with nothing but a fucking pepperoni pizza. We proceed to get absolutely degenerately drunk and for pizza.
It's true. Dude, do you not like Slicker anymore? No, I love Slicker. Why wouldn't I like Slicker? Listen. I was actually talking to a friend of mine who now produces events, like an old coworker of mine earlier today, and literally this is like kind of what we were talking about, how like I would like sneak into places that I had no business being in at all.
Pervert.
For like events and shit, because he like now runs events, and we used to like literally break into events like red carpets and stuff where we were 100% not invited to.
Take my fucking Reese, you goddamn degenerate.
Okay, this one's a little different because like that was, I already had met these people and had known the people that worked that door at Bungalow for a while. But yes, when I was a younger man, oh, then he talked about the Blake Griffin interaction. Yeah, Will played ping pong with Blake Griffin. The secret is just pretend like you belong. Okay, first of all, listen to me. That's not an easy thing to fucking pretend. I have a feeling that if I didn't get the exact same thing, they'd be like, thanks for the pizza, now get in line. Yeah, the key is that they knew each other by name and that they're hot and semi-famous certain groups. I was not famous back then. The bungalow is expensive and only has hot rich people in it, so you might be honest on me. Funny that such a devoted commie goes there. The USSR officials used to party. Of course, it was on the people's dime. Winky face. Wait, what? No, not the bungalows in San Vicente. I've never actually been there.
This is a deranged.
No, this was like way back in the day. I was not. Hasan's keyboard communist. Got it. It's almost like he LARPs as one, since that's what he pulls most money at the moment. Yeah, guys, little known secret, but like, I became a commie because it's profitable.
His name is Hasan.
What's up, dude?
Bro, these people, their brains are so broken, dude. How is he a hypocrite? He advocates for higher tax for the wealthy, including... I mean, it's actually a good thing. Listen. It's actually a good thing. I want people to think like it's sexy to be a leftist. I do. I 100% do. So for them to think like, oh, it's actually a grift to be like a socialist or a communist implies that it's literally a popular thing, which means I am succeeding. That is exactly what I want. I want people to think that it's a fucking cool thing. So good. That implies that it's a popular thing. So that line, that comment doesn't make me upset at all. That actually makes me happy. How about pay a person for their worth of work, like an editor, for example? LARP communist angry. Any Hasan commies want to answer? How come he didn't answer? Not paying an editor? Is that not against his principles? He also doesn't pay his editors fairly, yet acts like a champion for the working class. Yeah, he's just a grifter who does it for the money. Wow. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is the same community of people who unironically used to say all the time that it's more profitable to be a right-wing grifter. But I guess now they think it's profitable to be a left-wing grifter. Is that what it is? Even though there's like a fucking handful of leftists on the internet that are successful, but hey, in a sea of fucking right-wing grifters, I don't know. Pizza goes a long way no matter who you are. It's really not about pizza. It's about knowing people. If you know them, they will let you in anyway. That's life if you can't fulfill criteria too. No, guys, most people are not recognizing that, like, we got to know those people because I was nice to them all the time. Because I treat people very nicely. Especially, like, people in the service industry. Whether it be bouncers or fucking bartenders. Like, if I frequent a place, and I go to a place, this is some real Chad Vice for you, but if I go to a place routinely, I will get to know the people that work there. I fucking talk to them all the time as human beings, and not as like fucking, you know, a mission to be like a fucking hurdle that I need to overcome. It's not just like hot boy privilege or whatever the fuck. Kind of like how if you tip the same bartender all the time, eventually they do stuff like not pay for pool or they slip you a free drink or something. Yeah. Yeah, the amount of times Hasan said, oh, my friend who's very successful owns the thing as well. He knows so many people. What a fake socialist, though. Like passing a line to go to a nightclub, bro. The only lines in the USSR were bread lines. There weren't no nightclubs, lol. This fake socialist probably reading this while eating a $10 ice cream Sammy too. Mafia too. Pago, Italian hands. Why are you bothering people at work? What do you mean? People actually, I would go so far as to say that people appreciate being treated like fucking human beings. People appreciate being treated like human beings while they're working when so many people don't. So many people like literally look past them as they're doing their jobs. What have you never fucking... This thread exposes how absolutely antisocial Reddit frogs are. I think the thing is like they just hate me. So or they're just like looking for whatever reason. I haven't even watched this clip, but speaking from experience, I've seen how insanely weird this shit works in LA. I once went to a nightclub in LA where regular people were waiting for hours and the bouncer had to determine who was cool enough to get in. That's how it is always. I don't think ugly or uncool or protect the class in the United States, so yeah, you can discriminate against them.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Only person I've ever subbed to for more than a month. Thank you for having fantastic content.
Aw, thanks, Beak Chiefy. Most people on Reddit live under the shadows of the actual smart people of Reddit. Stop malding and move on. What do you mean? This is fun. I love seeing the dark, seedy underbelly of the internet operate, especially on matters that they are like completely oblivious on. But you know, that won't stop a Redditor from speaking with authority on any matter whatsoever, especially not this one. But it's pretty funny to watch people completely outside of their realm of comfort and knowledge talk about shit. It's like 10% of the content every day reading endless of comments about you. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
This is a deranged pervert.
Insane that people think that being nice to your bartender slash service industry person is some sort of wizardry.
I think it was a club promoter at some point. Yeah, the amount of times he said, oh, my friend is successful on this team. Ice cream Sammy. Good one. Okay, Dylan the Marmot. Hasan, Socialista de lo Champagne, Perche, Allah Perche. Okay, don't get me wrong. I understand it's basically impossible to avoid living somewhat capitalist lifestyle when you're living in a capitalist society, but the extent to which Hasan enjoys his massive, overwhelming levels of privilege while also spouting about how socialism is the only way in capitalist society is a fuckhole in the dirt is pretty hilarious. Like, come on, man. Maybe donate to the poor instead of living in a super nice LA apartment, wear designer clothes, and go into expensive clubs with your hot, rich friends all the time. At least if that's the political line you want to spout. This is so good, I can't tell if it's ironic or not. True. How am I not going to read these comments, man? This is fucking gold, dude. Designer clothes, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. I love this. Oh, they think everything I wear is designer. It's true, but have you seen Hasan's dick so deep in your throat that you think it's irony? If it was a cool thing to do, man, would you buy a slave? Then hell yeah, no ethical consumption under capitalism. He looked at a multi-million-dollar home on stream and said, this is what the average American lives in. If you think this is wrong, you're a dumpster diving anarchist poser. A year ago, he claimed to be a Luxembourgist. Now that he makes millions, he claims to be a reformist and tells... Wait. Now that he makes millions, he claims to be a reformist and tells chat that sock dems want all the same things as us? I've literally always said sock dems want the same things as us in America in the short term. Like, literally all the time. Her daddy said slavery could be good.
We're going to follow you right back to mom.
He looked at a multi-million-dollar home on stream. What was it? What did I... It was probably one of those fucking McMansions. With, like, where like most of the fucking suburban, upper middle class, and middle class Americans live in.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Hello, Hasan, who is
Yeah, it was like a New Jersey McMansion, probably. This guy's probably a leftist. Y'all are too invested in this shit, man.
Except our true supreme leader, the people's champion.
You okay? No, dude, I just want my streamer to do some gabagooling over here. Look, this guy is having fun. I love that.
Wet ass P word.
Nothing but a fucking pepperoni pizza and knowing the person on the door. Easy when you're part of the nomenclatura.
Oh, you're such a big...
Must be nice being Chad. Just be confident, bro. Real life Barney Stinson. I've actually seen him do this at Bungalow in Santa Monica. It's basically a place where frat guys, sorority girls, and semi-famous people go. This was before Twitch blew up, and he was just famous for the Turks. See? This guy knows. This guy's seen me fucking... This guy's seen me do this. I was not like a fucking famous person when I did this shit. Be getting away with this? Don't not be getting away with this. I know the maitre d' had a really nice steakhouse, and you will not believe how effective it is to be a pleasant person and slip them a 20 in a high-end steakhouse. $20 is barely a cocktail glass of wine, but this gesture could easily turn to a 2-hour wait into a 15-minute wait. Is this champagne socialism? Unironically, yes. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, though. That's been Hasan's MO since day one. Uses his brain and not his looks to get by in life. This isn't the Hasma story I was expecting. He uses looks too. Lol. Amateur move. I skipped the line every time by going to the smoke place, smoking a cig, and then walking in saying I was smoking. Yeah, that's not going to work, brother. Hasan the champagne socialist. Neutral Hasan comment while he scrolls all this up because he won't. He needs to know what people are saying about him 24/7. Hasan, quick dodging my meme comp. Fuck you, dude. All right, I'm fucking... All right, you know what? Fletch Dog, you're literally banned, dude. Literally banned, dude. Literally banned, Fletch Dog.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. This is... Yes. 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 I've spoken about this on here, but I'll paraphrase here. I think the content would be funny, interesting, or indeed, as per sub name, fail. This sub is far too clicky. Barely anything excuse on slicker poke, etc., is particularly interesting. And this utterly fucking boring story about how someone being led into a nightclub by way of a pizza bribe is dull as fuck. If that's what constitutes content nowadays, count me the fuck out. Honestly, did you really find any of that story interesting? Was it relevant to you? Not aiming this particularly at you, but more in the sub in general somehow. I mean, really, who cares? That's all. But thanks for actually asking rather than mindlessly downvoting like a robot like anyone else. Ugh. Dude, come on. There's so much pasta in here. Typical rich guy thinks he's above the rules. Okay, I literally made no fucking money when I used to do that shit. It's the line to a club, not fucking tax fraud. He has the same mentality. The guy makes hundreds of thousands and doesn't pay enough his YouTube editors to get groceries.
Whores in this house.
You know he's the kind of person to commit tax fraud.
Left is best.
I was literally living in a fucking frat house kitchen at the time, but hey. Damn, the widely proven lie into the bullshit assumption. Wait, lol, he's a r/men's rights poster. It's not really a lie just because the drama's over. He was paying the editor $20 to $30 a video, said he bought him the means of production, i.e. a laptop, so they were fine. Oh, I was paying him $20 to $30 now. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I, for one, agree. He keeps getting away with the Haas mods. Oh, deleted. Pretty similar to how every other job in his life, including his career on Twitch. Come on, dude. How do I not? It gets lower every time. How?
His name is Hasan.
I love this story. I'm in love with the fact that the total amount spent in this story was the cost of a pepperoni pizza and they're losing their minds over you being rich.
I have been a long-time fan of yours. I started watching when you were still TYT.
Thank you. Dank Pick Min God was here. Not rent free anymore, moving up to $20 to $30. Pretty similar to every job in his life, including his career on Twitch. There are about 2 or 3 other people on this site that, while I disagree with them on most things, handle news coverage in a lot less inflammatory and a lot more responsible and neutral ways. Because they aren't truly looking at the news from a leftist angle. Not actively trying to propagandize isolated children into following their worldview almost forcefully. Definitely using social programming. Super creepy. Lower cost rent. It's not financially feasible to provide free housing under our current economic system. Okay, I gotta click on this. My man bra sucks and live stream fails. What is this? Creator update? No, denouncing terrorism. Hasan watched a clip of a cop getting knocked out and just laughed while his chat cheered. Come on, bruh. What? Oh, he's defending Kyle? Oh, I know who this guy is. Okay. I mean, I know what this guy, where this guy's coming from. I called Sonic Extremist. You asked for an example. I gave you an example. I don't understand what you're getting at here. White supremacist, Nazi, black nationalist, etc. I don't care. If somebody's looting your store and burning it down, protect your own. They initiated by treating your livelihood like it doesn't matter to them. Other than that, I still support police reform, healthy social systems, and a much more relaxed and open immigration program. Just not going to stand back and watch people destroy my livelihood. Protect your own. I mean, this is not even a post directly about me.
Is Hasan.
This is not even a post about me where he's talking about me. What the fuck? You can literally join a militia at 17 in the United States and several. Oh my God, this guy's like defending.
We're gonna follow you right back to mommy. You get your
oh my God.
You a fan helped give me a more radical perspective on a series of issues. If anyone from chat could donate to SSDP at ssdp.org, that'd be swell. Sorry about being a self-promotion, Andy, but it's a good cause.
Destiny has said his opinion over Miz for well over a year. How is this drama baiting? Oh my God. Oh, dude, this guy, this is sad. Okay. I'm no longer having fun. This is sad. This is sad as fuck. If they use political subs, i.e. Donald, men's rights, it's actually hilarious if you look at some of the posters, and if they link sites like Free Beacon on the site, might be of use to you when you go through LSF comments because you could flare certain subreddits. Okay, this is sad. Dude, this is not fucking fun anymore. This guy's like defending Destiny and attacking me in like random fucking threads. Jesus Christ. He posts on almost every thread about you on LSF. Oh no. Oh. Okay, that's sad. Alright, ad time. Time to make those fucking commie bucks, baby. You already know what it is. That's so sad, dude.
His name is Hasan.
I don't know why I'm so fucking tired. Okay, I wanted to play games today. But like literally everyone is fucking playing Among Us. Like everyone. Control F Hasan.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer.
It's not bad. 19.
Policy directly from YouTube.
Wouldn't you be if Hasan was the partner for some more extreme things he said? If I can agree, he went too far, but also disagree on the punishment. I wonder why they never gave Hasan shit for laughing at cops getting fucked up with 15k people in the chat about a month ago. Dude, like why do these guys constantly say this when it's very clear, even with the like limited context that they try to point to? I'm talking about in a world where like literal cops are equal to the fucking citizens that they're dealing with. It's of course reasonable for a fucking police officer to, if they punch someone randomly out of the blue, of course they're gonna get fucking pulled out of there. Of course they're gonna get fucking pulled out of there. Like, how is that the same as like mow down fucking protesters? Like I don't understand.
His name is Hasan.
It's very clear they're circling around the same clip chimp. I mean, but like even in the fucking clip chimp, you can tell. I'm sorry, just the impression I get from apolitical people in general. It's about Miz in particular. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's just if they type your name though. Definitely a lot more than 19. Bro, that Love Holiday dude is literally the most degenerate RDGG poster even before you got on Twitch. He's literally the embodiment of the stereotype of a D dick rider. Why do people...
This is a deranged pervert.
Why do people wait 2 hours in line to get into a club? They wait 2 hours in line to get into a club because there's cute girls in it. That's it. That's literally why they do it. That's why people do that shit. Oh, all right. You know what? I'm fucking tired, dude. I don't want to end it on this note. This is a shit note to end it on, but I wanted to play with people, but everybody was playing the fucking Among Us tournament today. You say you're going to do VR and not do it is emotional terrorism. What do you want me to do? Play by myself? Like, no one's fucking live. And I'm tired. Look, it's a short 9-hour stream today, okay? And I apologize. The problem is like the problem with like constantly fucking.
This is a deranged.
Please explain that a new frog's not paying the editor thing.
It is me pajama.
A while ago there was an editor. There were people when I was first starting my YouTube channel. There were people who would like send me YouTube stuff. Like there were people that would just send me edits all the time. Like they were like, here, just take this edit. You can upload it on your YouTube channel. And there was this guy who would send me edits all the time. Never, not a single time did he ask for money. And then instead of asking me for money ever, he like wrote this massive manifesto about how I exploited him. And I was like, and then he foolishly leaked the Discord back and forth DMs. And at first everyone was ready to get mad at me. And I was like, what the fuck? This is insane. And at first everyone was ready to get mad at me like, oh, fuck you, Hasan. Classic, typical, like exploitative leftist. And then everyone read the fucking Discord DMs and they were like, oh, what the fuck? You literally never even ever mentioned compensation of any sort whatsoever. So then it would have normally gone away. Most people with more than 3.5 brain cells knew what the fuck that was. Okay? It was like drama baiting and shit. But of course, there was a community of people who just wanted to use any opportunity they can to attack me, who still talk about it to this day. And by the way, at the time, there were other editors that would send me videos and were like, I want you to pay me this. And I was like, whatever you want, I'll pay you. And I did. So that's the story. And I paid that other dude too, by the way. Whatever he asked me, I paid him. Like, I paid him after the fact. When he fucking exposed me. No. That's a different editor. One of my like, so now I have 3 editors. I have 3 consistent editors. And one of them was like upset because I said something like, yo, Brody never edits or whatever. And he tweeted about it. And then he said, Hasan only pays me $50 a month for some shit. And then DGGers immediately jumped on it. And then he apologized and immediately deleted it and was like, I'm sorry for the confusion. Hasan even bought me a fucking computer without me asking him at all. And said like, you know, here are some parts. Here's a computer for you. You can do whatever you want. Which I did, by the way. I did. I bought both of my editors' computers without them asking. And I told them like, look, this is like contract work.
His name
it's not full time. So the least I can do is here, use this PC, do whatever you want with it. You're not beholden to me in any way, any capacity whatsoever. And they appreciated it at the time. But of course, Destiny's community can find a way to even turn that into, you know, just anything I do, pretty much. There's a group of individuals out there who fucking turn into talking points and say, I am wrong. You enslaved him and now he has to be deported. Exactly. That's what I did.
This is a deranged pervert.
Gabagool.
What is this? 9/11? 9/11 length? I don't even know what that is. It's not necessarily something to even talk about or consider. 3 editors still getting outshone by Clip Channel. I'm happy with my YouTube and I'm happy with my editors. I think they're doing great. And I think they're doing awesome. And I'm happy with the Clip community too. I hope they're making money. Good for them. Hey, some shit you say is hilariously hard to defend, LMAO. Like what? The 9/11 stuff? I guess. You don't have to defend me ever. I don't give a fuck.
America deserved 9/11.
Hassle.
My goal for my channel is to make it enjoyable even if you have seen the stream. That's my goal. So like direct rips from the stream are not as good. I don't want people to just like, I don't want my channel to just be like direct rips from the stream. I want editors to work on them. I want them to do their own memes on them. You know what I mean? So like, that's why it takes a while for the clips to go up. Dan Crenshaw's right out. I only started watching after the 9/11 stuff because I was like, damn, this guy's based.
Isn't that just darling?
Watch my meme comp for weird. Yeah, fuck you, Fletch Dog. All right, tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day, ladies and gentlemen. We have the fucking fat debates coming up tomorrow. The second round of debates where Kamala Harris is going to go up against Mike motherfucking Pence, the Silver Fox. I haven't really secured any guests for it. I wasn't even thinking about it. I wonder if Ryan will come on now that he's like Mr. Deconstructed or Mr. Deconstruct podcast. I don't know if he'll actually, he might be too big for us. You know, he might be too big for this community now. He might not show up, but Felix, no, they always do their own. Amazing. I would, but they're always doing their own shit. They're always doing their own stream, so I'll figure out who to have on. But for the time being, I will be rating Willard Neff. Austin said, see you on tomorrow. Of course, Austin is a staple. Where would I be without my liberal commentator? But in any case, I'm rating Will now, and I will see you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye.